Hey, I'm just getting warmed up, guys. Please hang out, Angelo. I'm gonna put you up. You got control of the rock and roll until I get back. We're just gonna do a slow warm up. I want to send out some invites. Actually, let's do that real quick. It'll lock up my phone, but I might as well get it out of the way. I put it out in the group text, but get everybody this way. All right, there. Send out a few invites. John, are you mic good?
Yeah, sorry, I was just reposting the space.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure you're all good to go. So I'm gonna play something and see if Angelo can come up too. Get him.
Awesome.
I'm of course locked. Well, be right back because I just sent out invites.
All right.
It locked me.
All right.
Hello.
Oh, there's Angelo. How's it going, man?
How are you?
Doing good. Happy Saturday.
Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday.
All right, I shared it to the space, to the at least the candidates room. I'm just gonna play this just to fill the space and just hang out as we get started.
And to every person trapped in tyranny, whether in the Ukraine, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Cuba, or Vietnam, we send our love and support. Tell them they are not alone. Our message must be your struggle is our struggle, your dream is our dream, and someday you too will be free. As Pope John Paul told his beloved Poles, we are blessed by divine heritage. We are children of God and we cannot be slaves. History shows that it is precisely when totalitarian regimes begin to decay from within, it is precisely when they feel the first real stirrings of domestic unrest, that they seek to reassure their own people of their vast and unchallengeable power through imperialistic expansion or foreign adventure. So the era ahead of us is one that will see grave challenges and be fraught with danger. Yet it's one that I firmly believe will end in the triumph of the civilized world and the supremacy of its beliefs in individual liberty, representative government, and the rule of law under God. That's why we must now summon all the nations of the world to a crusade for freedom and a global campaign for the rights of the individual. I look at you and I know I'm looking at people who have seen and suffered the full gamut of totalitarian terror. Some of you lost friends and loved ones in your struggles. And some of you risked your lives and all your earthly belongings. and you'll bear scars for the rest of your life. You're men and women of courage, heroes who have devoted a lifetime to struggle for God's greatest gift, for freedom. And for that, I can only say I'm honored to be here with you today, and I'll be proud to stand by you always. Today, the goals of our foreign policy are the same as they have been for the last 4 decades. We stand against totalitarianism, particularly imperialist, expansionist totalitarianism. We are for democracy and human rights, and we are for a worldwide prosperity that only free economies can give, and the pursuit of human happiness that only political freedom allows. Tyrants tyrannize because that's what they do for a living. But the ungodly force called tyranny still cannot rid the human soul of its freedom, no matter how hard it may try. Tyrants can defy the benefits of, or deny the benefits, I should say, of freedom to their peoples, can kill freedom by killing free people. But freedom itself they cannot have. For one thing, people like you won't allow it, nor will that higher being allow it. Our greatest freedom, the freedom to choose right from wrong, cannot be willed away by the tyrants. For God has given all humankind the gift of knowing right from wrong and the responsibility to choose between them. This, my friends, is the essence of freedom, that we follow the biblical admonition, I have set before you life and death, therefore choose life. That tyranny is a parasite that saps the strength of a nation in its sway, that like those who lived under Macbeth's tyranny, the tyrannized millions will ever cry out. Our country sinks beneath the yoke. It weeps, it bleeds, and each new day a gash is added to her wounds. Tyranny fails. Freedom works. These facts, so little accepted only a decade ago, are now indisputable. To all those trapped in tyranny, wherever they may be, let us speak with one voice, not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans, saying, you are not alone. Your dreams are not in vain. Hold on to your dreams, because the tide of the future is a freedom tide, and totalitarianism cannot hold it back.
All right. Just getting warmed up. Thomas, good to you. Texas, how's it going? And Angelo, um, go ahead.
Good, good. Yeah, I can talk. How you doing, Matt? Oh, thanks. Hello.
You have a little bit of background noise there when you open up your mic.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, things are well. Just been busy and whatnot. Um, so yeah. Thomas, how you doing, man?
I'm excited today. Very, very excited today.
Yeah, I saw the good news.
Did you also hear that Henry McMaster is going to be joining Trump in New Hampshire as well tonight, I think?
Yeah, the governor is definitely a very, very pro-Trump individual. So it's exciting to see my state, finally starting to stand up for President Trump and realize that this is who we need to stand by as a state. We need to back and support President Trump 100%.
100%.
So, Thomas, you said that they reached out to you and actually, like by phone or email, or what happened? Who are you in contact with, and what exactly, what's the path forward that you're doing with them?
Yeah, so they actually just called me on the phone about 5 minutes before I made that post. The team called me and explained who they were, and they knew who I was, what my name was, where I lived, and explained that they were standing up South Carolina, and asked me if I would be willing to join the team and, essentially go out and um, knock on doors, meet with individuals in my community, talk with them, and essentially rally for President Trump before the primaries here in South Carolina on the 25th. So it was very exciting to hear. I was very honored that they called me, and obviously the first things out of my mouth was yes, absolutely, I'm there 100% for you guys. So it was great. It was really really nice to get that phone call.
I'm just trying to get some invites out and stuff. I see Ruben's in the house. Ruben, definitely wanted to talk to you. I haven't spoken to you in a while. If you want to come up, and then I did invite Laverne into the room. I hope she'll come by as well. But definitely wanted to talk to you and talk about what's going on in your neck of the woods. So, the other day I talked to candidates a lot, and I was talking to a young man, ABG, who's he's running out here in California State Assembly. Not necessarily a congressman, not necessarily a senator, but still he's fighting for California, and I'm finding it fascinating that there's a lot more Gen Z right now than ever that are standing up for California. And it's interesting to me because, we have these situations where there are on the outskirts of large cities, most of the people are predominantly voting red. But then you have these large areas, large cities that are Democrat controlled by the Democratic Party, and they're just hellholes. I mean, they're literally hellholes. You see impoverished people, you see drugs, you see crime. I mean, it's just out of control. Now, of course, you could say, well, it's the population. It's just a symptom of what you're in. But it's actually, the responsibility of these people that are managing the cities to keep them clean, keep them safe. We saw the defund the police mechanism in place. We've seen the riots, all that stuff. But what Sean and I have been discussing lately is kind of like the creation of a perfect storm. We see the immigration going out of control, legal immigration out of control. We got a bunch of American citizens that are being disenfranchised. We have a program that's going to basically run us into the ground quickly. And at some point, it's going to come to a breaking point, and we've already seen that with people going down to the border, which, American citizens are basically stepping up where the federal government has failed or the state has failed. So somebody's failing these people, failing us. But I was having a conversation with Reverend Tim and some other people, and a lot of what Reverend Tim laid down, we were talking about bridging the gap between Black American voters and the Republican Party, and also helping them see helping citizens see that they're being disenfranchised by the other party, and bringing those independent voters to the table. And some of the things that Reverend Tim and I talked about was the term. We broke down some of the biggest arguments. Okay, the very first one is MAGA, right? If the MAGA movement, the term, the acronym is being used, it's being turned and weaponized against MAGA or the people that want to make America great again. And there's a part in that statement that is adverse to a lot of people. It's the again part. The again part is one of the biggest arguments that I've heard in spaces, is that what you want to make it great again, when it was like, when in the past would you like to make America like again? And my initial answers were, well, we've been prosperous. We've had hard times and good times throughout the history of the United States. At every different incremental time when we've been at our lowest, of course, everybody wants to return to the prosperity they experienced right before that time, before they fell and before the country started to struggle. And so as we go through these cyclical waves of struggle, recovery, the term again goes back in time instead of going forward. And so bridging the gap is making America great always. Striving for greatness from this point on, making changes from this point on, and striving for greatness now and forever, in the future, looking forward, might bridge that gap a little better than focusing on, again, because a lot of people have a problem with it. These are just psychological breakdowns in the conversation. These are just my reflections of what I've experienced. The other aspect to making America great again, or that MAGA movement to me, is making an alliance with God again. Every single candidate has heard me maybe say this before, but for people that might hear this recording later, every single person that I've worked with that is doing this work has God in their heart. They were called by God to do this. They love Americans. They love citizens. They love everybody in this country, and they just want this country to be great. So, and I think that they're called by God to do this work. So there's that. And then there's the next version, America First, which calls on people to be centered on America as being the only sole thing. But what's in America? America is a place on the map, but it's a great country, but it's filled with Americans. And so being American first, or America first, it's more of a mission to be Americans first, citizens first, those that occupy and are true citizens of this country first. So some of these arguments, and I'd love to hear from Ruben. And Ruben, I want to dive into what you shared, and it's great to have you, sir. Please jump in on what you feel would help bridge this gap, or maybe you want to talk about something else. I just was opening up a conversation. Please.
Well, I want to thank you for giving me this time. Just to give a formal introduction, my name is Ruben Young. I'm a candidate. This is my second time taking on Debbie Wasserman Schultz here in Florida Congressional District 25. I've been involved in this process since I was 28 years old, when my eyes first started opening. So I've been around. I've seen a lot of different changes. I've seen a lot of the different swings in this country. I've seen it when it was good. I've seen it when it was bad in my lifetime. And the things that I've read about America. So the thing that I posted was giving an opinion on what I believe is part of the problem. You identified some of the things that you was talking about, what America means or what MAGA means. But I'm 62 years old now, so I know that there's always some type of renaissance, something that make me think about the way things used to be before it started got convoluted with a lot of different values and a lot of different beliefs. I think that America is something that we all can agree on. America and the land that we hold dear, hold true, things that we find to be valuable, things that we find to be traditionally, supportive of our beliefs here in America, what we all can agree to as Americans. And I think that's what part of the problem. We're not all in line, and we're not all looking forward towards the mission. You mentioned that, so I agree with that. It's a mission, it's a movement, it's something that we all can take hold on. But we have to do this, and we have to step in time together. We all have to be on the same page. America must be defined and must come by what we believe, like we did when the founding fathers put this together. We had a lot of minds at the helm in the very beginning, but somehow or another, through all the wars and all the different changes that we have gone through, we're out of line what America means to a lot of us. And when you talk about MAGA and you say the things that would take me back, then that's I think that's where the conversations begin. I think that's our conversations about what the interpretation of what America is. If we are not all in line with what America is, what America means, what mega is, what mega means to us, we can come up with any type of acronyms that we want. But when I hear the words "Make America Great Again," I know for a fact that I remember how America was when I was a boy, and I do know that America is completely different now. And whether that's because we allow people in these positions of power that don't have the real understanding, the real meaning, the real interpretation of what America is and what America can be for the present as well as the future, we lose the message, get lost. And America, is land. It's land that we all hold dear. It's land that we all have boarded off to represent those things that traditionally that we can agree on. So I think right now, where I stand and how I see this, if we can get people in positions that love the rule of law, love the things that our Constitution have laid out for us as American, love the fact that we are citizens of one of the greatest countries of all times, and come into an agreement, because you got a lot of different people from a lot of different places here now, and so the meshing is they have not all bought into what the real definition of what America means or what America stands for, because everybody's still holding the truth of the things that they believe in and the things that they value from wherever they come from. But it's the meshing of how we bring all these particles together, as you started out in your conversation. How do we do that as Americans? And I think that's where the breakdown. So we got to come back into alignment. I'm in this because of God. Like you said, I believe that God had me on a mission. I don't care what anybody think about me. I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission to try to save this country for the future of Americans coming behind me, because I'm not here to stay. I'm just here to make a difference. And sometimes making a difference, people are not always going to understand why you do what you do, but we do those things because of that internal God-like mission that we all have in us. So I've been on this journey a long time, my brothers. I've been a part of the election fraud fight since I was 28 years old, since they stole a seat from me in Miami-Dade County. I was trying to make history at the time, back in the 1989, 1990. And because of that one stolen election, I've been fighting to try to make this place a better place. So, I want to appreciate you all. Thank you all for doing what you do, because we're all winners. We're all heroes, because we're all putting it on the line to make this country a better place. Thank you very much.
Well, Ruben, I love it when you come in and you talk, and I would love to sit down with you and also Reverend Tim and other people, and have these conversations in a more, podcast-like manner, but these spaces are the place, man. This is where I want the candidates to come and speak to their constituents. Start now, because you are our representatives now. Let's put it this way: whether a candidate wins or loses, they are literally stepping up as of the moment they start this journey to speak for the people, and they are powerful. Even before they're in office, they are making an impact. They're going out, they're literally talking to citizens, spreading the word and the message, and it's a powerful word and message. And Ruben, man, I just thank you so much for spending time with us today. It means so much when the candidates actually come in and we can do this. And if we do this, we can generate some energy and we'll get some people up here to talk. But I'm going to give people a chance. I'm going to let people know right away. I'll give people a chance to come up and speak. When I do, we're vulnerable. We really appreciate people that come in to speak. And I want to hear from people I've never talked to before. But if anything gets out of control, you're just going to be removed without another warning, because we're here to talk about serious issues. So there's a big push to remove the machines in voting poll places and voting locations, And California has been doing this. There's a lot of Dominion machines. You can call them. There are a lot of different names for these machines, but these voting machines. And I'm wondering, what other candidates could be doing to actually get these machines also removed, returning to the proper way that we should be voting, which is let's try to fight back and make sure that we go back to the way it was, where, I understand different arguments for why you would allow mail-in voting, but honestly, the machines at the locations have been doing weird things. We've seen evidence of it, and the problem is people feel disenfranchised and they feel like, there's just no point. I hear that a lot in California. I hear that a lot in certain states where they're being held hostage by these larger cities, and they can't really get a voice, especially in California. But it's like, when we talk about these things, we got to get people to register to vote, because, only 50% of Californians actually registered to vote, and an even smaller amount actually did vote. So it's, I don't know how, Ruben, how you've been dealing with your area and how you've been, really approaching this, and what you think about, the machines and the system that we're up against. Early vote action, we love Scott Pressler and what he does. There's two arguments there. There's two things there, not even arguments. There's two parts to what he's doing. He's registering people to vote. He's focusing on the battleground states, and but there's also the early vote mail-in method, which is what, it's like these are the rules. Let's beat them at their own game, or let's play the game better with the rules we have, and then we'll change it later when we can. But I've been arguing, it's like, well, if we know the machines don't work and we had all these problems in the first place, we need to just stop them. We need to just say, you cannot show us proof that this is an infallible system. It's fallible. It's not working correctly. Why even participate? Why even allow them to be used? And do you know of any fight going on where you are, Ruben, and any ground that's been gained against maybe the machines used?
Okay, so I think in 2020, let's go back to the Clintons. In 2010, Bill Clinton approved saw a system that he thought would be a benefit to Hillary Clinton against Barack Obama, and that's when he was introduced to the Dominion voting. And so he brought that crooked system because he knew that it was the way it was set up. It was full of corruption. Was full to steal elections from good people. They've been doing that forever. I've seen it. I've seen how they change when the votes, because we now have these supervisors of elections as middle people. They're now in the middle. The mainframe, the main computers up there in our state, but the local elected officials, supervisor elected officials, they have to upload the data to the mainframe. And our the supervisor of the Division of Election named Maria Matthews, she approved for the state of Florida to every supervisor of election person. She approved them to purchase that machine for their county, knowing full well that machine was full of corruption. I think the first time we used it was Governor Rick Scott. I think that was back in 2016 when we had that big debacle, and we had Brenda Snipes at the helm, and she was pleading that she had nothing to do with the election, but it was that crooked machine called Dominion. I have received letters or the communications where she was coached these governors. She didn't give them all the information. I'm talking about Marie Matthews. She didn't give them all the information, so they signed up on approving that crooked machinery for part of our voting. And the thing about it, the states are responsible. They're responsible for the elections. Elected officials are responsible for our elections in the state of Florida because it's in our state constitution. Our state constitution addresses that. It gives our division of election the rights and obligation of responsibility to ensure that we have Florida elections. But when you have Democrats at the helm, like a Maria Matthews, who's also part of the Fair Election Commission, where they get a chance to also make recommendations of what systems or what voting system we should partake in. You got folks at the helm of something that they know commit fraud. Now I'm against, and I've been advocating for it forever, that we don't need middlemen. If we're going to have partisan supervisor of election personnel, whereas they supposed to be nonpartisan, but they take on here in Florida, they take on partisanship. They turned a lot of our state constitutional positions into partisan positions. You know, in our state, federal elections are supposed to be controlled by the Congress. According, if you look at the Constitution, these things are controlled by the Congress. But they elicit the help and support of our states to help them with congressional elections. So our state put in place these machineries or these ways of stealing elections from our congressional personnel. State elections and federal elections are supposed to be separated and apart from municipal or local election. Mail-in ballots, if you look at the true definition, you said something earlier about definition. If you look at the true definition of a mail-in ballot in our state says this: I'm not going to be here, or there's something going on that I don't want to be exposed to at a local precinct, so I will seek permission to mail in my ballot. You don't seek permission to get a ballot that you say that you need to mail in because of whatever the reason, the definition, and then you fill that ballot and then you take it down to the precinct. That's the wrong definition of a mail-in ballot. Absentee ballot. I'm not going to be in the state. I'm going to be in the Bahamas enjoying a vacation. Overseas, part of the military. So I want to mail in. I want an absentee ballot because we're going to be absent. You see the definition, and these definitions are not in our state constitution. So why are we using this? How did we get here? Well, we got it because now, you know, we got a lot of people playing roles in front of the scene, behind the scene. I've been following this corruption for so long. I've documented it. I filed charges against it. The state never takes action. I've built up a reputation that I talk about and point out everything in this state when that's come to our elections. And now they have gotten to the point they don't even do anything as far as enforcing our elections. They allow this fraud in the state of Florida. They allow this fraud. Then they get on television and say that Florida has some of the best elections ever run. That is a bold-faced lie. A lot of the American First candidates was cheated with the Dominion system. I was watching the television. I saw when the votes changed. I saw the shift in the votes right before my eyes. I don't know if anyone else was paying that close attention, but I do know that we had nothing but fraud that kept a lot of people. And when I say American First, I'm talking about people that's going to go up to Congress and do the right thing for America, do the right thing for our borders, do the right thing for our families and everything else. I put in America first. That's my definition of American, obeying the laws and stuff like that. But you have people that's in these positions that all they're out for is either a name for themselves or they want the recognition for themselves. They care nothing about enforcement. They care nothing about our laws. They care nothing about our duties, our obligation to each other. They care nothing about that. So we're here today because we have people like Maria Matthews, who's the Division of Elections at the helm of our elections, a very partisan young woman. I've talked to her many times over the years, and she cares nothing about making sure that our elections are safe and secure. They say that on the website. They say that on these local supervisor election sites. But let me tell you something. These local supervisor elections, these partisan local supervisor elections, they are engaging in the fraud. If they're not going to do the job that the law requires them to do, then we need to get rid of these positions. We don't need them. We don't need these middlemen to continue to steal these elections from good quality candidates like they have done over the years, which got me on this journey. Let's try to figure out how do we bring this thing to an end. So the Dominion voting machine was brought on by Bill Clinton in this country. He did a lot of stuff like he did when he was the Arkansas governor. He was full of corruption then, and he's working behind the scenes, and he's full of corruption now. So my thing of the Dominion voting machine, we need 1 day of voting. We don't need early voting. That needs to go. It gives well-financed campaigns the rights to outdo their opponents because their finances are there. Republican candidates all over the country. We need to be running like a pack of wolves. We can share resources. We can beat them at their own game. We can play this game a lot better. I'm not going to do fraud. I'm not going to do the steal. Anything against the law, I'm not going to do, because I know when it comes to me versus somebody else, they're looking for an opportunity to put me away, and I'm not going to give myself to them that way. But we can run and share resources across this country, my brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to let Kevin go, and then I just want to welcome James Bradley to the floor. He's joining us. And Kevin, why don't you go while James transitions up?
Well, I live in Florida, and I've been living in this place that I'm in now with my wife for over 2 years now. And I just got a voter registration card sent to the previous resident here, who I'm sure is a Democrat voter. I don't live in a real great neighborhood, and all my neighbors are, I guarantee you, Democrats. So I think, they're probably mailing out ballots or mailing out actual voter IDs to the Democrats that are on the registration list. So you got to clean up these voter rolls every election. You can't let them linger on. You can't let them go for 10, 20 years without being cleaned up. That's why we had so many damn dead voters voting in Arizona and Pennsylvania and Florida. Florida's elections are corrupt in certain areas. Where I live, they're watched over pretty good. Well, I live in Trump country too, so. But where it's not, in some of the Miami-Dade and places like that, there's a lot of corruption still, and up in Tallahassee, there's a lot of corruption. So you really got to do what you can to try to clean it up. But you get something like this, you got to report it. I'm going to report it on Monday. That you got voter registration cards going out to people that are not even at these addresses. So red flag, red flag. And they're going to try to cheat. That's all there is to it, folks. They're going to try to cheat, and we've got to try to stop them. But one way of doing that is getting out there, and every America First, every patriot, every veteran, everybody that voted 75 million strong plus in 2020 gets out there in this primary and puts Donald Trump back in office. It's time to clean up Washington. It's time to clean up this corruption. If we don't step it up, if we don't get involved, we're not going to do it.
Yes, yes. Thank you, Kevin. And we're beginning to gather some people in Florida and doing some more communication and work out there. We've been connecting with different organizations in different states, different candidates, of course, across the nation, and really that's what we're bringing together. But I just want to welcome Dylan to the floor. Dylan is a really dynamic young man. I'm sure most of us have heard him speaking. I've also invited some other young conservative Republicans to the room. Hopefully they'll join us too. Dylan, just wanted to say good afternoon to you, sir. How are you today?
I'm very good. Thank you for the introduction, MAGA. And it's a great space to see a bunch of my good friends in here, and it's going to be a good space. So Trump is obviously in New Hampshire today. He's given a big speech here. I don't know if we're all going to listen to that, but I just wanted to announce that, and I appreciate you guys having me in here.
Yeah, Dylan, I keep emailing Trump's team to tell him Saturday during this time is my time. And he keeps doing it. He keeps rallying regardless. But I love him for it, and I definitely want to hear what he has to say. He's always dynamic. I got to spend time in front of him, about 30 feet in front of him, and he graced the audience with the story of the snake. He talked about the Green New Deal and the sham of the electric cars and everything. His speech right now, what he's sharing is so on point and so great. And I was right there in front of him. It was so great to be that close to the man. So it was a wonderful rally, and it's such great energy.
He's President Trump is a very great person, very courageous individual. I forgot what I was going to say on the last part, but it's I'll probably think of it some other time. I see that we have Jesus or um, Jesus or Jesus. I don't know. I get mixed up with these names.
No, it's okay. I'll call on
Mhm.
him. I'll call on him in a second. Jesus, please hang back. So we were talking about the machines, and really, when I'm saying rage against the Dominion machines, it's really raging against the machine. There is a machine larger than just the Dominion machines at foot here. We're in the middle of a complete and total national issue. The mechanisms, the cogs, the wheels that are turning to change America forever were put into motion, and some of these plans are long laid out plans, 50-year plans. There's been plans that are implemented over 100 years, but this one had a timeline and it had a deadline, and Trump really derailed the plan from continuing to completion, and basically stealing from Americans their freedoms with things like convenience and security. Offering convenience and security to Americans just keeps whittling us down and boxing us in. We've traded our freedoms for security and safety. We've traded our freedoms in our own voting system, to actually have our votes be counted properly and have the system work. So, look, let's open up to Jesus. Please join us. Welcome.
Hey, I'm glad it's at the beginning. So I put something in the comments there as a slogan that I've been working on to figure out how to get people in democratic cities to actually vote against what they've been voting for so many years, as opposed to trying to convince them all the different great candidates you have on the other side that might be considered. Anyway, I just said in 2024, vote your conscience while remembering who is giving your money to the stampede of migrants. That little phrase there. And I figure that phrase really, really captures what would turn a Democrat or a person who's thinking about moving from the Democrats or independents towards the voting for the right, because they're getting super annoyed in the cities, in the urban areas. And to be honest, the Republicans have zero candidates normally in any mayor election, like where I'm from in a blue state in the center of North Jersey. And I do a lot of outreach in the middle of the inner city. So my conservative church, just barely outside the city, does outreach in the city. And in the city, our friends that we would work with, even all the Christians, are going to be Democrats, because there is only one party in the city. So the only thing I could do is say that when they look at the machine and the ballot or whatever, they're going to look down that column to tell them, vote the conscience. Don't just vote the party line. Just go down that machine, because I know you have to vote for a Democrat mayor. You have no choice but you're going to come to the bottom of that thing there. Go over to the right and tick Trump or whoever makes the ballot that year, who's not so in favor of giving all your money to the migrants. Because right now the border issue is the massive issue that's irritating them like crazy. And although we have a million other points that we can talk to ourselves about all the time, that one point is probably a bigger spear than a splinter. It's like a massive spear in the side of people who live in inner city areas. And I think it needs to be done, because in democratic cities, everybody's registered Democrat. That's all it is. The Republicans don't even get in there very well and do anything. They don't even have a candidate normally. So normally, the president of the United States is riding on the coattails of the mayoral candidate. And the mayoral candidates are all different Democrats who just want control in the city because they get the grant money coming in that they can spend on all their cousins and relatives who are doing all kinds of little cherry deals on properties in small areas of the city, little development projects that they have. So you realize that even my friends who vote Democrat, they need grant money to run their, you know, outreaches in the prisons, or their outreaches to the poor, or the outreaches to the homeless, the outreaches to the prostitutes, the outreaches to the drug addicts. They get a lot of government money for drug addicts. You can't be labeled Republican in a city where the mayors are always going to be Democrats. So I don't know if Republicans ever think that way. Why is it they get so many votes out of those cities? And then I'll also tell you honestly, I know for a fact from sitting at the table, so it's still hearsay evidence, but I sit at tables with Democrats, and you hear them tell stories how somebody's got a bus and they're going to drive all the homeless around to every ward, and that homeless person is going to walk in and out of every ward's voting station and vote like multiple times in the election for whoever gave them a whatever
an incentive to
card.
do so.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's pause there for a second. Okay, I got to call it back to everybody that's come to join us today. I just want to thank you for coming in to listen. Please retweet the space if you can, because we're going to have candidates coming in here from all across America to speak. We got Jay Curtis from Texas, James Bradley from California, Thomas D. Murphy from South Carolina, and we'll have some more coming in through here. And what we're talking about, the big picture here, is the controls that are coming that we've sacrificed our freedoms and security for. And our voice as a voter, that is the power of the citizens. If you are disenfranchised from that one power that the citizen has, everything's lost. So we need to regain this power. And I've been arguing, hey, if we know the machines don't work, and we have all this election and all these questions that makes the people feel like, hey, something's wrong here. It's disenfranchising voters, because then they feel like it doesn't matter if they vote. So in essence, you are completely breaking down the system, and you're disenfranchising the voices of American citizens. And so every county, everybody that can stop the machines and go back to basically one-day voting, paper ballots, whatever it takes, pull it back to when things were working the way they should before we started to try and automate everything. So raging against the machine, the automation of Americans goes all the way. It's going to go all the way to everything you buy, everything you do. It'll be automated, and the small businesses will close. And pretty soon, you're just going to be in your house ordering everything from your house. It'll be too expensive for you to go to a store. The store was looted anyways. It couldn't stay open. What do we end up with? A Costco in every 15-mile radius or less? I mean, a depot where everybody goes and buys stuff, or a depot that basically delivers to your house, and it's just too expensive to go. It doesn't make any sense. It takes too long. It's too crowded. It's too dangerous. They're whittling everybody into a box, a cubicle, which is your domicile or wherever you reside, and eventually it just gets smaller and smaller. So we got to fight back against all of these automated machines. It doesn't even matter if it's voting. It doesn't matter if it's the burger joint. It doesn't matter if it's a truck. It doesn't matter if it's what machine is going to be disenfranchising you next of a job or something else. So there's so much to this. It's much deeper than just the Dominion machines, but we got to secure the Americans' voice and their vote. Dylan, jump back in, and then let's welcome Jay to the floor.
I'm going to speak one more thing on election integrity, then I have to leave. But I wanted to say, guys, too, in these areas like Chicago, New York, California, even, the only way we're going to save our elections is if we get involved and we flood the system on election day. That's the only way we're going to do it. So I'm saying, what's a way, like, we should all be getting involved and doing our part to make sure this fraudulent stuff never happens. So I'm saying the only way we're going to stop this is if we get involved and vote like your life depends on it on election day, because early voting and mail-in voting is so fraudulent. A lot of things happen. I mean, think of it. Like, if you cannot trust the mailing system with a check, why should you trust it with your sacred vote? It just like should make sense to all of us here that we should be voting on election day, and we should all get involved to make sure these things never happen, and bring a group of friends or however many people you can out to vote for President Trump or anybody, or an America First Republican on election day. So that's my 2 cents.
Yes, Dylan, you just hit the nail on the head right there. I'm encouraging people to make it an event, make it some reason for you to, hey, we get together to just have a few drinks. Why don't you get together a bunch of people to have a barbecue or whatever, or have a luncheon afterwards, whatever. Get together as a group,
Do
like
whatever
Dylan
it
said.
takes.
Yeah, whatever it takes to bring your community together. I don't care if you're a precinct committeeman or if you're just have a neighborhood of friends and you just know them. Get together with everybody you can to go down there and vote together in unison. That's a great message, Dylan, and that's true. And then also, we've been talking about Votify Now. Votify Now is partnered with MAGA Mission as an affiliate, and I really encourage people to download Votify Now and have it with you on an election day or when you do go to vote, so that if you see anything going on, you can report it in real time. The data is admissible in a court of law, so it's important. If anything is to go on, any more shenanigans, it puts the power in the citizen's hand to take a video, to document it and put it up for the world to see within 30 seconds. So, and then that data can be used and collected. So it's really vital. I can't express it enough. If you're a precinct committeeman, if you're running for office, I don't care what you're doing. Just spread the word for people to just get the app and give it a shot. What do you have to lose? What do you have to lose but your elections, right? No big deal, right?
Well, thank you, Mag. I'm gonna go here. I appreciate you guys.
Oh, dude, God bless you, brother. No problem. And it's great to have you, Dylan. We support you 100%. Go ahead, bud. Did you want to? Okay, he's going to cut out. We got Ashley Ramos in the room, and we got some other people. Let's go to Jay, and then we'll keep moving here.
Hey,
What's
how are
up,
you
Jay?
today? Um, just wanted to say a little bit, a couple of things about the automation at Walmart here in Palestine, Texas, where I'm at. And we had a whole bunch of checkers that were taken out for the machines. Well, I talked to a lady about a week ago, and she said people have been raising so much cane about it, they're going to put them back in because they weren't happy with them. So I think if enough people uh, do something about it, I think that that'll at least slow it down or discourage it. Um, about voting machines and voting, we have a system here that's kind of interesting. We have a machine, but what it does is it marks your choices on the ballot, that it spits the ballot out, and then it um, anyway, it marks the ballot, and then you take the ballot, you look at what's on there to make sure it's correct, then you put it in a box, and it tallies it electrically, but they still have the box and the ballots if there's a problem.
Yeah, look, getting out to register people to vote is the first part of the equation. You got to get people in your state to
Well, you're
register
right
to
about
vote.
that. Oh, by the way, when you talk about getting people together, this is Texas. We get together for any reason.
Oh, that's easy. Well, we're going to have MAGA stock, and I hope you're there, Jay. It's going to be towards the end of May, beginning maybe on the cusp of June in Texas. We're going to pick a spot in the middle on a beautiful area and have a great time. We're going to have learning about things and then also celebrating the wins of people possibly at that time, and then doing some live streaming of the event. It should be really cool, and I hope you can be there. I'm picking Texas because we got a lot of people in Texas, and it's right in the middle of the country,
Now,
so I
let me
think
warn you
it'd be a
about
good
something.
spot.
I don't know if you've been in Texas in the summertime. In May, it could be over 100 degrees. So just keep that in mind. It better be an indoor thing.
Yeah. Oh, we're trying to time it to where it's not where it gets too hot. So we might shift the date depending.
March,
I
March,
understand. You never know.
March.
March.
anything later than that, say from April all the way through October, it's probably going to be hot.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah, we're trying to plot it out ahead. We're going to have some food and some music and some other things. We'll have to get some amenities together if we
right.
do it for sure.
Well, that'll work. Well, I'll let you get on with the other people that want to speak, but I just wanted to kind of put that in there.
Well, I want you to hang out. I mean, if you can, a lot of people are busy, but hang out if you can, and we'll keep talking about stuff
Okay.
because it's not conversation. We're just getting warmed
All
up.
right.
Um, yeah, I hope to see Ryan Zink and Jeff Zink in the room as well.
Okay.
Hopefully they'll stop by. Jeff has been super busy. Christopher.
Hey, thanks for having me up. I appreciate it. I came in, I saw James in here, and we've interacted a little bit. So was curious. I wanted the title of the room. I just wanted to understand what's the premise here. Rage Against the Dominion Machines. I came in a little bit late.
Well, it's raging against the machine, any mechanism that's trying to subvert Americans or change America forever. We know that there's things that people are doing to hurt America and its citizens. So it's not just about the Dominion machines. I put Dominion in there, but it's really a rage against the machine, the machines, the automation. There's so many things going on where we're trading for convenience, we're trading our security, we're trading things for the automation of anything and everything. But it's open topic, Christopher, too. So if you wanted to address James, he's up here and he's got his hand up. So let's say hi to James.
Well, hello, my patriot brothers and sisters out there. James Bradley, running for the United States Senate here in California. And I can weigh in on the Dominion as well as the machines in general. I started a lawsuit with the Election Integrity Project in the heels of the 2020 election, where we saw an enormous amount of irregularities. And so the status of that particular case, we're in the Court of Appeals, Ninth Circuit Court. It's going to be heard um, this February 5th with anticipation of it going favorable. And what we're challenging, we kind of reframed our election lawsuit as a civil rights constitutional lawsuit, disenfranchising those that prefer to vote in person. And now, as you know, they're sending out in the state of California, everyone gets a ballot via mail. So you made some very good comments in the beginning, MAGA mission, that we want to vote in person. That is always the preference. And there's a process in which you can surrender your ballot, get the ones so you can actually have that submitted the same day and counted the same day. But if you do mail it in, that's really considered and handled like a provisional and or absentee ballot, usually counted last in some cases. But back to the machines, we had a big win in Shasta County, Northern California, where the Board of Supervisors voted to get rid of the Dominion machines and go back to hand counting. They did a full on analysis, felt it was more effective. The results were probably within 3 days. So, California, we have what they call an election season. The ballots are mailed out 30 days prior to the election, and the date of the election this year is March 5th. Then they have 30 days to do what they call the canvassing, the collection and processing of all those ballots. And as you know, in all the other states, that's the time in which there's a lot of up and down movement, usually favoring the Socialist Democrats here in California. So just to point out, that we've had some major wins. We're using the same approach, going county by county. LA County is really where the elections are determined because we have more registered Republicans in the county of Los Angeles than we do in many states. So we're on it. We're doing the activation. It's called Precinct Activate, where Terry Raposa, which was part of the team of successfully getting rid of the Dominion machines up in Shasta County, he's going around with me and Luis Solomon, training each of the counties, creating precinct activators to go in and speak with the Board of Supervisors, demand that they change out or decertify those Dominion machines and Smartmatic and such, which basically the same. So, in other words, we're doing everything we can at that level, addressing the technology. So, when you mention machines, you're spot on. It's just not the Dominion machines. Smartmatic, it's Diebold, it's all the technology uh, that we're using currently. The other aspects of voting back your vote, and that's you made a very telling statement early on, is that this your vote puts you in the same position as a billionaire. You have the same weighted value of a billionaire when you vote. And to give that over to apathy or indifference, thinking that your vote doesn't count, is you're really kind of stepping back and giving into uh, what we're fighting. So I'd say don't be indifferent, don't be apathetic. Please let your vote be seen and counted, because that's the most important thing that you can do as a citizen of the United States is cast a vote. And so, with that said, there's other techniques that we're deploying currently to clean up our elections here in the state of California. So we have honest elections and transparent. But that's the one of the many. I want to share that with you. February 5th is where they're hearing in the Ninth Circuit Court. Hopefully, have some great news for you there, where we can quickly go into our forensic discovery of these machines. And then when that happens, well, I tell you, you're going to see some fireworks. So I'll land it there and open it for any questions.
Yeah, James, the reason why I like pulling in everybody from every state is so that the techniques and the tactics can be picked up and used, whether it's a boilerplate premise, there's a premise, there's evidence, and then there's the what the action item is and what needs to be done. And I think that just, like you said, you're reaching out to all the county by county, reaching out to those areas and making sure that they're educated and understand how to do it. And that's really what people need, is they need step-by-step instructions. But if anybody's interested in finding out more information, magamission.org, it's on the homepage, and that you can find information about what James was talking about. At least it'll bring you to the California Precinct Activation team and some of their affiliates if you're in California. So that's good. And yeah, please stay with us, James, if you can. I know you get phone calls. You're a busy man. Everybody, I got to welcome Ashley to the floor. She's a Legacy MAGA mission speaker. So Ashley, how are you doing this afternoon?
I am great. I'm still in DC. We'll be back in Chicago tomorrow. But it's super cold right now. So we came in early and it gave me an opportunity to come on and, come into this space, which I very much appreciate because, listening to, people who are actively starting to take an interest in getting rid of these machines is fantastic. But I wanted to also bring up another aspect. So, one of the things that, because we're having such a hard time in the state of Illinois, even bringing up the question of fighting these machines, it's almost become like a guerrilla warfare against it. And some of the tactics that are being used now are getting so, unfortunately, the Republican Party isn't really good at being as supportive as they should. So, we actually have non Republican committeemen or advocates of the Republican Party, but these people are Republicans, adding in incentives like paying extra to get people to go and be election judges and monitoring at the voting polls just to get people to do it, because it's so hard to get good Republican people to go do this because we work, life happens. So they're actually trying to push for that. And the other thing is buses. So after listening to Scott Pressler, there were people in the Chicago area that got really interested in not just registering voters, but also making sure that we were incentivizing people to get to the polls. So now this election cycle for the general, there are different areas that are within my district that there are supposed to be actual bus routes that are going to be created and people will know about. So if they cannot, for some other reason, get to the polls, they have an opportunity to take these buses, call for car rides, do other things. So the other thing, last thing I promise that I want to mention is that anybody who's watching, if you are a poll watcher or an election judge, save the tally tapes. We actually caught a lot of fraud last time because the tally tapes that got produced and were held said one thing, and then the later results that they sent in officially to the state were different, and they got caught that way. So tally tapes can actually be very important if you have to use those machines.
Can you post that to the top? I'd love to see that. I live in Chicago, so I'm very curious.
Oh, great. Hi, Chris. What part did you want me to put
The
up?
specific, the tally, like I want to see that evidence. That's like really important.
Yeah, and all of this stuff, anybody has something, please put it down in the comments section.
Put it up top.
And then just let me finish, Chris. So put it stays forever in the comment section, so it doesn't go away. Please start out in the comment section, then we'll bring it up to the top. And that's how it will stay in the comments and people can see it later. That's why I said that, Chris. Did you want to, Christopher, you got excited there. Did you want to jump in and respond to what James Bradley said? Because you called him up and you addressed him directly.
Yes, for sure. I live in Chicago, and also it was interesting hearing. Sorry, I think it was Ashley. Just on a side note, Ashley, I wrote an open letter to our mayor right after he got elected. I don't know if you saw it in Cranes, but I'm pretty worried about what's happening with our local political situation, and so I'm now having to get involved with it in a way that I don't really want to. But we're working on something stealthy right now that may be of interest to you, because this is just we're flying the plane into the ground locally here, and that's a concern for me as a early stage tech investor. But so I want to preface this comment because I'm trying to learn and keep an open mind here. I'm not in MAGA. I'm not left or right or anything. I'm a very centrist independent. But my understanding with the voting machines is this was all made up because it was like litigated already with Fox News, and they didn't want this to go to court. They settled for like $700-800 million or something. So I'm trying to understand what is the part of this that is what is the basis, the premise?
The day of voting, there were people that could not vote because the machines failed. That's one aspect of it. So you had people that were disenfranchised that way, that maybe just were discouraged or they couldn't vote. But there's so many other aspects to this. First of all, some of the machines were uncertifiable or not certified as operating correctly. There were firewalls that were impeding the machine's ability to function properly, that were circumvented or put into action even when the person that was trying to certify the machines is operating correctly. This discussion has been going on for years. So at this point, I hear what you're saying, that if it didn't get proved in a court of law, then it didn't happen. That's one argument that I've heard. If it hasn't been proven in a court of law, well, then technically the evidence wasn't enough to actually make a court case or to make a case. I've heard that argument. But just what I'm trying to say to you is the disenfranchised are the people that feel that the elections they did not go smoothly, that their vote was not counted, and we're fighting to make sure that the votes are counted by hand and that everybody's vote gets counted, and that we're not asking people to necessarily mail in early unless you absolutely cannot show up in person, where that just yields an absentee ballot. So, we want people to register to vote, but like someone else was saying, we got to get them to vote. So there's the first action is easy. You can go to magamission.org. There's a register to vote button there. There's also become a poll watcher, become a poll worker. So those are important actions. And then rallying people and friends to make an event out of it and have everybody go down in person in a group and then vote. So there's many facets to this. but the people feel as though there's something wrong with the elections. We saw issues in Georgia. We saw issues in Arizona. We've seen these issues. And so if the sentiment of the people is that they do not have faith in the system, they will not use it and then thus be disenfranchised.
Well,
Does that kind of wrap it up
yeah,
for
I mean,
you in a
I
bow?
totally agree. The bigger point though, and I think you bring up a really important point. If it wasn't proven in court, then it didn't happen. I'm mixed on that because money can always push. You can like look at how many times
That's not
Trump has.
my argument.
No,
That's
no,
not my
no.
argument.
It's
Yeah.
no. I get it, and I understand you're making the reference. That's not necessarily my point because if you've got enough money, you can tie shit up in court for. I mean, Trump is a really good example of that. Look how many things he's gotten out of because he's just tied things up in court forever. That is one of the cudgels that we use in life. Is if you've got endless financial resources, you can if you can't beat it, you can kind of outlast it, and so
Yeah.
that's certainly like a big part. But the bigger point that I was trying to get to is Fox News was so terrified of this going to court that they settled out of court at like $700 or $800 million. So
Right.
clearly they were saying things that they know is not provable, and so that's what I'm trying to understand. From they made a
That
business
might not be
decision.
that might not be the case. That might not be why they back down. Again, they're a business and they have sponsorships, they have advertisers, they have a lot of things at play. Let me just go back to the first thing you said, and then I'm going to go back to the other speakers in the room. You mentioned that you're not MAGA, you're in the middle of the road, and so I feel like the numbers are showing that most of the people in the middle right now that have removed themselves from a party declaration, those voters right there are vitally important. I didn't even get to that part yet. Your vote is vitally important to swing to the right side. On if it's policies, then gosh darn it, vote on the policies that you think are going to save America. But the independent vote is sitting there, and we need to bridge the gap. So when I say MAGA and you say I'm not MAGA, that's great. But what I want to tell you is it's not just about making America great again or all of the negatives, what MAGA's connotations bring. And I've talked with Reverend Tim about this. And really for us, for me personally, MAGA to me, and I don't know what it means to you because maybe the media made you feel something about the word MAGA. And this is why people hate it. I'm saying I want to make an alliance with God again, and I want to make America great always, always and forever moving forward. I'm not looking back. I'm not trying to bring us back to a past time of pain or prosperity. I'm looking forward to the future. So I hope you will look forward to the future with us and join the party. At least vote red and save the country, Christopher. I really hope you do the right thing. Let's go to James. I'm sorry, guys. I got to go to James. I know, Jesus, you're hanging on. Just please be patient, and maybe he's bouncing out.
Yeah, I'll make it really brief. And to Chris's point regarding Dominion, there's not been one case that they were able to get to the evidentiary process. So I always say this: what do you have to hide? What do you have to hide? People have questions. They've given up on any form of fair elections at this point. But here in the state of California, I could speak to that they don't allow us to review the most basic function within the election process. This technology should be for public display to make sure that there's a level of integrity and public information. This technology is what's determining the outcome of the elections and the future of our nation. So what do they have to hide? And as far as I know, of all the election lawsuits, most of which have been dismissed, is because of this coercion in the threats of suing them and destroying their lives. And I think that really played in partly, a large part, to why Fox settled out of court with that big one. But, it's all about technique at this point. It literally is. Technology is just one part of it. And by the way, Mag, I gave you a revised copy of what I sent you earlier of We Let My People Go. This is a video that just came out that digs into the whole election process, technology, and I can speak to the unconstitutional laws that have been written over the last 2 decades in the state of California that that really add to the confusion, the irregularities, and that makes it less transparent. But go ahead and post that for them, for they can click on. I think it's from Frank TV or something like that, that they're featuring that one video. It really did open my eyes. And I thought I knew a lot about elections. Trust me, I've been doing this since 2018, and I thought I knew a good part of it. But unfortunately, man, there's so much more that I didn't know. And this really, one video, this expose speaks to the technology. And I think that will answer a lot of your questions, Christopher.
Hey James, I don't know if Sean, I can't quite get it right now from where you sent it. If you could put it down in the comments section, just like as if you were sending it to me or anyone else. And we did listen to some of it. Sean might have an audio clip from it. We kind of tried to open it up. To your point, transparency. There should be no adversion or subversion of 100% transparency. No reason to hide anything. If everything's on the up and up, well, bring the receipts. It's all about the receipts, baby. Let's see them. I mean, what's the problem with that, right? And that's why everybody's having an issue, because of exactly what you said, that the evidence and things like that. But in Kerry Lake's case and also in Abraham's case, Votify Now, that data was actually seen as evidence. So that's why I'm expressing everybody to use Votify Now, because that data can be used if we have an issue in the future. We have to start working on this. If we don't, it's just going to keep going. And yeah, playing along is like some people say, well, let's play the game better, and it's like being complacent with it. We have to put our foot down in all of the counties and say, absolutely not. I'm not going to play along with this. This is completely off the rails. We have an issue here. Let's reel it back. Let's bring it back to something that's more reliable and hand counted votes, or same day voting and hand counted ballots. Anyways, I got to go. Thomas, please, and Ashley, please hang on. I got to go to Andrew. Andrew's been hanging on, and then we'll go to Jesus, and then we'll keep rolling. Please.
I'll make it quick, guys. Hey, I dropped a video down in the thing. Jaron Jackson has done a scholarly review on the constitutionality of the machines, and his argument is quite remarkable. The federal government has funded the states through the HAVA Act, and he makes an argument that that disenfranchises the people to free and fair elections because it tips the scale, in favor of the federal government, in that they can kind of manipulate how our elections are, put forth. Our states are supposed to be sovereign. We're supposed to be able to have elections how we see fit for our president. And with the HAVA Act, it has kind of twisted the state's arms. And he makes a beautiful argument. And I just encourage everybody to take a look and check out what else he's got to say. And I'll leave it there.
Well, thank you so much, and please hang out with us. You don't have to go anywhere. We got plenty of room. Anybody that wants to speak, you can just request, and I'll bring you up.
Yeah, drop. I'll hang.
Yeah, you can just sit there. It's all right. I got it. And then let's go to Jesus. Jesus, please.
Hey, thanks again. So I do a lot of interesting work in a city that's like a bellwether city for America as far as the urban area and as far as that Democrat area, which I was trying to explain. So here I was a long time ago as a conservative and a Republican and as a Christian, wondering how can I engage and help the people in that city that over there, that's my neighbor, because we live pretty densely packed in New Jersey. I can live in a house I can see New York City from the hill, and and live in a beautiful suburb, and then just down the road there's the heroin den of the world. So it's a stone's throw to get over there. So we have cities that are packed like three mile by 3 mile and 80,000 people in it, and they're all Democrat. And I'm wondering, when I go in, what am I going to sit at a table with a cross section of all the races in the city, all the colors. We have African American leaders to Hispanic leaders, Muslim leaders, all sitting at the table and realizing the city's even not even 1% white, so there's nobody there who's that except me and maybe my wife who's Filipino. But anyway, you sit at the table and I listen to them, and when you hear how excellent the machine is for the Democrats in that city, they register the high school kid at age 18. Like the mayor's office or the party office is totally incentivized um, people to walk up to. They know it's your 18th birthday. They walk straight up to you. They give you like almost like a little gift card and say, "Hey, we're going to register you to vote today." And there is only one party in the city that the kids be like, "What's a Republican?" They won't know. What's a Democrat? Well, we're a democracy, so this is you're going to vote Democrat. That's the way everybody in our city votes, and the person uh, obviously registering the person is that far advanced. I mean, that's how deep the machine works, and I know it. I have friends. They said, yeah, they walk right up to you and they do that, and they tell you there's only one party, so that's what you're going to think. So the Republicans, you have a hive. Like my city's only say 3 4 thousand people, and down the road there's a city of 80,000 people, and they're all Democrats. And my town could be almost all Republican, but it doesn't matter when you're in my town. We have zero voting issues at the booth. Everybody's looking at your signature. In that city, oh, they didn't even check my ID, and that's one county over. So it's like I think what was being said was good about what you're going to do in Chicago and getting on top of it with people who would actually get in the city and move the buses around and get the registration up. I just thought that I'd say that I know it's happening in one bellwether city. It's certainly happening in Newark. I'm sure it's happening in other cities like that. I even once decided that when during I think it was 2016 or so or 2018, I decided I'd go find out what it takes to run for mayor in the city down Patterson, not far from me. And I just figured, maybe I'll just move to Patterson and put myself on the ticket as the Republican because there's zero Republicans ever on the ticket. I can move down there. What does it take? So I went down to the mayor's office and I went through it, meeting with actually some of the mayor's lieutenants, as I'm known in the city a little bit as a person who brings a lot of good things to the city. And it was fun to hear what had to be done, but I really got to see the depth of you have how difficult it is for the Republican Party to get on the ticket unless you're able to actually put maybe a pamphlet out. I was thinking maybe just the simplest thing would be put out a pamphlet that tells the people in the city, you have the right to split your vote. I know that you don't even see Republicans filling any of the slots in any of the columns, but don't vote the column. Come down the column, vote your conscience, realize when you vote for the other party federally, you're giving all the money that federal government would be giving your city to migrants and immigrants and all kinds of immigrant problems and border problems that are happening, all kinds of illegal things. And I think just a pamphlet that would explain it to tell them, vote your conscience in 2024. I don't, and because I think something like that might work, or even maybe a billboard in the city, just vote your conscience in 2024. You don't have to vote the party line because they're not gonna have anything but a Democrat choice in many of the urban areas because that's the way they are until the key thing that I found that turns people conservative faster than anything else is helping a child learn to read. Because if I can go into that city, and our church actually sends people into the city to help after school programs with the young kids who, before they get sucked into gangs, can end up showing up in some tutoring to learn to read. Everyone who reads turns more conservative. There's nothing, and then giving them a constitution to read at an early age, like one you can get from Prager University, a basic third grade level, what your rights are as an American, said of Dick and Jane. and sort of like, let's practice reading, and this would be our material. The more they read and understand their rights, the sooner they're going to become conservative in their
Right.
choices. So,
We'll get to the schools and we'll get to the machine that's we're going to get to the other machines and mechanisms that are attacking schools and our youth with definitely confusing their minds. There's a lot of different agendas going on here. We're also going to address immigration and what we see could possibly happen, which would be not just a trifecta, but a quadfecta, even there's some things at foot here. A lot of people have talked about illegal immigration, seeing the rise of military able and aged males coming across the border. But Sean and I have been discussing something about, and people have mentioned, America just going into complete chaos. And there's a lot of things here to unpack. But right now we're focusing on election integrity, what we've been talking about. But there's so much more here to talk about. Uh, Reverend Tim and I were talking about bridging the gap between different voters and what's going on in America. Rev, please hang out. I got to get to Thomas and Ashley. Ashley, why don't you go, and then we'll go to Thomas, and then Rev, Tim, and I can start having a dialogue. Ashley, are you there? All right, while we're waiting for her, Thomas, you want to jump in, and then maybe she'll come back to the phone.
Yeah, and Matt, mine will be really quickly. I put down in the chat there. Currently, in front of the Supreme Court, there's a brief in front of the Supreme Court itself challenging the voting machines that are used, and this is a voting system that is used nationwide, which has been found to be wholly owned by the Communist Chinese party. So I put the first 2 pages of the brief down in the chat. And if anybody wants to get a hold of me, I can actually connect you with the lawyers who have put this in front of the Georgia Supreme Court. So if anybody's got any questions, please feel free to DM me, reach out to me. I'll get you in contact with them. This is a nationwide issue. When the CCP is essentially involved in running our elections, that's a major crisis across America. So I put it down there. Matt, I got to get running into the store
That's
and
cool.
picking up something. So please, feel free to share that out. Thanks, Matt. I appreciate the discussion today here. It's been awesome.
Yeah, take your time. You can always come back and do your thing. Yeah, it doesn't matter what the name is of the machine. Dominion is just one name. They go by many names, and it does. We've been finding that it does link back to exactly what you said. Interests that are not supposed to be there involved in our elections whatsoever. And they talk about Russia, Russia, Russia. Well, what's that about?
And we're not talking about the CCP, which we should, outright be, because we're constantly seeing that the number one threat against America is currently the CCP. So, anyways, Matt, thank you. I appreciate the
Yep.
discussion, buddy.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. And yeah, they want you to look over at Russia. For some reason, they want you to keep looking at Russia, and they don't want you to look into what is actually going on. And we see that with everything, the diversion tactics. Um, Ashley's back. Ashley, how you doing? You jump back up.
Hi, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. You're free to roam about the country.
Okay, so I put one of the ticket examples in the comments so that you guys can see some of what was happening. So there was Kane County, and by observing the tally tickets, we discovered that there was actually 2 representatives that they did not even show or give people the option to vote for on the ballot. But they tried saying, oh, that was just an error. They put the error ticket up. They should have put a different ticket in the window. So they tried to poo-poo it off, but we discovered that it wasn't just there. It was quite a few other places that the same thing had happened. And then they checked my tickets. So I knew one of the election judges and a few of the poll watchers in my district from the last election cycle. And we discovered that in my race, that they only counted 2 votes for an entire county for my race. And those 2 votes went to a different person. So, and then when we called them on that, they said that was a tally tape issue as well, and that they were going to fix it and put the correct tallies up. So, those tally tapes can be very telling as to what the machines are doing and how they're manipulating the machines. So, the person that's on the text message that I showed in the comment, her name is Linda Prestia. She is an excellent resource. She is on Twitter. She's also on Facebook. So if anybody wants to connect with her for more information, or Dave Shistokis. So if you find Dave Shistokis, he's doing a lot of the work here in Illinois. He's an excellent resource and just a wonderful human being. So I would suggest contacting either of those 2 people. They can give you a lot of really great information.
Yeah, thanks. And I we talked about early on the definition of MAGA and some other things. We talked about the what when people speak about America first, what that means. But really, it's coming back to Americans first. It's not just America first; it's Americans first. That's what we're focusing on, and it's not just about MAGA as the "Make America Great Again" slogan would allude to. It's about making an alliance with God again and making America great always, now and forever, moving forward. So, people can get mad at MAGA all you want, but it's not going to go away. They can't deprogram it away from us. All they can do is go after the next generation, and that's exactly what they're doing in our schools. They're going after the next generation because they can be programmed. Why waste money, time, effort on you? You're too old. You're already set in your ways. Maybe. I mean, it's hard to change your mind once it's set, right? So we're a lost cause to them. That's why Hillary, talks about deprogramming this and that. When they say deprogram you, they're actually saying they're going to program the children. They're going to program it out of society, the next generation. When they say diversity is our strength, well, that leads to an open and porous border and then allowing people into Congress and allowing people into office that are actually have interests that are not America first or Americans first. So if when they say it's about the children, oh, it's about the children, all right. It's about the children. They're going after the children. They're trying to program the children to change America forever moving forward because there's no point in wasting time and energy on you. Um, anyways, Christopher, why don't you open back up, and then I want to say hi to Reverend Tim.
Okay, feel free to. He's new. Feel free to say hi to him first.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Reverend Tim, good to see you, brother. And man, we've had some great conversations. I'm looking forward to being on your podcast and having more. And I would love to have candidates come talk with us during that too, maybe here and there. But Rev, what are you up to today? Good afternoon.
Hey, speaking of which, go ahead and let Christopher go. I just got here real quick. It's only going to be, and I will be back. So go ahead and let him
Okay,
go. Yeah, man.
you
Thanks.
hang loose. You hang loose. You're always welcome whenever. I know everybody's doing something. Christopher, come on, man, jump back in. You got it.
All right, thanks, buddy. I appreciate the being nice about that, Rev. Yeah, so you made a comment earlier. I didn't want to hog the conversation because I thought it was we could have gone back and forth for a while. But you made a really important point that I completely agree with. And this is the part that I don't know how to solve. Uh, the point was people do not believe in the integrity of our elections, and that is a huge, massive problem. I don't know how to fix that. The thing that concerns me, though, is because there are a lot of people that are saying that our elections don't have integrity, but they're not backing that up with evidence that I've seen yet. And that's why I was very excited when I heard, I think it was Ashley, say, we have this evidence. I want to see that stuff. I want it to get the light of day. and be really clear on that. The only thing that I see that's making people not trust our elections are the people that are saying with power, Trump and a lot of people around him, that they're not safe. And that is where I see the problem. So I'm trying to understand, how do we counter that with actual facts and data, as opposed to, because whether you vote for Trump, don't vote for Trump, like Trump is out for himself, and I get that. I mean, politicians. This is a characteristic of politicians. This is Trump's flavor of politics. But he's. I mean, make no mistake, he is 100% out for himself, and everybody that has been in his cabinet after they're all saying the same thing. So for him to say our elections aren't safe and that to be the evidence is kind of terrifying. I mean, we need like
Yeah,
actual evidence, because
it's not just
this is
Trump.
hurting our. I'm
It's
sorry.
not
Go ahead.
just Trump. It's not just Trump. And like I said, Votify now has documented evidence that was brought into court cases for not only Kerry Lake. They didn't really get mentioned during that time, but they also brought evidence in another case. So what I'm trying to say is, I get what you're saying, that it's those darn MAGA people that keep
No,
spouting
no,
out.
not darn MAGA people. I have nothing against the people that are voting. They truly believe this, and I would too, if I was listening to the people that are saying in power that there's all these voter fraud and all this stuff, but everything that I can see is a rational human being,
Well,
and more importantly, a proud
we'll
American that is.
say, let's say that to
Wait,
the
hold on, hold
people
on,
that
hold on,
were in
hold on, hold on.
line. Wait,
But
no, you hold
hold
on.
on,
You hold
hold on.
on. You hold on. Let's tell that to the people that were standing in line as the machine started to fail and they couldn't vote, and there was gridlock in the voting system on that day. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, I was just trying. Lost my train of thought. What was I saying? I don't know. I lost my
Yeah,
train of thought.
well, it's okay. I just needed you to slow your roll because we got, like, from what you said, we have 5 hands up now. So
Mm.
please, let's go
Uh,
to James.
Yeah, Chris, I rest assured, I have over 14 years of evidence that we collected here in California, which the biggest challenge we have is getting it in front of the court, in front of the judge. But if you can't get past the motions to dismiss, because it's an election lawsuit, and that's why we were a little bit more kind of creative in the sense of a civil rights constitutional lawsuit, uh, it never gets heard and it never becomes, the statement of fact. So that's been the biggest issue. We have the evidence. We're ready to present it, but it has to be seen and heard in court. So it creates that level of validity, and so people can really understand. And the great thing there, Chris, is we have it ready to go. And once we get the affirmative, the go ahead, then we can go into the actual forensic side of it. We can look at the tapes. We can look at and in some cases, the source code. Because, there's been a lot of allegations about algorithms being in there, fractional voting. That's what you've been hearing, and they want to call it conspiracy theory, but there's always a seed of truth in some level of theory. So that's where we are in this whole challenge of election honesty and integrity. But I want you to know that we do have the evidence to present. So just waiting for that date in court.
I remembered what I was going to say. I just wanted to clarify. I have voted for more Republicans for president than any other uh, than Democrats. So just like to be clear, I'm not like a crazy left. I'm like really mean it. I'm a centrist independent. I did not become independent. I've been centrist independent my whole life. That I've been aware of politics. So I'm trying to be as objective as I can and not emotional at all. I really just want to like let's go find the truth. And I'm just not seeing the evidence behind the emotion that I hear. And by the way, my mother is in like the MAGA community. So I do hear, about this stuff. I'm just always like, just show it to me. And then I can evaluate that. And every signpost that I see, it makes me really quite, I mean, even from like the people that work directly with Trump that said like, it's just not real.
Well, there's millions of people that feel exactly like you that want to see the smoking gun, and what James is trying to tell you is the revealing that to the American people is difficult because they won't let it happen. So I'd love to pull out. I mean, Ashley had some evidence. I know that there is some evidence out there. There have been court cases on this. So I get your point. You're doing your due diligence. And I commend you for that, Christopher. Of course, do your due diligence, believe what you want to believe, but you've already said that Americans feel that they're disenfranchised, but you think it's maybe they're being programmed to think that by narratives that might not actually have evidence to back it up. I guess that's kind of where we're getting to. So look, we got some other candidates in the House that have showed up, and we got some other speakers. But I got to go to Andrew, I think, and then we'll keep circling.
Hey, listening to James, this is what Jaron's doing. And I'll show everybody through, I'll verbalize a picture for you. By show of paw, who here thinks they've witnessed treason in regards to our border or J6 or anything in our country recently? Anybody? Anybody think they've really seen it? Okay. Well, here's the cool part. You have the constitutional authority and right, if you can just find one more witness to swear under penalty of perjury, you can make things happen. But we won't do that because we're scared, because we don't understand the law. And that's where these election cases have failed, because all these attorneys and all these fights have tried to argue statutes. Argue your rights. We have a constitution. Argue what you have been given by God that is inalienable, and they can't mess with it ever. You have a Seventh Amendment, but nobody uses it, and that's where I'm at. And I appreciate James, but again, even civil rights. I wouldn't go on civil rights. I would just go based on your rights as a person. Go sui juris. You have rights, personally, and that's where I'll leave it. It's the we're just scared because we don't understand the fundamental law. And Jaron Jackson's doing a great job showing the people. So I'll
Well,
leave it.
Andrew, you said a lot of great things, and what you made me think about is that the reason why they don't want to pursue even looking into this is because if you can prove that election was void, it's null and void. That means it didn't happen. It's not the results don't matter because it was conducted in a method that wasn't. It renders it null and void constitutionally. It didn't happen.
So what you just said, whether you realize it or not, is you just cited that's a maxim of law. And
No, I'm friends with Angry Pop and David Jose, and I've invited them in here. And you sound like a constitutionalist, so I like that.
yeah, and that's where I've learned it from. Jaron Jackson and David Jose are doing some great stuff, and they're not wrong. I mean, they're just not wrong. We have a constitution, but we just don't use it, people. I mean, that's the bottom.
Well, that's true, Andrew. He's a really good friend of mine, and it made me come up with this statement. Okay, it's called the 3 A's. The citizens are the auditors of the arbiters seeking advocacy. Okay, so you're auditing the infraction, you're calling out the infraction by the arbiters, and you're seeking for advocacy by a judge. Okay, that's where we need to have an advocate that can hear what James is presenting in the evidence and bring a case and get advocacy for justice against what is happening by the people that are overseeing as the arbiters above us. But as citizens, we can audit that. We can call it out and cite the infraction, the constitutional infraction or the inalienable rights that are being infringed. Man, great stuff, Andrew. Please hang out. And James, I know your hand flew up.
Yeah,
You're a special guest today because of the work you're doing on this and
yeah.
helping get rid of it. Yeah.
No, Andrew, you're right. Constitution, where they're using it like toilet paper. Let's be honest. Well, let me cite the clause. Section 4, Congress, Clause 1, Election Clause. The time and places and manner of holding elections for the Senate and representatives shall be prescribed to each state legislature. And that's the issue, because every state has their own election laws and regulations. So, yes, it is a constitutional issue, but unfortunately, the blue states like ours, they embedded unconstitutional regulations and laws in the state of California. So that's what we're fighting. So yeah, all goes back to the U.S. Constitution, Supremacy Clause, but it's all been remanded back to the states, the time and place.
Thank you, James. Again, I want to call down to the people that I see in the room, some really great people I see in spaces I see here today. I want to thank you for coming in and joining us. It means a lot to me to see you and just to have you spend some time with me today is so great. If you could, please tweet the space. We got Christian Lamar in the house, working hard in Arizona against some of these things. He might have some insight. I know he missed some of what we're talking about. Just hang out, Christian. We'll get to it. If you're requesting to speak, I'll rotate you in, but there's really no need to bring you up until we get through some of these hands and I have a moment where I could see you fitting in. Ryan Zink is in the house. Ryan Zink is a great guy too. He's running in Texas. His father is also running in Texas for Congress. Ryan Zink and Jeff Zink, if you don't know them, get to know them. Texas is going to be one of those states where it'll be a last stand for America. And let's go to Jan, am I saying your name right? Jean. It's good to see you.
Hey MAGA, it's Jeannie. Like
Oh,
I Jeannie.
Jeannie. Sorry, Jeannie. I
No,
forgot.
no problem
Forgive
at
me, hon.
all. Hey, you can call me anything, just as long as you call me.
I've been called worse.
Absolutely, and I have had worse, absolutely. But to the point of election integrity, um, I recently discovered I'm in North Carolina, and I recently discovered that the New American Advocacy, that's a hard word for me, advocacy groups have pushed to get driver's licenses for these migrants that have populated within our state. So they now register for a driver's license and receive them. And part of the process at a DMV facility in North Carolina, and this is not unique to North Carolina, it happens in many states, is when you get a driver's license, they ask you if you'd like to register to vote. So these illegals don't understand that they should not be saying yes. And so they are registering to vote. So there is an organization here in North Carolina that has formed, and I hope this is occurring. What I'm saying is every state, we need to be checking to see if the same thing is happening and working to oppose it and to correct it. But for an example of solution, um, there is a website that has been set up that is NCEIT, that is in North Carolina Election Integrity Teams, where we are organizing and trying to take counties and review the voter rolls and have submit a request to have these illegals removed from the rolls. Otherwise, they will stay on the rolls, you guys. And it's up to them if they want to go vote or not. But on our driver's licenses that they've been issued, it does not say U.S. citizen, asylum seeker. There's no. So, in other words, if I'm working the poll and we do now require ID, voter ID, but that's not going to help the process because it doesn't tell me if they're a U.S. citizen on the driver's license. So it's kind of like we finally got voter ID here this year, after several years in courts battling it, but it doesn't help us now. Is that
Well,
clear?
yeah, no, it does. And Jeannie, I started this MAGA mission movement in this group and this creation to help people like you and to help candidates and to help organizations that are fighting against these things. If you're with an organization, I don't care. I mean, I care, but I'm looking for people that are actually trying to save America. It doesn't matter how small your organization is, doesn't matter how large your organization is, as long as you're working towards the common good and the common goal and trying to correct the wrongs that are happening in America. I would love to talk to you. And so if you're doing work like that, Jeannie, I would love to talk to you more about it and maybe put a link to the information on the website. That's the
Sure, that
only way it's
would
going to get out there.
absolutely. But what I'm saying, to Chris's point of, people are saying that our elections aren't safe, or have been rigged, or whatever word you want to use. Right there is an example of how it's happening in real time for our next election, you guys. Okay? So, yes, there is corruption in our elections, Chris, and it's up to us as citizens to get involved and find it. Thank you.
Yeah, there's civic duties and civic responsibilities, and I'm asking everybody to step up to their civic duty and their civic responsibilities as a citizen. And
Absolutely.
and
Thank you,
you're
MAGA.
doing great stuff, man. God bless you so much for what you're trying to do and the work you're doing. See, it doesn't matter if you're just one person or if you're running for office or whatever. Every single person plays a part in this, no matter how large or small you're following. Those things are irrelevant. What's relevant is coming together and actually brainstorming this and actually fixing it in every single county across America.
Absolutely. Thank you, MAGA.
Oh, God bless you, hon. You can hang out. You don't have to go anywhere. Just stay with us. Let's. James, did you want to comment? And then I want to say hi to Julie
Yeah.
because she hasn't spoken yet.
Okay, Jeannie, Jerry Brown, our governor, back two, well, 2 election cycles ago, he passed the Motor Voter Act here in California, which you're experiencing there where you live. So you're absolutely right. We do have, you can actually form a citizen committee, and there's a whole process to that to oversee the elections to make sure that there's, some level of centurianism in play. But that's one of the biggest issues that we face here in California. You register, you get your you get your license, and they do ask those questions. And oddly, um, it's happening even though with those that have licenses, when somewhat scrub the base, the database, they put you into a Democrat. You're now registered as a Democrat, which is really interesting little stick that they're pulling here in California. But yeah, it's a big issue in general. But I wanted to comment. So it's not only where you live, but it's also started here in 2015.
Absolutely. I agree. There was actually, I don't know how to find it now. I posted it, gosh, somewhere about a month ago. Somebody had determined, and don't quote me, but I think this situation occurs in like 18 states already, and there are others that it is being presented to. So that's why I say it's important for all of us to get in touch with our election boards and DMV to find out what is happening. Is this a problem in your state so that you can work for a solution?
Sorry, guys, I was trying to invite some other speakers. Julie has joined us from Butte County. Butte, what's up, Julie? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Just getting home from my Daughters of the American Revolution chapter meeting. So, and this is my wheelhouse, Matt. I'm so glad you're having this space. Yeah, one of my top two priorities, actually top four, but this was one of the reasons why I jumped into to run for supervisor. So, in addition to public health integrity, yeah, we need election integrity in Butte County and vote security. So, I kind of well, like we all did, right? 2020. I mean, Butte County's always been voting red for president, except for 2020. And I went, no, that's not right. And so I just literally started observing and checking and watching. And we had the Newsom recall in September 2021, which gave us an opportunity to go observe and to go watch. And yeah, Newsom had, illegally gone and changed all of our voter laws. And I keep pushing James Gallagher, who's my assemblyman, and he's ranking in California, to do something about it, but he's too weak. But that's besides the point. So when I went to my county and I literally sat there and observed their process, soup to nuts, back to front, there were pieces where I could see I could influence if I ever got into office around process and policy and systems and the contracts and this, that, and the other. So, and I let the legal beagles and fight it out and duke it out at the state or the federal level. But I was trained with the Election Integrity Project California, and again saw where there was a lot of corruption. We did canvassing. We got some voter rolls here, and yeah, we've got the 102-year or 120-year-old voter on the roll. We know those are a mess. In terms of audit or proof evidence, I put into the bubble a report from the Transparency Foundation, and that's what we used over in Glenn County, where I have family, to actually get 1,000 signatures from residents, presented it to the sheriff, presented it to the supervisors in July, and said, look, here's this report, and here's 1,000 citizens that want you to do something about it, do a hand count. Well, that's unfortunately the same time when Newsom was taking action against Shasta County. So Glenn County stood down, and now they're just kind of waiting to see how things jockey for position between Shasta County and our corrupt governor and his AG. So a couple other things. So the Election Integrity Project of California is doing a tour in February, along with the United Sovereigns of America group. So they're going through Ventura, Orange, Fresno, Sacramento, and then Shasta County. So I'll be up in Shasta County on February the 17th with that group of patriots up there to see, do this little rally and kind of again support them, because now they're front and center with these lawsuits and they're fighting back. And it's a dogfight. So that's with that. Is there anything else I want to talk about? So we got the evidence, got the this, that, and the other. So yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. I mean, it is a mess, but it doesn't mean that we can't vote and get out there and keep pounding sand from every angle possible. And luckily, we've got a number of organizations, and I really greatly support, your efforts, Matt. And I'm so appreciative of you. Really endorsing me and giving me an opportunity to always speak. And we're all in this together. So again, I think that's it for now.
Oh
Matt,
man,
may I? May I
yeah,
chime in?
please, James, jump in.
Julie, oh my gosh, that was music to my ears. Linda Payne, Ruth Weiss were the ones that formed that lawsuit that we're going to be touring the state. I'll be with them just in the crowd because I want them to take obviously all the credit and glory because of all the hard work. But yeah, if you win, which God, I pray you control the purse for your county. And I'm also working with Shasta County, trying to make sure that they reverse that one law that they put in place that takes away the power from the counties to select and purchase their own election systems, which you'll be in control of. So, we're going to pray. I know God's on our side now, and we're going to see some great things. So, Julie, it was great hearing your voice. Just know that I'm fighting for us from the Southern California region, but I'll be up there. Hopefully, we can meet in person.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's make sure we meet. That would be great. And I, Yeah, I tell you, and that's what I found is that I have probably the most influence as a supervisor at the county because what I saw. But I was up in Shasta County last year when Jeff O'Donnell, well, he was going to be in person, but he ended up being there by Zoom. So Jeff O'Donnell did a presentation which showed that there's an underlying part of the vote cast record, I guess, where, the secretary or our clerk recorder, who I adore. I mean, Keaton Denley is our clerk recorder. And I think he runs a very clean shop, a very clean ship, whatever. But I kept trying to tell him there's pieces you can't see. You can't see these. You need to do an audit of your vote cast record. Here, look at this presentation by Jeff O'Donnell. But again, they look at me like I got three heads. So I'm like, all right, let me sit in this chair over here. And it's a funny position now that I've now jumped into running because I need their help right now to get on the ballot, to make sure my ballot information's correct, that they're posting my financial reports and they're not leading me astray. So it's a really interesting dance I'm at because I'm trying to be nice and be respectful, but at the same time pound sand. So anyway, I'll look forward to meeting you on 17th.
We'll see. That's exactly what we're trying to do here is to get people active in California and every single state across the nation. And, we're forming an alliance together and we're supporting each other. I had somebody tell me, and James was there, he said, why aren't you just focusing on California? You live in California. Well, it's about the entire nation. I can do work on the ground, boots on the ground work. Of course, I'm going to be doing that. I'm talking to candidates here in California. I'm going to be helping them out. But I want to help everybody out. I want to bring everybody to the table. I want the representatives to begin speaking. These are our future representatives. So that's why they're here. And we're supporting them 100% because they truly love America and want to fix what's going on in their state, in their counties. I mean, this is what it's all about. So thank you so much, Julie, for all the work you're doing. We had the chance to meet during the Nevada Trump rally, and Julie is a wonderful person. She truly cares, and she should, I really, 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 we need her to win. So please support her, whatever you can do. She's going to be posting some stuff, maybe retweet it, boost it, make sure people see it because she's really on it. Ashley, you're back.
Yes. And okay, so I thought it was kind of funny as I was listening to Christopher. You made me chuckle a little bit because we live in a state that literally has a city that is famous for its election corruption. Like when you think of Chicago, you immediately are just it's understood that they cheat. So unfortunately, theft of elections is not new to the state of Illinois. But what is new is this coordinated effort across the country to obscure using technology that was not available when Daley was, cheating and stealing elections. Now it's being done on a larger scale, and there is proof out there. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk to someone who knows more about it than what I do. So in the comments, I put at DEVIO, that is Devin Galatius Jones. He is an election judge and precinct committeeman in the city of Chicago. He will gladly give you credentials to become a poll watcher at multiple voting poll areas throughout the city of Chicago so that you can go and witness for yourself some of the things that he has witnessed, had the information for, sent the information and proof in, and nothing was done about it. So this is someone who has firsthand information and can give you the opportunity to see it for yourself. And I stress that you do this because it's one thing to question the ability for cheating to be done like that if you've never had the opportunity to see it, but I'm giving you the opportunity to witness it firsthand. So if you don't do that and then you still question the integrity of the option that the election could have been stolen, now it's because you don't want to see it because it happens all the time. So I hope that you take me up on that offer and you contact Devin, because I think it will really change how you see elections once you realize how systemic the cheating is in the city of Chicago.
Go ahead, Christopher.
Awesome. That I really appreciate that. And I will take a look in the chat. I also I was going to DM you, but your DMs are closed. So I sent you. I tagged you. If you haven't seen that article, or it's really an open letter I put in Cranes to the mayor, you might find it interesting. I assume you have a Cranes account. It's blocked otherwise, but um, there was a woman that was on early. Oh, actually, let me just address that because I think this is a really interesting point. Um, I honestly do not have time to like sit and view this. But what I'd be happy to do, because I not to get into what I do, but I'm pretty busy. I have 160 founders that I've backed, and I'm trying to help Chicago and really the world in a very different way. And I just don't have the luxury of spending a day. My mom used to be election judges here in Chicago when I was a child. So I mean, I think it's really important, but I'm just not. There's no way I have time for that. The amount of stuff that I have to do. But what I would do is look at the evidence. So if he's recorded these things that he's seen, which I would imagine he has, please, I will reach out to him and ask to see that because I'd like to see the evidence for it. But there was another woman who spoke earlier from North Carolina. And I want to clarify this because I'm not an expert on this. And this drives me nuts with Chicago and all the places where we don't require this. Requiring an ID to vote is like just seems like basic table stakes. I don't understand how there's any opposition to requiring an ID to vote when we also require people to register. So the disconnect that I'm having is that I believe you have to, I mean, you have to register in Illinois. I don't know about other places. I would imagine you have to register. So when you register, they are verifying that you're actually an American citizen. But then when you go, you just give your name and they assume that's you. I think they're basing this like on your signature, which I just think is crazy. But regardless, if you require an ID and you've already required people to register before, doesn't that solve the problem of knowing if they're a citizen or not because you're matching that up in the system? Again, I don't know the answer to this. This is just my assumption, and that's why I wish we'd have IDs in Illinois, like require a driver's license or federal ID or whatever.
Sure, Chris. So I can tell you in North Carolina, we pushed to get voter ID for 5 years. Okay. We finally got it passed. The advocacy groups filed a lawsuit against it and took it on up. It went to, I believe, the U.S. Supreme Court. It took several years in lawsuits once we had approved it with a vote. And so those lawsuits finally completed last year, late last year. We used ID for the first time earlier this year, excuse me, at the end of last year. So the problem is now that we have voter ID, meaning when I go vote, I have to hand them my driver's license. The issue is, since that passed, now the advocacy groups have stepped up and pushed to give the immigrants more opportunity. Now they need driver's licenses. So they passed that immigrants can now go to DMV and get a driver's license. Now, what happens at DMV is a matter of course with their processes. When you get a driver's license, they ask you if you want to register to vote. Nobody has clarified to DMV that they should not be asking immigrants to register to vote. So that is what is happening. As a matter of course, they're asking. Immigrants don't understand that they should be saying no. So they are saying yes and they're registering.
Well,
That's
hold
the
on a
problem.
second. So you're saying they're not very, I thought you had, so I have to, maybe I'm remembering this wrong, but I swore that I had to verify that I was a citizen in order to register to vote. And
No,
I believe this happened at the DMV as well. Is that not the case? I mean,
no, that is not the case. It is just part of the process of getting a driver's license here in North Carolina that you can also register to vote. Okay. And so DMV employees don't stop to think, hey, we don't allow non citizens to vote. They don't stop to ask themselves or to, acknowledge that difference. It's just part of their process. Okay, fill out this form, take this test, do the eye test. Now I'm going to take your picture. Here's your driver's license. Now, part of my process is, would you like to vote? And
And
so that's what
I'm just
happens.
going to jump in one
Okay.
second. One second. This is also happening in Arizona, and what has happened is the Democrats and the Rhinos have found a loophole in the law many years ago, and they've exploited this loophole. And ever since the DACA and Dreamers that was done by Obama through executive action, that has allowed people to become registered to vote. If you go back and look at the reports that Tom Fitton did through Judicial Watch on specific key states, he found tens of thousands of voters that were DACA or Dreamer recipients that were registered to vote. And there's two different court cases on this. I'm not going to get into specifics, but go ahead, Gene. Go ahead.
Sure. So now the immigrant has got a driver's
We
license.
can't hear you. You're muffled.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me better now?
No,
Yeah,
exactly the same. It's muffled.
hold on. I think it's a Bluetooth or some other. You sound like you're in a tin can, like you're talking through a string tin can.
No screen, no Bluetooth. I'm sorry. I'll drop down.
Well, just maybe check if you're conflicting with Wi-Fi, your Bluetooth reset, and then you can open back up. It probably is just something changed. I don't know what changed. You were coming through clear before. Why don't you open your mic again? See if it changed.
Any better?
Nah, you're still through a can. Well, we can hear what you're saying. We could probably tolerate it. Why don't you go ahead, Jeannie, and just we'll deal with it. Talk to us from the can. It's fine.
Absolutely, guys. Make it quick. So when you go, okay, so immigrants, if they choose to, they can now go to the poll where they will give their driver's license to, to be acknowledged and receive their ballot. No one at the poll is going to ask if they're a citizen because they have a driver's license. That's the problem.
Right, and I wanted to go one step farther. So there's also a form that you, if you don't show up with your ID, you can fill out a reason why you don't have it. If there was a reason, you can. If you don't have a reason that fits the box to check of the reason, you can write one in. My dog ate my ID. I'm sorry, I just don't have it. Anyways, I don't know what excuse you'd write in, but some people, it's like, well, I lost it, I moved, whatever it is, I can't get to it. You could just basically state why you don't have it on you, and continue on the process, I believe.
Just a quick response. I really appreciate the tin can or not. Thank you for giving more of your information. I would imagine that's a state level thing because I'm pretty sure that in Illinois you're required to prove that to register. You're required to prove that you're a U.S. citizen. But I don't know about other states, so that seems.
So
But it does. But it's kind of irrelevant because then you
so
could just show
well,
up and
wait.
say I'm
Let,
somebody
No, you're
let me
else.
not.
jump.
No, you're
Let me
not.
jump in.
No, you're
Let me
not.
jump
I
in
have
one
a
second.
professional here
Let,
with
what,
me. No, you're not.
one second. So it is a state issue in terms of what happens to identification, driver's licenses, voter registration, et cetera, time, place, and manner, et cetera. However, when the federal government has a open border, it allows any and everyone to come inside these jurisdictions of states and counties, and this is the consequence. This is what happens when you have an open border. So the open border is the direct cause of this problem. And since the Democrats and the rhinos found the loophole in the law to exploit. Now that now that everybody knows about this loophole that's in several states, the state legislatures have to go back and figure out which ways they need to write the law to stop it from happening. But is it under the state legislature's control? Absolutely, it is. But this is the consequence of immigration. This is the consequence of having an open border. This is the consequence. And don't think for a second that this problem in regards to voter registration and some of these other issues don't spill over into school districts, housing. This affects. I just got done talking to someone else that's running for the corporate commission of Arizona. It has an effect on that as well. So I just wanted to add that. Go ahead.
Got it. It just so I appreciate all these points. I would just really appreciate. I lived in Arizona for 15 years. I'm old friends with Clint Bullock and Shauna. I did a lot with the Goldwater Institute. There are a lot of people in that community that are consider themselves Republican. I'm a centrist, independent. I am not. But I take offense at the term rhino because they're good Republicans. So if we like just refrain, I think we're having a constructive conversation. I would just appreciate not because it's just derogatory. There's no reason
Well,
for that.
well, well. I'm gonna jump in and say that I'm gonna continue to
Oh,
use the
somebody
word.
got offended.
I'm going to jump in and continue to use the word rhino because at the end of the day, we have people that walk around our state claiming that they have a perfect conservative record, claiming that they're the most conservative individual in the state legislature, claiming there's nobody else that has a conservative track record other than them, and yet they continue to allow a Democrat to write the budget for them when they are the state legislature and they're supposed to be writing the budget. They continue to allow the county to violate the law, the election law, when it is the state legislature that's in charge of the election. They continue to claim there's nothing they can do to stop the stolen election when it is the state legislature that's in charge of the election. So, no, I mean, these folks, if they don't want to do their job and they want to make these claims out on the campaign trail, walk into Republican committees, walk into Republican clubs, walk into events claiming that they're conservative, they're going to be called out for it. That's just the bottom line. We don't live in the days of Ronald Reagan. The 11th commandment, thou shalt not attack another Republican, has gone out the door. We
But
are
that's
we we're
I mean, we're
we're
getting at
in
the
the
core of
Trump
like what the
we're
problem is
we're
that
in the Trump
we're
era. And
but
and for
but
one second, one second for for the folks who don't like to be called out for not doing their job, you it might be time for those folks to find another job. It's not going to work that way. I can tell you right now. I met with 70, counted 70 new precinct committeemen that we signed up in less than 90 days last night in Litchfield Park, Arizona. For those of you who don't know what Litchfield Park is, it's on the west side part of the valley near where the Arizona Cardinals play. These folks, these are brand new PCs that are frustrated. They are angry. They are tired of people claiming that they're conservative and they're not doing their job. I'm here to tell you, our voters are very motivated to throw out a lot of people out of office. And like I said, these folks who think that they're going to continue to do what they do, they're going to get a wake up call real quick. And then if that means kicking out a rhino and a Democrat taking the seat, then so be it. But you folks that think that you're going to continue this quasi government where you're not going to do your job and you're going to let the country go to hell and you're going to stand on our political platform of our political power and claim that you're a conservative, that is totally unacceptable. And I don't care if anybody doesn't like it. I'm telling you right now, there's a whole lot of folks just like those 70 people that were in that was a 4 or 5 bedroom house full of 70 people. I'm telling you right now, the old days are gone. That is not going to continue.
Can I just quickly respond to that? I'm trying to keep some emotion out of this because I really am trying to be
Well,
productive here.
Christopher, if you keep
Yep.
it short, because you already
Very
said that
short,
you
very short,
disagree.
very
You
short.
already said you disagree, so there's no
No,
reason
no, very, very.
to parrot the
Well, it's
talking
not.
points again.
He just went on like a 5 minute diatribe. Like, give me
Yeah, and
15 seconds.
he's also a legacy speaker here, and you have an opposing opinion. You already gave it. Do you have anything else to add?
Yes, I do. And that's what I was just trying to say. I would have been done with it by then. I'm saying this is the problem with politics today is that we're pushing each other further and further from one side to the other. And the fact that we can't say, let's like, if you don't vote 100% along party lines the entire time, you're a bad Democrat or you're a bad Republican, you're a bad whatever party you call yourself from. That's the problem. We need to be voting with our conscience and we need to be voting independently, not just as I'm a voting block. So that's my point. I'm not trying to be, and that's why I said Rhino is not, it's not insulting to me because I'm not a Republican, but I know people that consider themselves good Republicans that are not in Congress, that are voters. And it's just disrespectful if they consider themselves like saying somebody's a bad Christian. It's like, who are you to say if they're a good Christian or a bad Christian or what?
Okay. So
I'm
yep,
atheist. So anyway,
we got it.
that's it. I just was trying to make it the point. Thank you so much
No,
for
no
letting me
problem,
talk.
Christopher. And look, the only reason why I'm interjecting is because I have a lot of hands up, and this conversation is moving, and I just didn't want to just repeat everything you said. So, but anyways, we got your point. I hear what you're saying. The term rhino is divisive, and you feel like it's dividing instead of uniting. But you're not even on any side. You're in the middle. So it's like I don't know where you are really going to go. So are you uniting or are you dividing as well? Because you're kind of diluting the vote. You're kind of you're going to be diluting stuff if you depending on which way you swing. I don't know, an independent position. You kind of got at this point right now as we're moving towards 2024. I hope you find your way. Um, Guys, we got a lot of hands here, and Reverend Tim has been waiting to speak. Could we just hear what he has to say, and then we'll move on to the other legacy speakers and keep rolling.
Hey, what's going on with you, Mega? How you doing? I see Chris is in the room. Sean's in the room. How we doing, everybody? Hey, so first off, I'm going to agree with Christopher. You know how I see things. I am a middle type person. I don't vote for Republicans, nor do I vote for Democrats. I vote on issues. If your issues align with my issues, you got my vote. I'm not going to sit here and call anybody a rhino and all this here type of stuff. I realize how that works. I've heard it said before, been in a room with people who got very, very upset in person of that word when it's been used. Number one, I wanted to talk about the IDs. I know people here should know Minneapolis, Minnesota. We are one of the states who are giving IDs to immigrants. And I said in 2019, when the this stuff really started getting heated, and the Republicans was running around going, "We need voter ID." I said, "You're about to kick yourself in the butt. You have zero clue how this here could be played. You need to slow down and look at it from all sides." Now, here in Minnesota, they're going to give these people IDs and then they're going to walk into a voting booth and they're going to vote. And if they get caught, they're going to go, "Oh, we did not know." But the thing about it is they're not going to get caught because they've got a driver's license with their names on it, with their address on it. And that's all it takes here. They don't ask you no question. You walk in, you show your ID, they give you a piece of paper, you put a mark on it, and then you put your little ballot wherever it goes. This is something that I don't think the Republicans thought about when they was yelling about voter ID. I don't think they put this in the hat and pulled it out and go, wow, they could cheat this way. That is what's going to happen in a lot of states. Let me say one other thing. I'm also from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Another thing that in our community, what people don't realize, we don't really talk about ballot boxes and all this. The only time we talk about ballot boxes is when they move them. My mom and dad was able in Fayetteville, North Carolina. My dad did 22 years in the Marine Corps. They were able to leave their house, make a left a mile up the road, and they're at their voting precinct where they could vote. Because of what the Republicans did in Fayetteville, North Carolina, my mom and dad have to travel now 23 minutes to cast their votes. And they've pushed a lot of boxes farther and farther away from the community that looks like mine. That's what we talk about. That's what we call voter integration when it comes to that. So if we're going to fight for one thing, let's fight for everything. Maggie, you know how I am. I'm fair. I'm about being fair. That's what this whole thing should be about. If we're going to fight because you think they're cheating, but yet they're cheating over here, you're not going to say anything, something's wrong at the end of the day.
Well, the other thing we were talking about, Rev, yesterday, we were talking about bridging the gap between these terms. And so, and today, here, we have another one. We talked about MAGA, America First, and we talked about some of the terminology that's been used that's divided people and pushed them away. And so now we have Rhino. I'll add it to the list, and we'll come up with another way to approach what we're talking about. But like Reverend Tim is, so he takes a perspective that he reaches across and tries to understand these things that are tearing us apart and to bring us together. So, he always brings a great perspective. Christopher, go ahead. I mean, Christian, go ahead.
Thanks, Matt. So no, I mean, I hear what folks are saying that are independent or in the middle, but this is about political power, and for the folks that are independent or in the middle, all I can say is, in order for us to ensure that we have proper representation in a Republican form of government, that's how we have to deal with these people. That's how we have to identify them. It communicates directly to our base of voters who they need to keep their eyes on and who's not doing their job. That's the bottom line. If you ran on being a so-called quote conservative, then you need to live up to that. And if you're not living up to that, then we're
But
going to throw you out.
but what is living up to that? I consider
Oh yeah.
myself to be I'm a what they call a Colin Powell conservative, right?
Mhm,
Colin Powell, I believe, was a true black conservative, and
mhm.
that's how I see things. Whether people want to see it that way or not. But when
Mhm.
you say live up to it, what
Yep.
is living up to it? Help me
Okay.
out there.
Here's a simple one. How about not passing a continuing resolution and passing a budget? So if you run, and I'm not saying you, Reverend Tim, but if a politician runs on small government and stopping the spending, the last thing they should be voting for is a continuing resolution. And as far as having a government shutdown, and saying, well, we can't have a government shutdown, we have to continue to spend money. I mean, that's a total contradiction on what that person ran on in their election. I could bring up other examples. I could bring up the example of having a fair election, or stopping stolen elections, holding folks accountable that are inside the county. If a politician says, well, we have a Democrat governor, so there's nothing that we can do. No, you're there are three branches of government, co-equal branches. So if you're not fighting like your life depends on it, and you were elected in office, and the elections are being stolen, that's a problem. Our voters clearly can not only identify with that, but we call that out specifically. I had 70 people in that room last night. That is a representation of our base, and those are voters that are just regular voters that were on the sidelines, and now those folks are PCs, and there's going to be more folks that are just like that. So don't think for a second that the folks in our base are just going to go away. These folks who go into office every 1, 2, 4, and 6 years, sitting on their hands with their feet up on their desk, doing nothing, those folks, their days are going to be numbered. They're not going to stay. They're not going to continue in office doing some of the things that they're doing, and so that is why we're doing the work to not only hold these folks accountable, but kick them out of office and make sure that we have a standard of who's allowed to even qualify for the primary, who is allowed to win their primary. Those things are totally under our control. The days of believing that, well, we're just going to vote on election day, we're going to just vote for a 30-day period of elections, and then that's it. We're going to turn our back on the government, and then we're going to magically think that the government is going to do their job. No, that's democracy. That's what that is. We're not a democracy. We're a Republican form of government. The government is beholden and accountable to the people. That is it. And those who don't like it, they're going to be out. It's as simple as that.
What's a PC? Just so I'm clear.
A precinct committeeman.
Wow. The conversation is definitely heating up and a lot of great stuff. And Christopher, please don't take offense to me, trying to steer the room. That's my job. So just hang out, please. And I want to keep hearing from you, and I want to hear more from Reverend Tim. We got some new people that came up, but I got to turn to James. James, you've been hanging on for a while. Why don't you jump back in?
Yeah, I need to make it short and sweet. Chris, you're spot on, brother. I have to tell you, it's emblematic. We've seen the voter rolls here in the state of California, Republican. It used to be almost match to match between the Democrats. And now Democrats hold about 43% of the election, the voters, and we're down to 23.97% of voters. So there's something wrong with that picture. But I want to point out one particular thing I think everyone should be aware of. Until this new law went into effect, it used to be illegal for anyone that was not a U.S. citizen to vote in the federal or presidential Congress elections. This is punishable as it's a punishable crime that they would be deported and they could actually receive prison time. Now, I'm going to read from you the uh, latest law that came out on dated January. Let me find it. There we go. Oh, here it is. January 19, 2024. Crimes and criminal procedures for those voting by aliens. It shall be unlawful for any alien to vote in any election held solely or in part for the purpose, excuse me, of electing candidates for the office of president, vice president, presidential elector, members of Senate, members of a House of Representatives, delegate from the District of Columbia, or other resident commissioner, unless, and that's the key word, unless. So I want to post this down there so everyone knows, technically, any illegal alien that votes in for a federal office, they could be deported or serve time. Now, the big lie, and we're seeing it now happening at the border, Come on in. We're going to give you $2,200 a month, Obama phone. We're going to give you all these things. And meanwhile, they're registering them as Democrats to vote for a Democrat. We've seen what's happening, but the big lie that they're not sharing with those, some of them are really seeking asylum. I get that. But if they get caught voting in the federal elections, they get deported. That's the lie. The Democrats are not being truthful for any way, shape, or means. So there's a little bit more of a schooling for everybody. I hope you take some time to read through the law. But clearly, we see what's happening, the big grift in our constitutional republic just falling by the wayside. So, Christian, everyone here, I was going to land it right here for you all. But just know, learn, read the Constitution, the laws that support our unalienable rights, that's God given rights. The Constitution is there to protect those. So, there you go. I'm going to leave it there and wish everyone well, and God bless you.
Thank you, James. Always great to have you. And we've had a lot of great speakers today. I'm just going to reset the space. If you can, retweet the space. Get up here, request a mic. I'd love to talk to you and hear what you have to say. Trying to be fair and balanced. If you can, just make sure that you're not trying to do anything that's inflammatory to the room, and get your point across. And let's hear it. I want to turn just real quick, Vivian. Can I turn back to Ashley? Ashley, did you have something to add? Because I know your hand was up and you were waiting for a long time. Are you there?
I'm here. I just stopped and honestly, I prayed on some of that because I did get emotional. I got downright angry about some of the things that I heard, especially because there are some of us who are called to do what we're doing right now because we are not arbitrators, we are warriors of the people. We're willing to put ourselves into very uncomfortable positions to advocate for the people that we intend to represent. And the idea that we are supposed to just capitulate or not call people out for not abiding by the oath that they took and not conforming themselves to the conservative moral values of the party that they claim to represent, to me is just it's not conscionable. They should be held to account for that. So it was very hard for me to to say that in the kind words that I am now. And I also, for anybody who has not heard of me or heard me speak on this platform before, to let you know a little bit about me. I'm essentially a glutton for punishment. So I'm running for Congress. I have a 16-year-old son. I work full-time as an e-commerce specialist for one of the largest electrical component companies in the Midwest. I go to school full-time and get straight A's to finish up my business degree. One day a month, I teach CPR and basic life support classes to people who cannot otherwise afford to get certified in my community. And I help on the weekends with Pro 2A groups at gun shows. Okay, I have a insanely busy life, but you cannot tell me that you cannot take one day out of an entire year to go to the polling place to be a poll watcher and election judge. I don't care how busy you are. I know you can do it because I've done it. So the idea that you're just too busy to go and bear witness to something that you want to express an opinion about or question to me, it, it's questionable. I'm just going to stop and pray again. All right. Bye, guys. Well, landing my plane at least.
Yeah, you make sure you get your composure. I know that there's some emotions going around today, and we have another constitutionalist in the room, Dale. He's joined us. I see Keisha down there, and but Vivian, you've joined us. So good afternoon, Vivian. Good to see you. And Jeannie showed back up. Vivian, what's going on?
Thank you, MAGA. Good afternoon, everybody. And good to see you too. I am with Christian on everything he says because I lived in California most of my life up until 5 years ago. And I voted in every single election. And I'm an immigrant, a legal immigrant. I got naturalized. in 1976, the 200th birthday of our country. And that day could not be more prouder. And I could not, that was on my 18th birthday, by the way. And first thing I did was go register to vote. I could not wait. And so knowing what my family and I have gone through to become citizens here, to make America our home because we believed in this country, believed in the Constitution. I studied the Constitution at the time. I had to get citizenship. And I had some great teachers back then. That's the thing that's missing now is the lack of education in our civics and in our Constitution and our history. So I got all that. I was so lucky to have that kind of education in California, and I'm just so proud. And then to see what's happened to California and many, many states that are completely controlled by Democrats is just the saddest thing. Because in California, I got so frustrated, not missing one election, not even a primary, not even a midterm, nothing. I voted every single election. And no, I didn't vote Republican all the time. I voted for the candidate that spoke to me. And this is years ago when I was younger and I was probably a little bit more, middle of the road than I am now. I'm definitely right of center now. Um, but the thing that bothers me is about why we call Republicans rhinos. And that's just a short term because we don't want to say Republicans in name only every time we refer to them because that's a long terminology to have in your mouth, right? But the thing that frustrated me with California is that we had that's a red state, by the way. I don't care what anybody says. LA, San Francisco, most of the people there don't vote, you know, and the ones that do vote it's such a smaller minority, relatively speaking, according to population of those counties. Okay, but what I get frustrated with is the California GOP just sat back and just allowed the Democrats to ballot harvest, to cheat, to stuff ballots. Okay, my brother ran for assemblyman in California. I saw it for myself. I worked on his campaign. I helped him, and we saw it. There were ballots sitting in a closet after election day. Okay, that were sitting there waiting to be used just in case a Democrat was losing the election. And by the way, this is Adam Schiff's district. Okay. So I got frustrated with the California GOP really not doing much about anything. They just let the state control taken over by Democrats. And so I call them rhinos. And I'm not ashamed of it. And just look at Texas. What happened to AG Paxton? There were Republicans in the Texas legislature that voted to impeach him. That tells you something right there. Even Chip Roy supported the impeachment of Paxton. Why? Because Ken Paxton was following the laws and he was calling people out. He was even calling out Republicans who are a bunch of frauds. That's why we call them rhinos, because they're not doing their job, like Christian said. So anyway, I live up here in Washington State. It's a completely mail-in ballot system. And I'm going to get involved this year. I'm going to go to the precinct. I'm going to work the polls and I'm going to see exactly what goes on. Anyway, this is the first time because all of you, especially Christian and MAGA, Sean, everybody, you guys have really motivated me this year. Washington State is completely liberal because I do believe there's cheating going on. And that's been a plan by the Democrats for a long, long time. This is why we have, illegals now being lawfully allowed to vote because the state legislatures are passing bills to allow them to vote. I'm sorry, as an immigrant myself, that took 10 years of diligence to get naturalized in America, to see them just walk in and get a fake ID or steal our social security IDs, which is happening, if you believe it or not, it's happening. They're stealing your ID. Happened to my sister twice. Somebody filed tax returns on with her social security number. So it's happening all over the country. You don't think the people across the border coming in are not being handed out other people's social security numbers. This is why our country is in a big mess. I mean, I don't mind immigration. I want legal immigration. That's so important. We have to fight this. We have to fight this. We cannot let, I mean, you know what? Okay, this is the last thing I'll say and I'll land my plane. Everybody needs to go look up New Americans. It is a plan that Obama put in place. And they've been, no media ever talks about it, but there is a plan for the New Americans, which is the World Economic Forum's great replacement. This is why our border is wide open. This is why we're being invaded. They want to replace us. If you don't get that, please go read up on it. It's in the Obama administration White House archives. You'll see it. It's in there. That's their plan. And every state is opening up an office of New Americans. Even the most Republican states are opening up an office of New Americans. So anyway, that's it. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much, MAGA.
Well, thank you. Please hang out. And illegal immigration has consequences. Elections have consequences, but illegal immigration is really panning out to have a lot of really devastating consequences.
Yeah, yep. And I just wanted to jump in and say thank you to Vivian. I really do hope that you get involved in your precinct. And I also wanted to share one of the new PCs last night. Uh, this particular gentleman is a retired B-52 nuclear commander. Okay. This gentleman, he's retired. He's getting ready to go back to be an airline pilot. But folks, I'm just saying this to say, this is not a game. Okay. I mean, we have people that are looking at the government. So, these folks that are in office thinking that they're just going to kick their feet up on their desk and they're just going to sit comfortably. Life ain't gonna work that way. You guys could keep thinking that you are, and I know that they're listening. You're not. It's not gonna work that way. You're gonna be out. That's what's gonna happen. And all of our business owners and people who work for a living, they have real jobs, or they've served in the military, or they have kids, or a lot of these people are retirees and they have grandkids. They don't want their kids to live in a mess when they leave this earth. So, I mean, these folks in the government, you're either going to do your job or you're not going to be there any longer. It is what it is. Thank you.
That wouldn't be, well, I might know the person you were mentioning. I won't name names, but that's great. I want to say hi to Jeannie. Jeannie, you're back.
Yes, I hope I'm not in a can.
No, you're
Awesome.
outside and you sound great.
Well, let me speak quickly before my can returns. Um, so, to get back to James's point about the law that's been passed that says if an illegal immigrant votes, they will, be prosecuted, convicted, and deported. We have immigrants murdering and raping people that are being charged and released by ICE. So let's not think that that law has a lot of bearing on the situation. Um, in reality, yes, we have a law, but we're not following laws right now. For instance, we have immigration laws that say that in order to enter our country, you must have credible fear. They're not even asking at the border right now because we are disregarding our immigration laws absolutely 100% at the border. and instead using UN international law. That is the policy per Joe Biden that he speaks to in his Los Angeles declaration, as well as his declaration, the Declaration of North America, where he basically joined Canada, Mexico, and US to be considered North America. He also refers to UN refugee law in that declaration as the solution to our open border. Okay. And so he's not using US law. He's using UN international refugee law. That's why they all enter and they're all released, because UN law, refugee law, says everybody that comes to your border must be admitted and allowed a due process hearing. Well, when you have 10 plus million enter, it's going to take many years for that to occur. And we're having them released right now with court dates in as far out as 2031. Now, understand, once they enter, if they get with an attorney to understand our law, they can apply for a work permit immediately. And with that work permit, they will be given a Social Security card. So let's say they decide they don't want to work, they want to collect Social Security disability. That's where they're getting the $2,200 a month, you guys. And let's say it was a Latino family, the husband can collect $2,200 and the wife can collect $2,200. So now that family was given $4,400 from my and your Social Security account that's being used as disability. Okay. So I won't get too much further into all of that. But what I'm saying is we're not following our laws. So let's not assume they don't understand our laws. Okay. So let's not assume that they don't go to the poll and vote, not understanding our law. And even if the local people say, oh, excuse me, Jose's whoever voted and shouldn't have, we're going to go arrest them, they have to turn them over to ICE. And then ICE is the one who releases them back into our public. They don't deport them. Okay. We are deporting like 3% of what is coming across the border right now. Okay. So I'll move on real quickly to agree. I don't remember. I think it was Vivian that spoke on the New Americans. It is actually, if you look up an organization called National Partnership for New Americans. That is the partnership that was created to support Obama's White House task force for New Americans. That task force obviously disbanded under Trump, and it has been reinstituted February of 21 by Joe Biden. Okay. If you look at their website, National Partnership for New Americans, it is actually pinned to my page. If you want to go look at it, I've spelled out a lot of detail on it. What I didn't spell out specifically were the 5 pillars of that organization, but it is a coalition of 66 NGOs that support that partnership for New Americans. Those 66 NGOs are the advocacy groups that have pushed to get the driver's license, for example. They've pushed to get their housing. They pushed to get them Social Security disability. That's where the problem is. And that is at a state level, you guys. So it goes down to your local and state level where we've got to fight back against this. Thank you.
Thank you. You're so welcome. I want to welcome Dale up, and how you doing this afternoon? And I see Keisha here, so welcome.
Yeah, welcome. Thanks for having me up here, Mega. See a few people here. Hey, Christian and Tim. It's been a while. I see Julie down there. Um, yeah, with some of the immigration issues and the border issues, you're seeing a lot of selective use of the laws that are being applied, and they're not being applied in a judicious manner. There's, people that are coming lawfully are being punished, but the people who are coming here, going there unlawfully, are being rewarded. And this is something that needs to fundamentally change, right? You shouldn't be letting people that you don't know who they are, but the people who are bringing skills that are benefiting your country, you want to bring those people in and not, the other ones. But this is what you're seeing happening. And so that's a security risk. I was actually on a call before I got in here. A guy who did extensive work with a lot of government agencies and so forth, and the systems there. He was telling me that you can have up to 8 people on one social security number in the United States, and this is a practice that's being done. So you can have 8 people on the same social security number, and this is the way they have it set up in their system. This is 100% criminal, how you can just traffic human beings and make a lot of things go wrong, and so forth. And so that needs to be done. And people need to understand that there are criminals operating within government systems, right? Like, not every law enforcement agent is good, not every law enforcement agent is bad. But we do have to understand that there are criminals that are allowing these things to go on because the good people that want to do their jobs are getting frustrated with the amount of criminals that are in their organizations. This is why we're seeing whistleblowers coming forward and so forth. But people need to start taking action on a local level, right? This is something that fundamentally needs to be done across the board. And so we're all responsible for the situation of getting this far. So whatever area you can get into, people need to get involved and stop the bleeding, because sitting around and just saying, well, this is terrible, without actually doing something to affect change is not gonna help the problem. So it's time for us to do something. My daughter and my experience are something that demonstrates how people doing things according to the law get punished, and while illegal immigrants are getting a free pass and stealing people's money and to do wrong things. So I'll just lay that there. I could go on about this for a while, but I'll land my plane now.
Well, thank you, Dale. And so we've been talking about a lot of things that affect voters and getting people just even to register to vote, and then actually to vote. We want people to vote in person. Get together with your friends, get down there and vote, because that's your true power. And I see Johnny with Votify Now has joined us. Johnny, if you could just hang on, let Keisha go, and then we'll say hi to Johnny and see what he's up to today.
Just quickly before Keisha goes, I just want to touch on that. In order for there to be, getting out and voting, that's good, but we also have to make sure that people secure the elections, because these people are going to cheat. So it's up to the people that also make sure that there is integrity in their elections, so that when you do go to vote, that your vote actually counts. I'll just put that
Yeah,
there.
that's exactly what we've been speaking on. But we need to get more people to register. We need to get them to actually vote, and then we need to really focus on election integrity and making sure that exactly what you just said. And we're gonna talk about that in just a second, even farther. Keisha, please.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Mega, for letting us up to speak. Hi, Christian and Reverend Tim. Nice to see you guys up here. I want to say I agree, with a lot of what everyone has been saying. And there was a lady up here earlier who was talking about how she had moved to the United States and legally, and she had to go through the entire process. And I'm not against illegal immigration legal immigration whatsoever. I think most people should definitely take that route. And I myself, I'm an American Indian. I took the legal route, and I was severely punished. And I don't even really need any of the documents that everyone else needs. But um, I myself can't even vote. So I think that something really needs to be done. But uh, I'm right now working with Operation Restoration to help people, to hold people accountable. And we're trying to help secure the elections and ensure the voting process is respected and secured. I know how valuable that is to every person in here, whether it be because you moved from another country and you value what America has given you and your family, or whether you're an American citizen and you want to protect your rights. I myself, as an American Indian, and what that meant for me the last couple of years. So we want to make sure that people who are registered can have their votes count. And if anybody is interested in working with us to progress that in the right direction positively, then please reach out to me. And I really appreciate what you guys are doing in the space here, and thank you for letting us come up to speak.
Yeah, you got it. And when we first started out, we kind of talked about some of the things that are dividing us, and some of the terms and things like that. So just kind of going back to that, some people will come into a room or they'll look at my avatar and they'll be like, MAGA, and MAGA has been attacked from all different directions, and that key word again has been attacked, and just the whole premise of making America great again. So, I mean, everybody in this room wants to make America be prosperous and safe and secure, and have our elections be secure and safe. And I see Michael Hoover in the room. He's a great guy, and I'd love to hear from him on some of these things. But illegal immigration has really it's come to a boiling point, and everything that we were talking about, it's going to have such an impact to this country, and it's really going to change, like they said they were going to do. It was going to change America forever. That was their promise, that they were going to change America forever, and it would never be the same again, which is scary. It's a scary promise to make. Michael, how you doing this afternoon? We're diving into election integrity here, not just getting people to vote, but voting in person, and then also securing election integrity and kind of getting past this so the American people can have confidence in the voting process again.
I think it's well. Thanks for having me. It's good to hear everybody, all my fellow Americans and patriots talking. I love you all. And I did want to share with you this week. This past week, we watched Iowa vote with a piece of paper. One square little purple piece of paper. And how refreshing was that for all of us to sit back and go, "Oh my gosh, that's the way to do it." It reminds me of a good song. But anyway, I just showed my age. So anyway, the great thing about that process is that that's what we need. That's what we got to get back to, and fight for that through legislation and getting the right people elected so that we can make that happen. In the meantime, I was doing my daily calls, talking to donors throughout the country. And one gentleman actually was fighting the good fight all the way up to the Supreme Court. I won't mention his name, but he shared with me an outline for us to use in the upcoming election. And what he's talking about is that there's actual laws on the books that says, well, you can go to federal prison if you break any kind of election law. And we know factually that there was election laws actually broken. And if you hear the media talk about how that all of Trump's cases were dropped or they're proven wrong. Well, that's just false. 75% of Trump's cases actually were proven true, and predominantly that was states changing their rules and their laws, not in accordance with the Constitution in that state. So, but his to get back to the whole idea, what his concept is that you've got to get your county sheriffs on board, and then deputize. I'll try to get it out again. Deputize as many people as we can to go out and actually watch the drop off areas, watch the polls, look for anything that's nefarious, and then have those sheriffs on 911 ready to call, and then have your phones already, and Votify Now is a great use to do that with. But then you can report that in there, and the police got to be there very quickly so that they can arrest the people, they can investigate it, and they can stop the crime from happening right then and there. I thought it had a lot of merit, so I thought I'd share with everybody listening today.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, Johnny and the creator of Votify Now is a tool to help, and you mentioned him, and I want to welcome him to the floor. I don't know if he's free to speak. Johnny, you good now? I know he was dealing with something at the moment. He DM'd me in the back channels. But yeah, I hope every candidate will, or every precinct and everybody in the room will download the app and just have it so that you can actually cite and see if you see something, you can document it, you could take a video of it, it'll be uploaded and everybody can see it. And it can actually be used in a court of law as evidence if something were to come up. And I think it's really revolutionary that the very thing that some people have used to stop us, technology and the internet and all the things, the media and everything that we're up against, that there's innovators that are bringing something like Votify Now to the table. Some other great tools MAGA Mission has is to register to vote, become a poll watcher, become a poll worker. Some information, basic information, then links to other organizations that are also grassroots organizations. The Allegiance Project Foundation in Texas is working on securing soft targets and bringing security to schools and protecting the children. Okay, so there's so many missions going on, and that's what I'm trying to get through to people. MAGA Mission is an umbrella of for all of us to bring these missions to light and to link together across America and bring real change. There are thousands of grassroots organizations out there with their individual websites in their individual states. So we need to really unite across the country. But anyways, Johnny's free now, and I want him to speak to everybody on election integrity and Votify Now and how that can be used to secure an election and bring it to light. Johnny, you
Yeah,
with us?
hey, thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. See some familiar faces. Hey, Sean, what's going on? I see Mr. Lamar. Yeah, no, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Yeah, I think we can all agree, if everybody's watching as closely as I am, that the left does not have anything to be so confident about, yet they sure seem pretty cocksure of themselves that they've got this election, in the bag, or at least they're going to give a good fight against a winning hand. So that freaks me out. I encourage everybody to make election integrity besides getting the vote out, and I believe getting the vote out is extremely important. Filling precinct strategy seats or precinct committeeman seats is very important, but let's face it, on game day or leading up to it, it's all about making sure we don't get robbed of the election. And Votify Now is designed to do that one thing. In case anybody is not familiar, just go to votifynow.org, VOTIFYNOW. I see that MAGA Mission was kind enough to put it up there in the headline. And what that website will do is it'll show you a couple videos. One, how the technology works. Two, it'll train you how to use the app. And then you could go ahead and download the links from the website, or you can go directly to the App Store for iPhone or go to Google Play Store for Android. But in a nutshell, and I hate to, repeat myself to those who know how to use it, in a nutshell, we take election integrity in a whole different direction, which really drives the swamp and the uniparty nuts. If you guys only knew how much resistance I run into when I come into a new state and I introduce the system, and the very people on our team, the swamp rats, the uniparty, the rhinos, always find a problem and find a reason to give me the old, hey, we'll get back to you, blah, blah, blah. But in a nutshell, what Votify Now does, it lets you report an incident in seconds. You can report an incident, something that you see that's suspicious. You go on the app, you report it, you take a photo or video of it. It could be live, or it could be something that you're adding early on before the elections, or it even could be a day or two after. But you report it, and then here is where we really make a difference. Within minutes, our AI and our algorithms and our team, a combination of technology and people, vet the system, and then the election integrity issue goes live on the map for the whole country to see. And this is the game changer technology that what nobody is doing right now. When there's election integrity issues, it takes a whole fucking committee of 100 people to change a damn light bulb. Your people are ordering camera footage from drop boxes. The whole thing is a mess. With Votify Now, you report an incident, and then within about 1 or 2 minutes, that incident that you're reporting is open for everybody in the country to see. And this is a very disruptive technology. We've taken what would normally take days, weeks, months, and we make it happen in minutes to let everybody see what's happening. And not only do we let the voters see what's happening on the app, they can report, and then also on the app, they can view, they can look at the map of the country and zoom into their home city, or zoom out and see what else is happening in the rest of the country. Not only is there that functionality, but also we're putting all the incidents in spreadsheets, in documents, and we're emailing these to community leaders. MAGA Mission would get one, Lamar would get one, everybody would be, across the country is getting these reports, assuming they're requesting them. Carrie Lake's team would be good. They've already signed up. Them and their legal teams are getting the reports every hour on the hour, so that they don't have to wait days, weeks, months to build their case. If they end up getting robbed of an election, they have the evidence in their hand to go to a judge. They arm their attorneys within minutes with this evidence. So we encourage everybody, please, you guys, go to votifynow.org, learn about the app, or just go to your favorite, go wherever you download apps. We've been live for 3.5, almost 4 years now. Hard to believe that we're the old guys on the block, but it takes years to build this kind of technology. We take no donations. You can't offer me a fucking penny. I won't take it. And all I ask, and this is my big ask here, so get ready for the big amount of money that I'm going to ask everybody. It's for $0, but please just use it, and please just share it with others that you think could benefit. All we're doing is trying to make election integrity issues transparent so that we can all see what's happening in our communities. And I think with that, I will yield. If anybody wants to contact me, they got my DM. I'm close with MAGA Mission and Sean and several others here on the panel. I recognize some faces, and I'm an open book. Anybody can learn about me or what I do. By the way, I've been interviewed by Washington Times and every other, Gateway pundit just did a piece on us. We've been vetted by everybody. Believe it or not, I still get emails or messages like, "How do we know that you're not an operative?" And I'm like, "Holy shit, there's interviews on me going back to 2022, like, 2021. Like, what are you talking about?" So, sorry, I don't mean to chuckle at such a serious matter, but anyways, with that, I will relinquish the mic and MAGA Mission. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. What you're doing is important work. What we're all doing is important work, you guys. And in the words of Benjamin Franklin, I just learned the greatest new frickin' quote that Benjamin Franklin said during a critical time. He said, "We all hang together, or surely we will all hang separately." And I've been repeating that quote because that is where we are at. 2024 is the entire ball game. Don't let anybody fool you otherwise. We need, let's face it, we've got 2024 in the bag unless there's a black swan event, i.e., some fucking giant electrical blackout or some attack or some bullshit. But I don't know what the other side, I don't know what the left has planned for us, but I could promise you guys they've got something planned because they sure are confident. In fact, if you go to my profile, and I encourage everybody to follow me, it's just basically at Votify Now. You'll see I posted something where Kamala Harris is like, "Let me just tell you, we're going to win." And then I think the interviewer was like, "Well, how?" And she was like, trust me, we've got it in the bag. We are going to win 2024." And it was like, it sent chills up my spine of like, wow, what do these guys have in store for us? But we are strong. We are united. And together, again, uh, I think the official Benjamin Franklin quote was, "Gentlemen," I'm going to add gentlewomen, gentle people, "together we hang together, or we will surely hang separately." So, anyways, anybody can ask me questions, and thanks for the time, you guys. I'm going to go ahead and mute myself, but I'll be around hanging out. And thanks, Matt, for the time.
Yeah, yeah. We have links to Votify Now on magamission.org, but Votify Now is a tool that is just vital to have on your phone. If there's any app to download, that's the one that I use. I would recommend checking it out. And always, if you sign up with magamission.org, it's free to do. I don't ask anything. We don't take donations. And I do this because I love the country and I love America and its citizens, and I want everybody to be prosperous and be well and safe and secure. So I'm trying to do everything in my power to bring these organizations up and so that people can find them. You wouldn't know unless you just came in here. If you didn't hear it before, you heard it today. And so it's kind of spreading the word. That's what we're
Well,
trying
hold
to do.
on a second. I will say one thing, not that I'm disagreeing with anything you're saying, MAGA Mission. We are live, you guys, in about 40 states. We were the biggest, most influential force in the 2022 elections. We provided the major evidence in the Kerry Lake lawsuit. Now, keep in mind, if the lawyers and the judge, if they all drop the ball, that has nothing to do with us. We are the main evidence for Abe Hamadad that's fighting for the attorney general race. So yeah, I appreciate it, MAGA Mission, but we have been around for years. We do have about 500,000 users. We're trying to get up to about 2 million users before the election. So with help from people like MAGA Mission and others, we will get there. So thanks, everybody.
Yeah, you got it, Johnny. I want just real quick. I want to hear Christopher chime in. I know he's been waiting. Christopher, what do you got, bud?
This is awesome. I really appreciate the space you guys are holding here. I gotta get back to family stuff and work. So I just wanted to say thank you. I'm going to stay on for like a couple more minutes after this quick, my sort of closing, just because I'm going to ask if I just want to hear a couple other people speak, and then I'll take off. But for like Votify, who didn't hear before, I'm a centrist independent, have been my entire life. I've voted for more Republicans for president than Democrats. I lived in Arizona for 15 years, a decade ago. I live in Chicago now, back in my hometown. But I worked closely with the Goldwater Institute there. Shauna and Clint Bullock are good friends. So I actually they were. I haven't really stayed in touch since we've moved away. But there's a lot of things in here that I don't agree with. There's a lot of stuff I do agree with in here, and I appreciate the dialogue. I'm learning. I hope things that I've said, I hope people learn from as well. I definitely am terrified about what's happening with our immigration system or lack thereof that needs to be fixed. One quick question for Votify, and then also for Rev. One Votify. Or let me ask
Wait,
Rev
by
first.
the way,
Rev,
hold on, hold on.
yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah.
you got to say Votify now, only guys because it shows Votify on my profile only because X only allows a certain amount of letters. It's Votify now. There is another app called Votify that does a complete different thing. So I'm sorry, but go ahead, ask your questions. But it's
Oh yeah,
Votify now.
that's important.
Well,
That's
the
important.
other thing that this issue is a bipartisan issue. Both sides should be concerned, but it's funny that the other side doesn't want to bring transparency and clarity here, and also documentation. So this should not, for you being an independent, you should be just as concerned as any other citizen.
100%, and that's why I was just saying the question for Votify now. Thanks for clarifying, and for Rev, I'll just say to Rev first. I am going to drop off in a few minutes. I enjoyed hearing your perspective. So if you have anything else you want to say, I'd love to hear before I drop off. But for Votify now, I did want to confirm because, like, frankly, there was a lot of rhino-y and like all this. It just felt very like lopsided. This is for election integrity, regardless if that's Republican, Democrat, left, right, independent, whatever. If somebody's doing some funny business, you're trying to capture that,
Wait,
correct?
100%. By the way, I don't know who just said that. Was that
That's me,
Okay, Chris?
Chris.
By the way, great question. 100%. We are absolutely nonpartisan. And by the way, I've caught hell from this from some of the more right-leaning conservatives, but we don't give a crap. If you see anything that's suspicious, we want you to report it, whether you are a liberal, excuse me, a libertarian, a Democrat, or a conservative. Absolutely, we take incidents from everybody as long as you are a law-abiding, constitutional following citizen. We will report it. Now, I will say that if you are an absolute psychopath, activist, Marxist, psycho, we're probably going to say, first off, you're probably not going to have a legitimate issue. But I guess, I guess that brings a great question up. What would we do if we had a psycho Marxist report that looked like it seemed to be a real issue? I gotta say, guys, and you're the first to ever hear me say this, I guess if a psycho Marxist reports something that clears all our smart code and makes it through to our, I guess we would have to report it. So, yeah, which I'm shocked to even hear my own self say that. But and the reason is because election integrity shouldn't be a thing of the left or the right. It should be a thing of the truth. And all we want is to give people the truth and let them make the right decisions. It's all about the people. Votify Now does its best to stay out of the middle. We just do our best to let you report and then let the people decide.
I think that's awesome. I appreciate the clarity. This is a startup, whether you're taking money or not. I've invested in 90 plus startups. This is what I do. You just maybe a nonprofit or a
When you're saying we're a startup, are you talking about us? Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about you. I mean, what you're
No,
doing. This is
by the way, no, we're not a startup. I don't want to sound braggadocious. I'm a pretty successful founder.
no.
I've put
I get it. A
Right,
startup doesn't.
we're not a startup, by the way.
But
We've been live for five. We're building for 5 years. We've been live for about 4 years. It's not a startup, but by the way, that said, if you ever want to have a meeting about jumping on board, we're not saying we're against it, but we're not a startup. We've been active since about 2021. So
so just to be clear, they call startups up until IPO. So it's just it's a type of business. I've been investing in this for over 25 years. So I'm speaking from a place of knowledge. My point was,
no, I got
yeah,
you. I mean,
my point was only
point
it's a
made. I got you.
yeah. The
Right,
only point that I
you
was
can't buy
making was
shares of us on Nasdaq yet. I understand it.
yes, right. So the only point I was trying to make is, as a startup, like I think this is awesome. My coaching, unsolicited, which my wife would probably kick me in the shins for giving unsolicited advice, but this is just a habit. I would, as much as you can, because I love what you said, but everything you said before made me question that that was true because you were saying a lot of partisan-y, rhino-y, and whatever stuff. I would try, if that's fine for you to feel that way,
Hey,
but if you're
hold on.
talking about it in the,
You're now.
yep,
Hold on a second. You're now losing
yep,
me again.
how
You're now
so?
losing me again. First off, I'm not sure that you're paying attention. I'm going to disagree. I'm going to push back with your whole startup thing again. We're not only the oldest game in the book for election integrity. We're we're the only election integrity tool that's been used in every major lawsuit since the 2022 midterms. And then when you said that we said some things that you're questioning, I would love to hear those
No,
again.
not we. It was just the way that it was being presented was I heard lots of like the rhinos and I appreciate that you're saying you want all people. This you can take or leave like 100% of what I'm saying. I'm not like this is unsolicited advice, which you typically don't want to give. It's a habit that I have
Okay,
because I
so
try to
why are
help
you giving
founders.
hold on? Why are you giving unsolicited advice on a public channel? Why don't you DM me with your unsolicited advice?
Yeah,
Okay,
and
fair
Just
enough.
just
I
just
That's
wanted
DM
enough.
to
That
just
I
DM
fair
wanted
me.
to
fair
jump
enough.
in, guys.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Could I jump in for a second too? Votify now is for all American citizens, okay, to have election integrity. That's what it is. And each one of us here, like you see my title as MAGA mission, and you might categorize my opinions, my views, whatever. I'm reaching across the aisle every day. I'm reaching across the aisle. I'm trying to bridge those divides. And these concerns are all of our concerns. It shouldn't matter which side you're on. It should just matter about the truth. So I understand what you're saying, Christopher. Everybody votes a certain way. That's their right. They have a right to an opinion, but opinions, like a judge might have an opinion, but he has to judge based on the Constitution and the law, right? He's not supposed to inject his opinions into things. I know we're all human, so you maybe heard some opinions and the way people feel, and it doesn't mean we're not here gathering to unify. We're not,
No,
we
Matt.
are here to unify.
Matt, I appreciate it. By the way, Christopher, anything that you want to discuss, I'm 100% open to your ideas. I just don't know that a public forum with people listening to private conversations. And by the way, a lot of people on here might not know what startup means. By the way, we weren't exactly a startup. I funded the company. I'm a founder of several successful platforms. So I seeded the company with $1 million. That's beyond a startup. And also, we've got, beyond proof of concept, we've literally been effective in several major lawsuits that were held. So if it's Christopher, I'd love to have this conversation, but again, maybe not on a public forum. That's all I'm saying.
Totally fair enough. But any like literally, they can be for profit, not. It's still the terminology we at least use is a startup. That was not meant to be in any way a pejorative or like derogatory. Just saying like you're trying to grow this thing, and it's just a terminology. But I sent you a DM, and I totally appreciate that. That was fair. Thank
Yeah,
you.
no problem. By the way, yeah, no problem. Let me at least first share with you how our growth and how many states we're active in, and then we could go from there. But all good, you guys. Thank you. And Christopher, I'm always open to hear ideas. And thanks, MAGA Mission. I will relinquish the mic. And Christopher, I will DM you back. Thank you.
Hey, Mega. Hey,
Yeah. What's up, Rick?
Christopher, I will definitely say that Mega and I are trying to do some things. Well, I'm part of what he's trying to do. My suggestion, I followed you back, my friend, is to get involved with what we're trying to do, and maybe something there will enlighten you to be a part of what we're trying to get done here. Um, I'm not pushing back on anything that you said. Like I said before, I understand you. Trust me when I say that. Um, but I think opening a few more doors will help a lot of people understand where we're trying to go, and I'm just happy to be a part of what Mega is putting together here, and he's trying to enlighten people, just like he said. He's trying to come and reach across all aisles. It's something that he and I have spoken on the phone about. He's going to be on my platform here pretty soon. We're going to be putting some things together there also. So Christopher, please follow me. I see you did follow me. I followed you back. And come on and be a part of what people are trying to get here. I'm no different than you are. I don't see things as a one party situation where I only have to vote for this party right here, or I'm going to turn into dust at all. I believe in voting my conscience, voting for the items and things that I feel is right and it's going to help this country. Let me say hi to Dale and to Casey. I keep getting her name wrong, but she knows who I'm talking about. I'm just gonna call her Kay. I'm just gonna call her
Yeah.
Kay.
Okay.
But I got to say hi to Kay today. I haven't seen her in a long time. It's been a minute, but just saying hi to you. But again, Christopher, um, come on, be a part of it, man. You know, don't push it. You never. We don't know where this is gonna go, but we hope and pray that it opens the doors for everybody to see something different. You know, I sit back and I listen in these rooms because there's things I don't know, and I take the time just to listen. I don't really come in and talk. Meg will tell you sometime I'll come in and just sit. He throws me a mic, I let it go because I'm here to understand, right? I'm here to try to get some information for myself, learning things that I had zero clue about when I first came in this room. And then it's never a time that I've walked out of one of Mega's rooms that I did not learn something. So I say that to say all of this here, man, is come on, get on a board, you know, and see where we go from here.
Yeah. It's going to be great. You know, and we were talking about how, you know, I'm sure everybody's done this. You go into a room or whatever. I purposefully put myself in difficult situations and I get comfortable with the uncomfortable. And I do that so that I can basically set emotions aside a little bit, knowing full on well that I signed up for this. I decided to ride this ride. I knew that it might go sideways, but I'm going to enjoy the ride and just try to have those uncomfortable conversations with people that maybe just want to tear me apart just because of my avatar and my name.
Hey, Magda,
Yeah, and same.
let me just add to that, by the way. And I know exactly what you're talking about, MAGA. In my early years, um, when I first started Votify Now, if you guys only knew how much we went through with people questioning, how do we know you're not a Democratic, operative? How do we know you're not, the CCP? So what people don't realize is even though, and I'm not assuming that you or Christopher or anybody's making this assumption, because Vodafy Now is not as well known as like a My Pillow, Mike Lindell thing, or a General Flynn, because we have those big dollars, everybody tends to think we're like newer. And what it really is we are, again, we've been live for about 4 years. We've been already battle hardened in elections and supplying tough tough attorneys in with evidence. But one thing that we think does not help us is because we don't take donations, just like you, MAGA Mission. We don't have the big branding dollars, you guys, to make everybody know the term Votify Now. So a lot of people, I'm not saying Christopher was thinking this, a lot of people think that we're a newer organization because or that we're, and by the way, in his defense, startup can mean anything from a company that's 1 year old to 10 years old. But a lot of people still think we're brand new, and it's like, my God, we're on our way to 1 million users. We've been used in almost every major lawsuit. But one thing that is our Achilles heel is that we don't take money from anybody. By the way, I learned that move from Trump. I loved when Trump was like, "We're not taking anybody's money." Of course, there Trump people donate to his campaign, but Trump won't take a salary, and I love that. So I was like, "I'm not taking a dime either. Everybody should get election integrity given to them as a God-given right in the Constitution." So we refuse to take money. And then because of that, though, it does hamper a little bit of our brand awareness. So some people think we're a little newer. Again, I'm not suggesting that Christopher was making that suggestion, but yeah, we know exactly what it's like to be, you know, looked at as the newer guy, even if you've got some years behind you. And yeah, we have to all just keep on fighting and all working together. And Christopher, I don't know if your position was an independent. I'm not sure where you were coming from, but we do encourage you to come back to these rooms. MAGA Mission puts on great rooms. I don't put on any rooms. I'm overwhelmed. Keeping the platform up and running. Votifynow.org and the app. And yeah, anybody, we just encourage everybody to keep coming back here and learning. Everybody just keep learning more information and then just decide for yourself. Anyways, okay, with that, I'll relinquish the mic.
And and Matt, I wanted to also mention too about what you just said a few minutes ago.
What I do
One,
now? What did I do? Oh, wait,
one,
wait, real quick. I want to let everybody know I'm going to put a poll in the comments section. If you find the term rhino offensive, I want to know. Please vote right now. And we might actually vote on lima beans being inferior to sweet peas, but that'll be another poll. For right now, I just want to know if you think that the term rhino, is separating us from having a kumbaya moment. Christian, please continue.
Yep, thanks. So one thing that I've realized over the past few weeks is, and I've known this for quite some time, but it's come to the more of a realization now for the past few weeks, is that a lot of folks don't want me educating people on the power that they have. And so, whether that's people inside of the government, whether that's people on social media, whether that's people that are, influencers with big accounts, or people that are in even so called conservative media. Uh, so, that's just something that I need to start embracing more, that there are those that want a continuation of this thing that they call democracy, which democracy obviously is on life support, because just look at the United States Congress approval rating. Just look at the general view of what independent voters think of politicians and political parties and politics just in general. The view ain't good. So the idea that folks want a continuation of the same exact strategies and the same exact methods and the same exact um, platforms that have failed over and over and over again, and thinking that that those things are going to render a different result. It's just not the reality. And more and more our voters are becoming a lot more smarter, They are outsmarting the consultants. They are outsmarting the lobbyists. They are outsmarting the establishment politicians that think they know it all. They're outsmarting these people who think that, they're not, that they are the best thing since sliced bread because they have a perfect conservative record in the Liberty Caucus. They're outsmarting the people who think that, oh, I'm just going to move up to the next office and nobody's going to stop me. Our voters are a lot smarter than these people. Um, and I would just say that um, the reason why a lot of people have a problem with me is because I upset the apple cart. I'm not here for anything else but for the people to have the power and the control over their government. That's the only reason that I'm here. I don't. The government can go to hell. I mean that's just plain and simple, point blank. The entire government and every person that is in it can go straight to hell. The only Republican or conservative that has been worth anything in the government is President Donald J. Trump and Abraham Lincoln, the Lincoln disciples, the Lincoln disciples that passed the 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment, the Lincoln disciples that gave us Section 1983. Those are the folks that are worth anything. But all these folks that parade around, saying that they're fighters, and they either go along with Joe Biden's budget or they just take a Democrat's budget and vote yes on it, vote to raise taxes while claiming that they are so conservative. They vote for a ballot initiative that basically raises the taxes. A ballot initiative to go straight to the ballot for the Democrats to raise the taxes through the corrupt election process. But those are the folks that are conservative. So no, I mean, I totally hear you in saying and embracing certain things, because this is, this is about a greater fight for what uh, what we have. It is a republic. We have a Republican form of government. We have people that want uh, the, that want the government to have control over the people. So we have people that want the government to run our lives. We have people that want the government to be the final arbiter, and that's just not how our country works. That's not how our country. That's not the way that our laws work either. Quite frankly, the supreme law of the land says that the people have all political power. That's in the federal and the state constitution. So all these folks are that are that are going to walk around for the next 11, 12 months talking about how they're for democracy and they are for the people voting on election day and then turning their back on them, allowing them to do whatever they want. Well, like as I said earlier, those days are over. Thank you.
Amen. Amen. Hey, let's get back to Ashley, and then I see Feed the People has joined us. Let's go to Ashley, and then we'll keep circling through. Ashley, you back?
I am. I'm sorry. I kept getting dropped, and I'm not sure why. We're in DC. Yes, it's because we're in DC, swampies. Um, so it's kind of funny because I have something that I want to say, but before I get to that part, listening to all of this stuff, we have a constitutional republic that is supposed to work a certain way because we have a constitution and we have a separation of powers that is supposed to dictate that to keep us essentially safe from an overzealous government. And it's not working like that. Right now, what this looks like is a narcissistic, abusive relationship. And what I mean by that is if the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are two parts of a relationship and the Dominion voting machines are the cell phone, the Democratic Party is looking at the Republican Party and saying, I don't care if you give me a reason to want to look at my cell phone. You should just trust me enough not to look at my cell phone. And the Republican Party is like, but if we have a good relationship and there's nothing to see, then we should both have the passwords to each other's phones. Why don't we have both parties, if they were being honest with each other, should be like, we'll just both have our thumbprints on the phone. And if there's ever any issues, you can look, but I'll try to make sure that I don't ever give you any reason to need to look, because that's how respectful partners work. That's not what we're seeing. So I just thought about that. Like, the Republican and Democrat Party are in a very toxic, narcissistic, gaslighting relationship, and the Dominion voting machines are the cell phone. But outside,
Hey, can I be the guy? Can I be the male part of the toxic relationship at least?
oh my God. But okay.
I'm just
Please.
kidding. I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but by the way, that was a beautiful metaphor. As Trump would say, beautiful. That was a beautiful metaphor.
I'm pretty good at metaphors.
Well, that's why we really appreciate Ashley joining MAGA Mission, because, man, she really, I mean, when I hear her speak, if people aren't voting for you, they're just being silly, because you really are standing up.
I appreciate that. So the thing that I wanted to bring up though too, outside of that analogy, is that when it comes to the Republican Party, one of the things that I'm finding quite interesting that I thought about was our last election cycle, you had establishment Republicans coming out talking about a red wave. This time you are not seeing that. It's grassroots candidates and more of the conservative, on the more libertarian side, Republicans coming out and saying we've had enough, and those left centrists are coming out and saying we've had enough, but we want grassroots moral conservative Republicans. We're not looking for the same establishment. And I think it's interesting because I think the establishment Republicans are just as scared as Democrats that if they don't finally take some responsibility and work for the Republican Party, that they could potentially lose their seats, because right now they're beholden to their donors. But I don't know what that's going to look like, and I'm wondering if that's why establishment Republicans aren't being so quiet right now, because they don't know how to approach the situation now that they're being held accountable.
Thank you, Ashley.
Yeah, just a
Uh,
topic for discussion.
oh yeah, yeah. I want to go to Dale because he's been listening and I'm sure he's been processing a lot of stuff. Dale, why don't you jump back in, then we'll go to feed.
Yeah, there's lots. One thing I will say is that the election integrity is really tied to everything else, and I think this is where people need to start coming together, because we're all facing the same enemy no matter where you live. Um, Christian, I heard about what was going on in Maricopa County, where they basically were just like, we're not taking the jobs anymore. So I mean, for the precincts there, they've got some information that would be very beneficial to them, that they should use to hold the people accountable as well. So I mean, that would be good. I mean, this is where it's time to take people to task, because if you can't vote and have your vote matter, then you don't have a republic, you don't have a democracy. If you have a democracy where you live, you don't have any government where the people have a say. And so this is where they need to just, I mean, the people have to shut this down, because when it comes down to it, when you have a contract between you and the government, if the government breaks the contract, who's the only party that's left to enforce that contract? Well, it's the people. And so the people have to do something, because everybody has skin in the game. Because if your country goes away, then what do you got? You just turned into China, right? And we don't want that happening. Um, Ashley, I sent you a follow. I'd like to connect with you on the back end. I have some information that would probably be beneficial to you. And like I said, we've been working with a lot of groups that are working to get the people together, to rally them to start taking action in whatever places work for them, and to hold these people accountable. And it's not just in the United States, it's in Canada, other places, because everybody is having the same problem. The same criminal organization is working in multiple countries, but they want to get the United States, because the United States is the benchmark for freedom. If the United States goes down, so does the rest of the world. So we need to stop it. We need to help each other, get people voices, the right people heard, so that people can make
Yeah,
their
Dale,
own decision.
can I jump in, Dale, and
Sure.
emphasize one of your comments? By the way, you were spot on with Maricopa County. I know you started to go down the rabbit hole with other countries, and you're dead right with the other countries. Maricopa, by the way, you guys, for Votify Now, that was our flagship state. We even moved our headquarters to the 2022 elections to Maricopa because we knew it was going to be so out of control. And you are right; it is the state or the elected officials, God-given duty to uphold election integrity. But we knew, and I think everybody else, that they might not. And Votify Now collected 64,397 incidents in Maricopa County alone because we had prepared for Arizona to be the absolute ground zero for election integrity abuse in 2022. That's how we were able to be so effective in giving Kerry Lake's campaign and Abe Hamadad. We even did give Mark Fincham, but Mark's case was a little more tough. But I agree with you. We should count on them to provide election integrity, but let's be prepared as a backup plan to do it ourselves. And that's one of the things that Votify Now does and did in the last election. We were heavily monitoring Arizona. So when you talk about Maricopa County, you are really hitting my heartstrings because of all the counties in the country, Maricopa County, we had 5 times more incidents reported in Maricopa County than in any other, and we were functioning in several other states, Georgia, Pennsylvania. We hit all the swing states, including some states like California and New York and others. But yeah, Maricopa County was the Super Bowl of election problems. And also they're going to be again in 2024. And again, I remind everybody 2024, this coming election is going to make the 2020 election issues look like a cakewalk. So everybody, whether you're using Votify Now or not, please be ready. Get out the vote. Follow your gut instinct. I don't want to get into a debate whether or not you should vote early, like what Scott Pressler's preaching, whether you should vote in person, same day. I don't want to speak to that. I'll let you guys make your own decision. But one thing we ask everybody to do, assume the bad guys, the guys with the shitty poll numbers, the guys that aren't campaigning, the guys and girls with no plan, assume they're planning on cheating and be ready for it.
Just want to say something just real quick, just to respond to that. No, making myself clear is that we were talking about getting the people to make sure that these things are held accountable, because it's up to people to make sure that things are getting done right. If you want to connect with me, I do have
That's understood,
some
Dave.
information that you can use, and I'd like to get your information as well.
Wait,
So
when you're
definitely,
talking about the people, by the way, the people cannot do it on their own without tools. We provide the people with technology that makes their job easy so they spend 30 seconds and a issue is ready for court battle. So
y-
so we're saying the same thing. We believe it's the people too, but we want to hand them the technology so that they spend 30 seconds on something and then that piece of evidence could be admissible or turned into a jurat or an affidavit. So
y-
absolutely, let's DM each other. I'm following you now, and I'm more than happy to bring you on board with anybody that you've got. But download Votify now and definitely check it out. Thanks.
Could I just jump in real quick and ask Johnny, or just, I'm going to make a statement. There's a lot of people that when they think about giving maybe their name, email, signing up for things, Just so you know, MAGA Mission doesn't share any information. If you give your email or whatever information, it stays on MAGA Mission. You can set up a password protected account. You know, websites use cookies. I know a lot of people hate cookies. Just decline the cookies if you don't like the cookies. But really, the data just tells me, hey, this person clicked there, did that, whatever. It just helps me make the site a better place. And none of the information that people give me is going anywhere. And I want people to be rest assured that Votify Now is, you know, sometimes people act like it's some kind of machine for collection and nefarious activities later with the information. Just Johnny, speak real clearly
Well,
on how
by
secure
the way,
people are.
Matt, by the way, I appreciate you saying that. I'm not sure anybody thinks that anymore. You're 100% right. In our first year that we were out in 2021, we did get a lot of emails that were saying, like, how do we know you're not the bad guys? But the good thing is we got great journalists like John Solomon from Just the News. Gateway Pundit has done multiple stories. Rachel Alexander from Arizona Sun Times, Epic Times has done numerous issues, Newsmax, um, Real America's Voice. So now you could go to our website and see all the vetted journalists. And these, by the way, these journalists don't do a story on you unless they've been working and talking to you for a couple of months. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Matt. But we don't
Yeah.
have that issue anymore now that we've been interviewed by so many. We just did another Gateway Pundit a piece. We're going to have our first Fox News. Not that anybody likes Fox, but I'm going to make my first Fox appearance in about 9 days here. I'll let you guys know how that goes. I'll give you guys a heads up. So yeah, we don't have anybody questioning whether they're and by the way, just like MAGA Mission said, we let you sign up and we keep everything private. It's even in our terms of service. And just so everybody knows, the Apple, App Store and the Google Play Store, they make sure that we follow those rules and regulations to a T, or we could get suspended. So we certainly follow everything and take it really serious.
Well, yeah, Johnny, the reason why I mentioned it is because I've been in hundreds, if not thousands of spaces, talked to thousands of people, and I hear the same paranoia about certain things. So I had to address it for those who maybe were thinking that.
Right, but
That's
they're
all.
not. Wait. You got to clarify. They're not making thousands of things about us. You're saying in general.
No, I'm saying I have talked to thousands of people, and
Right,
I
but
have
you're saying
heard
in
them
general.
have a feeling, their own personal feeling is that they are paranoid about everything, their
Right.
phone, devices, everything.
I'm saying let's clarify. You don't have thousands of people asking you about is Votify Now legitimate? Because that's very.
No, that's not what I said. I said they have an aversion to all digital applications, platforms, even Twitter. Some people won't come into my space because it's
I agree.
recorded.
I agree completely. We get that all the time. People asking us. I've had 1 million people ask me, "What about MAGA Mission? What about this? What about this candidate?" So I agree completely.
Yeah, it's just to set that to rest. I'm going to be turning over the room to Sean, and I'm going to turn him loose. But Sean, you with me, brother?
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm here for sure.
Yeah, let's do
Yeah,
it.
absolutely.
There you
Welcome
are.
everybody. Oh, I see you, Ashley. I've seen you the whole time. Thank you so much for joining us. Absolutely love having you here. Yes, Feed, I see you. Feed, where do you want to go? Let's see what happens.
Looks like that happened. I don't know why.
So, so I was just gonna earlier. I was just gonna highlight the fact that a few months ago, last year, it was reported that Joe Biden was not spending any campaign money. His campaign manager said that that all of their resources from 2020 are still in place. Which translation meaning all of the ballot uh, operations that they had in 2020 are ready to go for 2024, and that was last year in the summertime. And it's also being reported by multiple outlets that Biden still isn't spending any money. And also that they're relying heavily on the big, really the big PACs that are outside his campaign to really do all the heavy lifting. That's similar to what we saw in 2020. And then the other thing I'll just note. So basically, I see a lot of Republicans that are jumping up and down that they out fundraised a Democrat, but what they're not saying is that the Democrat hasn't spent any money on anything. So, that's the other thing that I'm noticing. So, and then to top it all off, as I've been saying for the past year, the key state legislatures that are in the states that are gonna decide the election, they haven't made any changes to any of the election laws, rules, or procedures. It's particularly on chain of custody, signature verification. They have added no enforcement on anything. There is no civil or criminal enforcement on breaking the law in any of those key areas. So, that's where we're at currently right now, and that's why I've been talking like a broken record about the state legislature. Thank you.
Well, wait, Christian, if I can just jump in. By the way, so he said that extremely well, and that's I've said it slightly different. I say it's freaking me out. In fact, I even have a post that's got a bunch of likes and retweets. That has anybody noticed the other guys are doing nothing to prepare for their election? And Christian, of course, knowing this stuff inside and out, just put it so well. They still have most of their infrastructure in 2020 in place. Now, for those of you that might say, Johnny or Christian or MAGA Mission, what's the sense? Why even bother? Well, let me tell you, the more we watch, the more we document, the more we use tools like Votify Now, and the more we organize, the harder we make it for them to pull off what they pulled off 2020 when we were pretty blind. The other thing, of course, is the more we get people to turn out, the more precinct strategy seats that we fill, the more work we put in, the harder we make it for them to use the same 2020 apparatus to get them over the cross the finish line in 2024. Now, do I have a crystal ball? Do I know that we've got enough? Absolutely not. And you know, what Christian's saying right now is even freaking me out even more, because I didn't quite realize all the same systems were in place. But I will just say this: don't give up hope and think, well, if the game is rigged, we've got no hope. No, we've got more eyes on it. We're going to get more people. And Christian, in fact, you or Dan Schultz could probably give the number. I don't even know what was the number of the turnout in your state for 2020. I know it was some dismal number that turned out to vote. If we could double that, and we've got eyeballs reporting incidents. If we're fighting it on all fronts, that's what gives us a chance. But Christian, it was some pathetic number of how many Republicans turned out in the general in 2020, right?
It was for Trump. It was at 1.6 million. If you go back to 2016, it is higher. However, um, when you start looking at certain key areas inside of Maricopa County, it's pretty abysmal. But I would say that some of the districts that are currently under rhino control, those are the areas that are lackluster and abysmal. The
Do you have
turnout is way down.
I'm sorry. Do you have percentages as opposed to numbers? Like, what was the percentage of possible voters that could have voted that did vote in the 2020 election.
Oh, you're just saying the overall
Right.
turnout.
Yes,
Um, y-
exactly.
yeah, I'll have to pull those numbers, but I in 2020 and in 2022, of course, Trump historically always turns out more voters than the average Republican, and that's mainly because of the fact that independent voters vote for Trump and they will not vote for any other Republican. It is what it is. The rhinos will swear up and down that Trump is a cancer, but the fact is, rhinos don't turn out voters. It's Trump. It is all Trump. It has nothing to do with chasing ballots. It's not ballot harvesting. It's not any of that. It's Trump. It is the Trump effect. And what happens is when Trump is not on the ballot, voters tend to not participate or stay home. Uh, and you could say that whatever reason that is, but it does happen. And I do distinctively remember in 2022, there were several areas inside of Maricopa County that did not turn out in comparison to 2020, and it was in the key areas where there are rhinos that are holding or that are trying to hold on to their power, particularly in the East Valley of Maricopa County.
Yeah, I hope everybody understands exactly what he's saying because that's spot on. The rhinos didn't do much when Trump's not on the ballot, and yeah, I would be curious to know what that number was, just even in 2020, because my understanding was it was still under 50% of potential Republicans that could have voted that didn't. Again, I don't want to quote any numbers. I'm not a statistic guru, but we need to get everybody out on this cycle on 2024 because we're going to have the same nefarious activity happening. Hopefully, tools like Votify Now and others will be around to, help give voters information on the day of voting and leading up to voting. Also, Votify Now will collect information and give candidates the ability to fight back within the same day. They don't have to wait around. But we really need a big turnout, and God help us. I don't think they could just, set the machine of cheating dial on level 10 and then just try to circumvent all our groundswell, our red, wave. I don't think they could do that. I think their best hope is hoping that our red wave is a little, mini whatever, like kind of what happened in the 2022 elections.
And I would just say that uh, based on what we saw from the county, um, immediately following the 2022 election, inside of the county hearings, and based on what we heard from the county under oath at the trial of the Kerry Lake trials, the three trials that occurred, the county has made it very clear that the the law does not penalize them, whether criminally or civilly, for not performing signature verification or signature compare. The law does not penalize them criminally or civilly if they forge the chain of custody. If they add in ballots after the fact without providing proof of where those ballots came from. And they made it very, very clear uh, in the prior year that the law is allowing them to get away with all these things. And when we bring this to the Republican AZ state legislature, the legislature pretends like there is no problem. So
Well,
Um,
but wait, Christian. Let me add to that because you nailed it, and that's exactly what happened. What we ran into in 2022 in Arizona. Again, I know Christian's from Arizona. He could speak on it in detail. The only reason why I know Arizona as well as I do is because we focused on it during the 2020 midterms. Excuse me, 2022 midterms. But the one thing I will say, the judges and the laws and everything is favored towards ignoring any discrepancies or abnormalities. But I will say the more we bring, the more voters we bring out, and the more that we report, the better chance we have. And again, I don't want to keep harping on my app. Don't think that I'm pushing anything. Remember, Votify Now is completely free, but Votify Now is prepared. And one of the things that we do is we let people report what's happening during the elections in real time so that they may avoid the broken machines. My God, I only wish we had our functionality up and running in 2022. We were almost completed with our functionality because Votify now does a couple things. But now, when anybody is seeing broken printer machines or whatever is going funky in a state or in any precinct or district or county, they can report it on Votify Now app, and then everybody could see it within minutes. And maybe for the people that have a county or a district or a precinct where they could vote somewhere else, if you see on if you go to Votify Now and you see that there's trouble where you're planning on driving to 3rd and Main Street, and you go on the app and you see 3rd and Main Street is a fucking dumpster fire. There's all kinds of printer issues. The machines are acting funny. There's all kinds of red flags. There's lines around the corner, and you could go vote in another area, maybe a Democrat area. Well, hell, that's a no-brainer. You go vote somewhere else. So now we got a few extra tools that Votify Now was not fully developed to do in 2022. Now you can do that in 2024. Again, this doesn't help every county in the country because some places, like in Minnesota, were really, really heavily active in trying to get Votify Now used throughout the state there. But a lot of those people have to vote at their one place, but not every. I don't know what the numbers are, but a lot of counties, a lot of precincts will let you vote somewhere else. And if you go on the app and you see that the area that you're planning on going to vote is riddled with problems, you go vote in a Democrat area where their equipment's probably working fine. So that's just one thing that I want to say. And again, everybody just pray. God knows that we're going to need not only groups like ours, people like us, and others, tools like Votify Now, MAGA Mission, and great people like Christian Lamar. We are going to need God's help as well. So everybody, don't forget to pray.
Do you actually think that the votes were stolen?
yes, 100%. I was a candidate on the ballot in 2022. I participated in the 2020 election. And of course, not to mention that I watched every single hearing. I watched all of the testimony in the signature verification trial, in the election records trials. So, 100% unquestionably, it was stolen in both years, 2020 and 2022.
But by the way,
So,
I, I, I can't
and
I can't
oh,
quite answer that as freely as a candidate can because we've got big tech terms of service that we have to adhere to. But I could just tell you that what he's saying sounds exactly similar to what we saw on the back end, and the evidence that people were reporting to us was. I'll let you guys make the conclusion for yourself, but we had many people send a photo of their vote their ballot in their hand, and then they would send another photo of them getting a message from the county recorder's office or the election, whatever the hell it's called. It's called different things in different states. They would show us, but especially in Arizona, they would show a photo, two photos, one of their ballot. They haven't yet voted, and the second one would say, "Thank you for your vote. Just know that we appreciate you being a part." Blah blah blah. And they would be like, wait, we didn't even vote yet. How do we get a message from the AZGOP or whoever stating thank you for your vote? And then we would also get the opposite, a family that would say, me and my husband and my oldest son went to vote. We checked with the county to check and make sure our vote counted, and they show no record of our vote being recorded. And they would say, what what could we even say to that? I mean, so yeah, I think the answer would be yes.
Yeah, and two, I wanted to say, I think Rev left. I wanted to ask him where he got his Walkman from, or what Walkman that is, and everything. I'm a music head, so I was like, damn, I need that. But other than that, too, I wanted to say, Ashley, the way that you explained everything, I thought that it was very great. Um, and more people should speak that way and everything. Um, it's very opening the way you talk and everything. Um, so I think that's amazing and stuff. I mean, you already hear people taking your words the red way. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like you talk very well and everything, but at the same time, Trump isn't the end all be all. Um, I'm gonna vote for him and everything this year and stuff. I didn't vote the last time. I just stayed out of it, kind of. I voted locally and everything, but I thought there's a lot of things that I think and stuff. I feel like my voice doesn't fucking matter at all. But honestly, I feel like a lot of times when it comes to politics, it's a fucking dog and pony show. Everybody is just trying to sell you something that they can't actually do and stuff. And I've yet to see it, in my 28 years of life, be 29 soon. Um, I don't see a lot of people doing things that they actually say. And people, they ride the coattails, especially when it comes to the right and everything. Like, I feel like they ride the coattails of what Trump says and
Well,
everything.
I got
And
I
like,
got to push back here, Feet. You're
well, let
definitely
me
talking about rhinos. You're not
well
talking about
let me finish my point. Let me finish my point and
okay.
everything.
I,
It's gonna all come together.
Hey,
Trust
hold
me.
on, hold on, hold on. We got to go one at a time, please.
Oh yeah, it's gonna all come together. I'm not shitting on that at all. I'm talking about all politics in general and everything. I think it's all bullshit and stuff. Who's actually for the betterment of our country and everything? If we're sitting here talking about rhinos and elephants and shit, like that's cool. Like we can all agree to disagree about shit, you know. But we all need to come together and actually figure out what's gonna be the betterment for everybody. We have corporations in this fucking country and everything. Well, not worldwide.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a
I
world
think I
thing.
gotcha. I
And
think I
you
gotcha. Hold on. I think I gotcha. But we do have
do you
hands now. Wait, no, wait,
I
no,
already had I had my
hold
hand
on.
up, bro. I'm trying I know
Dude,
I'm not trying to seem
listen,
aggressive or
calm
something.
down,
You
calm down,
see, here we
calm
go.
down,
Here we go.
calm down. It's all okay. It's gonna be
I
just
know it's okay.
fine.
Bro,
It's
you're
gonna be
the one
just
that's
fine.
when you tell somebody it's okay.
So it's gonna be okay. Just calm down. I would
I
love to
know that
keep you in the conversation, but just give me a minute.
for sure.
Ashley threw her
You got
hand
it,
up. I
Sean.
really want to hear from Ashley, and we'll go from there.
Thank you. So, to feed the people. So there was something that I had talked about earlier, and that is that we need more people on the ground that can advocate to help explain what voter integrity, how important that is. Oh, did he leave? I think he left. I think Feed left. Um, damn, that is
Well,
unfortunate.
it's a recorded space, so go ahead and respond.
Okay. Oh, there you are. Okay, he's back. So I had put an ad in there. It's DEVIO. I would definitely suggest that you speak with him. That's Devin Galatius Jones. So he works in the city of Chicago. He's an election judge. He's a good friend of mine, and I think that he can give you some really great perspective on what real Republicans who hold to the conservative moral values and are actually trying to do good can do. So I did follow you. So if you have any questions, please, send me a message. But outside of that, I think that one of the things that's really coming to head right now, and we saw it with the Tea Party too, is that you have grassroots conservative Republicans that have gone otherwise unnoticed because this big government establishment Republican has kind of taken over visually what people think the party is. And I think we really need to advocate more that Trump is an idea. He gave us a feeling of bravery to create the platform, but he's not the end all be all, because if he was, then he wouldn't need House representatives to back the ideas that he has. And the full point of this, and I'll land my plane, is that we can't just vote for Trump. We have to have debates, and we have to have town.
No, I lost you.
We lost you at
Yeah.
town hall.
Hey, by the way, Ashley is wicked spot on here.
Ashley, can you try again? We lost you right at town hall, if you can hear us.
I guess somebody doesn't want her to speak.
Yeah, well, no, it's the EMPs. It's always the EMPs, Dale. I mean, that's what it is.
Solar flare. I don't know.
Uh-huh.
The axis of the earth just shifted.
I think most people should vote for what works best for their lifestyle and their life in general and everything. Um, that's why I always say vote locally and everything in your situation and stuff. Also vote, for whatever president is running and everything, but always think about the city that you live in because that's your society. That's where you are at. That's what you need to vote for, and that's where you will see your change at.
But don't
Um,
you feed don't you agree that most people don't get educated in what party will help their community the best? We have a lot of people making ill-informed decisions. I'm not even talking parties right now, but I agree with everything you're saying. I just wish you would add to that that most people need to do a little bit of their own research. Don't listen just to mainstream media, or don't
oh yeah,
listen.
I agree, brother. I agree 1,000%, man. People need to do that as well. And I think that ties into what I'm saying. I mean, that goes into do your research and everything and look into what you need to see changed in your life. You know, like,
Amen.
okay, the roads ain't getting done in my city and stuff, or they're not doing this, they're not doing that. Like, this is going on and blah, blah, blah. Whoever's not taking care of that, go to your city hall and talk to them and everything. My mother and everything, she worked for the city. Well, I live in Cleveland, Ohio, and everything. She worked for the city of Cleveland, the city of Oberlin, um, a lot of different places and everything. And I learned a lot of stuff from her and everything, and her telling me different things. And um, she has always had like a powerful stamp throughout, I guess, Ohio and everything. She knows a lot of fucking people and everything. I got a picture with the governor. He's holding me as like a baby and everything. Like she worked for him and stuff. Um, but she always told me like, whatever city that you live in, you got to take care of it. The same way that you take care of your home, because that's where your home is at. No matter where you're at, you got to take care of that. The change, you got to be the change that you want to see. I know that sounds cliche, but that's what I was always told and everything. And when I hear people talk about like the powers that may be or not be and everything, you can't be upset when it doesn't go that way and everything. Everybody wants Biden out of office. This motherfucker is fucking the country up. He really is. He's sending billions and billions of dollars to obviously we already know about Ukraine and now this war that's going on with Israel and the fight against Hamas and everything. He's sending hella money to them and everything. You know how what that money could help with in this country here in America that he's the president of? You know how much money that all that money, our infrastructure is fucked up, especially throughout the Midwest where I live and everything. It's just messed up. That can help with poverty
Yeah,
a
so
little bit.
feed me,
That can
feed
help
me,
with
feed me.
uh you can just
Listen.
say Seth. My
You're
name is Seth.
100% right. No, hold on. You're 100% right, and I get it. Listen, the candidates we're putting together on the MAGA Mission website and through our outreach with other groups too. We're not discounting anybody. I'm just saying, listen, what we're trying to put together, what we're doing is getting all the candidates in and ready to do the things you're asking to do. We're tired of politicians just going to whatever office it is at whatever level and just screwing us, right? We're all tired of it. I hear your
Oh yeah.
frustration. I
Oh
agree
yeah,
with you. I agree with
thousand
you, but
percent. I'm not
that's
saying
exactly what
anything
we're
that you
working on.
guys don't know.
That's
I'm just
exactly what we're working
saying
on.
it. Yeah, like I said, I'm not saying anything that you guys don't know. Like this isn't some like newfound belief and everything. Like I'm just saying what you guys already know and just saying it. I'm not saying anything, like I said again,
It,
anything that you guys don't know.
here's
Yeah, go ahead, Christian.
Well, you're in the
here,
right place, Feed. Just hang out with us. You're in the right place.
here's what I would really wish, um, and you can call this a birthday wish, a Christmas wish. I really wish that um, a lot of our um, voters that are, that go to nightclubs, they go to sports games. Um, there are some of them right now are at um, or they were, or earlier this morning, they may have been at high school events or high school basketball games, college sports games. These folks that are um, uh, in different places around the country that are inside of our culture, they have kids, their mothers, and their fathers. And they can clearly see the problems that are inside of the government. Uh, they're voicing your exact same frustration with the government. The problem is that because of the fact that they have been they have picked up a habit of voting and then just letting that be it. That that habit of just saying, "Well, I voted, and so the government is not supposed to do something." I wish that that habit would change. I
I
wish
agree.
I wish that a lot of these folks would actually become precinct leaders, precinct committeemen, precinct captains, precinct chairs, central committee members,
I
members
feel you,
of
brother. I just want to say
one second,
one thing,
one second,
Christian.
one second, Seth, one second. So, what I'm trying to say is everything that you just said, okay, I hear it constantly. I hear it in black barbershops, at high school games, and college games. I hear it all the time. And the recurring theme is I'm tired of the government. I'm tired of politicians. I don't like politicians. I don't like politics. I don't like political parties. Politicians aren't worth anything, blah, 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 etc. What I don't hear is I'm tired of it, so now I'm going to get up and do something about it. That's what I've that's what I would love to hear. If I could have
I agree, brother.
any
I
gift for
agree.
Christmas, any gift for a birthday, it would be a majority of these people that are tired of the government to step up and actually start taking the reins over the government and using
Exactly.
the same voice that you have of your frustration. I wish that you would use that voice directly against the government.
Oh yeah, I
Infiltrate.
am
Wait,
doing
wait,
that, brother.
one second.
I agree. Sorry. Sorry.
Infiltrate, infiltrate the political committees that are inside of your neighborhood and your community. Infiltrate your county and start throwing these people out of office. Make
Yes.
make an impact inside the political power, because once you start doing that, that's when you're going to start seeing the changes that you want to see inside the government. But just only submitting that ballot, even at the local level, I would even say even at the local level, whether it's for city council or the sheriff's office or the district attorney or a judge, a local judge, a city judge, or a county judge, those folks, or your board of supervisors, your county commissioners, even when you're voting just in those elections, those folks that are running for those offices at that level, they're going to the committees of one of the parties to beg for petition signatures. They're begging for campaign contributions. Why are they begging? Why would a politician need to beg for campaign contributions or signatures? Because if somebody, number one, if somebody looks at their their campaign finance report, and all they see is $5,000, $3,000, $1,000, $5,000, $3,000, you want to know what the average person is going to say? They're going to say this person is only funded by uh, let's just say folks who are at a high class or a high tier. They're not really in touch with the people, or they'll look at their petition signatures and they can clearly see, oh wow, well wow. I mean, this person, it looks like they just hired a petition gatherer. It doesn't look like they have anybody at the grassroots level. I mean, because when you collect signatures, you have to register
So
with
yeah,
the state. So
you're right,
what
Christian.
I'm trying So what I'm trying to say is uh, these folks, when they're at the local level, they're begging for people to accept them or approve of them. So you control that. You have the ability to show that disapproval and then use that disapproval to kick them out of office. But in order for you to do
1000%.
that, you have to be involved at the precinct level. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, so I agree with everything that you're saying, bro. And um I also think that a lot of people have shit going on in their lives. You can call it the barber shop or whatever and stuff. And there's still a lot of closed-minded people out there, quote unquote, but people they aren't naive. And I feel like I'm not calling you naive at all, but I think a lot of the stuff that you have said is very naive. People
Well,
they
wait, hey,
want
hey.
wait, hear me out, man. Come on.
I did.
I'm
I've been
not
trying
trying
to
to
hear. I've been
I'm
trying to
not
hear
gonna
you out.
disres.
We
I know,
we've
but
been we've been asking to
Let
get in.
let
Christian, can I
Obviously,
talk?
let him make his point, and let him make his point
Right.
for a second,
Like
and
I
then and
said,
then
yeah.
after
I
you're
say
done, I got a
like two
clip that I want to play.
things. Yeah, I say like two things, and everybody's like, "Oh, whoa, whoa,
No, no,
whoa."
no. Just go ahead. Move on.
I'm
We're
like,
good.
that's like crazy. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. And
No,
honestly,
no. Saying the word naive is not disrespectful. You just think that there's a naive opinion. What's the opinion that's naive to you?
so the opinion that I feel like is naive is that he brought this up, I didn't. And I love you, Christian, too. And I really appreciate everything that you're doing. I think that's incredible. It's very inspirational, honestly. I'm proud of your accomplishments and everything. And I wish more and blessings for you and everything. I'm going to pray for you for more. Um, it's good to see our people thrive throughout life. So um, I'm going to stand on that. And two, I also what I don't agree with is that there's some type of savior complex that um people that like black people don't vote and everything like that. I understand exactly what you're saying. I understand. I see it every single day. I go to the barber shop all the fucking time, to get my ball fade. Like, and a lot of them they don't know what the fuck is going on. They just know what they see on social media and shit
Hey,
like that.
hey,
But at the
feed,
same at
feed,
the same
feed,
time,
feed. No, 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 no. You're not gonna come in here and just keep dropping f bombs. So look, if you're not gonna speak respectfully to the room and to everybody in here, I get it. You want to voice something, and we've heard what you had to say. And we've given you a platform to do it. But to come up here and just throw f bombs every other word, not gonna fly, bro. I'm not digging it, and you're just degrading your message. So please, just land it. And can I move on to a clip I want to play for the crowd, please? So go ahead, feed, finish your statement, and then land it, and then we got to go to Ashley. Okay? You're unmuted now.
oh sorry, I didn't mean to curse.
Yeah, I just don't want you to be
Sometimes
dropping f bombs
some
every other.
yeah,
I get
my
your
bad.
passion though.
Yeah, yeah, my bad. Sometimes like I just do that. I apologize. But yeah, you get people that had the barbershop talk and everything like that and stuff. But yeah, more people need to vote and everything, and there's more power in numbers than it is, people saying things that they're not going to actually do. And you're completely right, Christian, when you say that we need to not just talk about it and I kind of forgot what I was gonna say because it kind of threw me off and everything. That's probably why I curse so much.
No, that's all right. Yeah, he was
Um,
saying, not just talk about it, but actually get locally active with your precinct committee seats and other positions locally.
right, yeah, do that and also know what you're voting for. And like I said earlier, vote for um the city that you live in because I really do believe that's where you will see the change. I know it trickles down and stuff from the top to the bottom. It's a pyramid scheme. Um, I know how crazy that probably sounds to you guys because I'm sure you have way more knowledge than me, quote unquote. But I know that what I see day to day, um, you gotta vote for your city and
Hey,
everything,
feed
or
the
the city
people.
that you live in. And
Feed the
Hey,
people. Can
why don't you
can
pause for a
that's
we?
my
second,
thing.
Fee?
Yeah, thanks, feed the people. Can we let? I know Ashley's got her hand up. I'm sorry, Maga and Sean. I know it's your room. Can we
No,
can
it's
we just
okay.
let others kind of chime in because feed the people. You're making great points. Maybe others want to chime in on some of those points you're making.
Yeah, let's take a pause and let's go to Ashley. Thanks, Feed, and then we're gonna go to a
Oh
clip.
yeah, definitely. I wish I was more intelligent and had other words to
No,
use
no,
for you
you are
guys.
intelligent, but you're intelligent. You're fine.
Well, I
Ashley.
like a lot of what you're saying, and I think what Christian was saying, and Christian, tell me if I'm wrong here, but it's one thing for us just to talk, and then it's another thing for us to, talking's important, and that's what Spaces is for, but it's also extremely important for us to also get involved with action. And I know, one of the things I ask is for people to download the app and use it. I know that Christian is big time with a precinct seats and get becoming part of the precinct. And by the way, I don't pretend to know all the power that the precinct committee people have, but just from hearing him and one of my main mentors, Dan Schultz, who I've been a big fan of for a long time, it is extremely critical the power that at the local level in these precinct seats. Again, I don't want to speak to something I'm not an expert of, but yeah, it's great for us to talk here, you guys. But also we have to create action, turn our words into action.
And to this point, that Votify now is bringing up, Freddie, or excuse me, Seth. You said that that what I'm saying is, it kind of sounds like I'm asking for a savior, or if that's maybe what you implied, but no, we are all the we're the power. So we only have a higher power that's above us, that some of us may believe in, but we're the power here. We're not looking to the government to do anything. Okay, this is all by the people of what we do. And then you also mentioned about strength in numbers. Once again, Seth, I'll say it again tonight, in cities across the country on a Saturday night. I could name 10 markets. A matter of fact, I'll say it right now: Miami, New Orleans, Los Angeles, Detroit, Philadelphia, Phoenix, Atlanta, uh, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Nashville, St. Louis, Chicago. I could keep going. All across all these markets, people are going to be out drinking, dancing inside of nightclubs, sitting at lounges. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands, perhaps even more than 1 million people out, more than that or twice that number, are going to be out drinking and having a great time. Well, guess what? Those numbers, scores of people, those people, those are the numbers. The problem is, until we view what is happening inside our country, as far as uh, whether it's our income, our ability to earn a living, our ability to own a business, our ability to have a safe community and a safe neighborhood, the ability to elect our own government, if we start putting that ahead of going out on Saturday night, a lot of things would be different. And as you said, numbers, those are the numbers. Inside of the barber shops right now. From 8 o'clock or 7 o'clock in the morning until 7 p.m. at night, every one of those barber shops are packed with men sitting in those barbershops, mothers with their sons sitting in those barbershops. Those are the numbers. So we've got the numbers. The only problem is we don't prioritize that. Thank you.
Hey, Christian, thank you. It's Vodafone now. Thanks for reminding me to put in my VIP table request for tonight. I really do appreciate it. I'm just joking. I'll be home working and trying to make a difference tonight.
I mean, it's really the truth. I'd like to hear from Ashley, but it's really the truth. I mean, it's not like we're deficient of live bodies or people. I mean, it's not like it's so hard because we don't have enough people around. We got plenty of people around. We got plenty of people that are not happy with their gas prices, or they're not happy seeing people come across the border and get free stuff. Or plenty of people that are upset about those vaccine mandates. Plenty of people who are not happy with the criminal justice system. I could go on and on and on. So, I mean, it's just, how do we get our own folks to care more about that, and put the vacation stuff and the going out at night and all of these other leisure things on hold, and deal with some of the problems that we have inside of our own neighborhoods, communities, cities, counties, and states.
Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you. So, one of the things that I want to advocate for all of the listeners in here, if you want to know on a local and on a federal level
Is
who.
anybody going to speak? If not, I'm more than
Oh,
happy
oh,
to.
Yeah,
Johnny,
I don't think you can hear.
Hello?
can you hear me? Hold on, Ashley. Johnny, you
Yeah,
can't hear
no
Ashley. We
worries.
gotta
Ashley had her
drop you and
hand up
bring
for
you
a long
back.
time, I guess.
Can you hear me? Or you can't hear me?
Hey, Johnny, can you hear me? We're going to have to drop you and bring you back. I think you got an issue.
Is it me?
No, it's Johnny.
Nope.
Johnny, we got you fixing a mic problem. We'll bring you back up. Go ahead, Ashley.
Thank you. What was I? Okay, had to find myself again. To anybody who is interested in seeing what kind of accountabilities either your local or federal currently seated representatives have, go to opensecrets.com or go to your local state election board and look at who is giving them money. So there seems to be kind of a disconnect between money and how a lot of the currently seated on both sides of the aisle representatives are voting, and money has a lot to do with it. And I think that on both a local and on a federal level, we need to be advocating more for town halls, discourse, debates, and we need to have that information available for people so that they can question it. And I think that that would clear up a lot of issues and give people a sense of understanding as to how all of this actually really does affect them. I think that people should just be sharing that information on social media as well. So I think maybe if we kind of pushed more of that, or if more of us went and did that research so that we were more aware, it would be easier to advocate to other people to get involved too and give them that push, because money incentivizes people, and when they see who's taking money from big bank and big pharma and the numbers are in front of them, it brings a whole new realization to who is actually making decisions on your daily life.
Thanks, Ashley. Just if you could indulge me, I want to take a small interlude here, but I got to get it fired up. But since we started last year, before April, but when we started getting rolling, and since then to now, we've had a bunch of people that have decided to become precinct committeemen. And Christian Lamar and the work he's doing is bringing people to that place. So really, local action, grassroots action has national impact. But what I want you to do is just take a breather, please. Entertain me on this, and just let's reset the room. Please share the space, and let's keep the conversation going. Just enjoy this brief intermission.
If I was the deep state and I wanted to destroy America, I would rig the election with a puppet candidate, one that was so compromised that they would never say a word about it. I would create a false flag that allows for mail-in ballots. I would be in charge of the ballot counting machines. I would create a false flag to blame all who question the results of the election. If I was the deep state, I would prosecute anyone that went against me. I would sue and prosecute anyone that spoke up about the fraudulent election. I would use my powers to shut down all your internet businesses and bankrupt you. If I was the deep state, I would make everyone an example why you should never question a Democrat. I would imprison my foes. I would use my corrupt DAs and blackmailed judges to destroy you. I would make sure all crimes I ever committed never happened. I would prosecute my biggest competition. I would make sure they could never run for office ever again. If I was the deep state, I would convince everyone that Ukraine Nazis were good and women are men. If I was the deep state, I would own every politician that mattered. If I was the deep state, I would push my pedophilia ambitions on you. If I was the deep state, you'd question your sexual identity, but not the medical establishment. If I was the deep state, you would fear to ever resist me. If I was the deep state, you would wish I was really the devil. If I was the deep state, I would say mission accomplished.
Sorry about the audio issues there in the beginning. I didn't have my right stuff hooked up. Anyways, Sean, you want to take it from here, bud? I got to take care of something.
Yeah, no worries. Absolutely. So I saw Vivian came back up. I would like to engage her for just a brief moment, if you'll allow me. Vivian, you've heard this space, obviously much different than our Monday through Friday stuff. What do you think about that? Maybe I'm just gonna ask that. No, Vivian. No,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry. What were you asking me?
Oh no. So you usually hang out with us on the Monday through Fridays. The
Yes.
Saturday, I always told you the Saturday show's a lot different. And I just
Yes.
I want to kind of get your feel on that.
Feel for Monday through Friday?
No, because like I think the Saturday space is the thing to do, right? That's the cool thing to
Oh,
do. Whereas we just
absolutely.
hang out as friends Monday through
Yeah.
Friday, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And I
So
just
yeah.
want to see your thoughts on that real quick.
Well, I think this space has been very informational, educational, and I'm so glad you guys are doing it every Saturday, because there's some new people that come in here. So, there's a lot of things that possibly they won't hear on a local level. So, and Christian, my God, him being with us all day, that's just a blessing. You know, that's awesome because Christian really knows what's going on, and I'm surprised that people are still sort of questioning, what our goals are. Because I think that it's not just about Trump or voting your party candidate or not. It's about voter integrity, and getting people out to vote. That's a main thing too. So, it's kind of what Christian said earlier about Democrats having more money and not spending any money because they've had no primary so far. So remember what they did in 2020? They used the COVID as a means to just cancel all the primaries, and they just nominate. They knew they were going to nominate Biden, and they just put him up there, and they didn't spend any money hardly. So yeah, this is why I fight for my conservative side, my Republican side, so hard, because we are you know underfinanced, I guess is the word. And I'm just I just don't want that cheating to go on again. I want, I'm pretty sure the Democrats are saving all their money to cheat once again, you know, because that's why they're so confident. They're not going to really campaign as much. And I was going to say just one more thing. Like in New Hampshire, they're trying to get Democrats to vote for Nikki Haley, because she's so far down in the polls. And she actually thinks she won Iowa when she came in third. So those are the perceptions that we have to fight all the time. And so yeah, it's not an uphill battle though. I think Christian, MAGA, you guys have done so much already in the past year and a half. These spaces are very, very important. Every Saturday, I love it. Thank you.
Yeah, well, first you're awesome, but second, I'm gonna get to Johnny here in just a second. But yeah, you're right. No, listen, this whole in the primary thing, this switching over to vote for the candidate you believe is the easiest beatable candidate is nothing new. I mean, I have some relatives that have been doing that. They're registered Republicans only because they want to go screw up our primaries, right? Which again brings me to the importance of why you've got to go. If I'm in their precinct or if I'm in their area, right, and I go vote, at least I can cancel out their negative vote and hope we can get more people in. But this is not a new strategy. It's 100% predictable. We know it's going to happen. We're seeing it with Nikki Haley. I don't want any of you to be surprised by any of this, because it's just going to happen until they can't do it anymore. So that's what we're going to go. Hey, Johnny, go ahead and jump in.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Sean. And thanks, Vivian. Yeah, by the way, I think we should all keep our eye on the prize, whether or not it's the Nikki factor it's a non-factor. Trump's going to be the guy. By the way, one thing that we have to look out for, of course, is a black swan event. That is some kind of a massive, uh, COVID. I don't think they'll try that. They might try some kind of other electrical blackout, whatever. We do have to look out for black swan events. The other thing that they might do, they might trade out Biden. There might be some massive thing. They throw in Newsom or some. Again, that's kind of considered a black swan event. But the number one thing that we have to focus on, everybody, anybody that's talking about we need same day paper ballot, get them off of that. We could work on that after 2024. Excuse me. The ball game is November 2024. The ball game is getting as many people voting as close to election day as possible. Anybody, by the way, could jump in or after I'm done speaking, disagree with me, but I think I've got this dialed in pretty well. We gotta sure, Scott Pressler and people with this early vote, a ballot, chasing the vote. That's great. Make sure that you're only early mail doing the early voting or the mail in as close to election day as possible. We don't want to give the bad guys any extra information, and we want to use tools available like Votify Now and others if they're available to keep an eye on keeping this as legitimate as possible on game day. Now, the other thing that I encourage everybody to do, and this is one thing, again, I don't want to keep pounding Votify Now, but we also gather the evidence and give it to candidates and sheriffs and their legal teams in case there is chaos and in case there is counts going in. I think I don't know what the date is. Is it November 2nd? I don't know what November number. Does anybody know that the 2024 date is the 2nd? I'm not sure. But if it does start heading into the midnight hours, into the next day, at least if we've given the candidates as much evidence to fight back, we it's still better than less evidence. Like Christian said, the system is a bit rigged where the judges don't count signatures that don't look good. It doesn't matter if we could present 100,000 election irregularities on election day, per state. That's better than coming in with nothing. So all I would say in closing and landing my plane, you guys, all hands on deck. We need it all. We need a big turnout. We need people voting in getting others to vote. Only use mail-ins if you have to. Vote as close to election day as possible. Vote on election day as possible. Use Votify now to see if where you're voting has got trouble, and just again, say a prayer, because I don't know if everybody is religious. By the way, I don't want everybody to think that I have always been religious. I was born a Catholic. I have been one that's fought my faith and had issues with faith. Not that I'm going to go down that rabbit hole. I'm trying to be more in tune with God and with the power of God. I'm a Christian, and whether you're a Christian or not, but there is a higher power. We need the higher power, and we need to get through 2024, and then once we get through 2024, then we could work on all the things that I hear a lot of people talking, trying to reverse some of these laws that make it so easy for signatures to get verified. Try to get back to one-day voting, but we're not going to make that change before 2024. So I encourage everybody, have faith, rally your tribe, pull your tribe together. Everybody needs to pull together their battalion and have a plan to get out, vote. Of course, what Christian's talking about with precinct, all these things are important. But before we know it, voting day is going to be here, and we have to be ready. And just assume the bad guys have the system already rigged in their favor. What we need to do is overcome what nefarious activities, what nefarious systems they have in place. We have to make sure we overcome that. So thanks, and I will mute and land my.
Johnny, you're awesome, and I really appreciate you. But you bring up something like, I want to go back to just do something, right? So I already have a plan here for me. I'm out here hanging out with Mom in North Carolina, doing that thing, and I do drive back and forth because I've got a kid in Indiana. But I've already made a commitment. Some of Mom's friends drive, no problem. They're gonna go vote. They're active. Some of them may not even believe in the crap I believe in, but they're gonna go vote. But I've already offered up my 7-seat car and said I'll go round up anybody on voting day who does not drive and take
By the
them to a
way,
polling
there
spot.
you go, Sean. Spot on. I'm glad you threw that in. That is the kind of thinking that we need. Help people get into the ballot. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Sean.
Well, the other thing that he touched on was a Black Swan event, and Sean and I have been laying out something that I think a lot of people have concerns about, and it goes back to the border and our national security. And I just wanted to look at maybe what has transpired, not just with the border, but what we've seen in the last couple of years, and what could possibly be that a Black Swan event or an event that could circumvent. There's several that are on the table that I've heard people discussing. We could roll those around, but I also want to lay out something that could be a foreboding warning to what we see and where maybe things could go. I don't want to black pill the room necessarily, but these are things like when you hear prepping spaces, when you hear what's going on right now with energy grids and all the things that we're dealing with. The rage against the machines is all part of it, but I just want to let's get to Dale, and then maybe we'll kind of go into some of those things that could possibly be that derailing event that could be used to circumvent your rights.
Well, by the way, before Dale, real quick, if there is a electrical grid, that would almost help in our favor. I don't think it's going to be that black swan, even though I know I mentioned it, only because that would knock out the machines. But we do have to factor in there might be some kind of a black swan, so just be ready for it.
Yeah, I was more talking about like our friends in Texas. Some people, they had energy issues, but there's other stuff. There's infrastructure, there's trucking and shipping, and there's all kinds of things that could just basically make society go into a fit of chaos. Almost like they might use a different angle than the virus. It might be something else. It could be virus X. It could be, who knows? It could be guppies with rabies. I don't know what they're going to come up with, but they're going to get creative. Okay.
Right. Count on them to come up with something, you guys, and have a plan ready, and to circumvent their black swan event, whatever it looks like.
Yeah, Roger that. Dale, you want to jump in, and then I was going to stretch out that I call it. It's not just a trifecta; it's a quadfecta, or even worse. But anyways, go ahead, Dale.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I would. This is going to be my final comment. I got to run here, but thanks for having me. But I would say that it would probably be multiple things, because if they did one thing alone, it would circumvent it. And so I think that we have to be prepared, and we should also make sure that people understand the reason why they should vote, because find out the thing that means something to them, where they're being effective in saying, well, hey, you can change that thing if you go out and help, right? And find whatever they're good at or whatever they're interested. Some people don't want to do things. Somebody wants to go into a precinct, then help them do that. Somebody wants to go in and do something in the court, help them do that. Somebody wants to go in and deal with the voter fraud, help them do that. Like, just whatever they want to do or wherever they can help, just get them doing something, right? Don't try to put the square peg in the round hole. Don't try to reinvent the wheel at this point. Just take whatever it is, get them doing something. Because, when you really think about it, you've got a very small amount of the population exerting control over a very large amount of the population. And so we just need to start getting our ducks in a row and getting the information out and the things that will change people's minds to get them motivated into doing something for their freedom, right? And if somebody is like completely obstinate, well, I mean, I can't help you. But if you want to go, if you want to take the time to be able to write a letter or whatever it is, then your freedom means something, then I can use you. And then once people see the action being taken, more people will come. Just all they need to see is one or two victories, and other people will come. Courage is contagious. Remember that. Thank you for having me, guys.
Oh, you got it, Dale. And I couldn't have said it better to describe when people ask me, what is MAGA mission? What is this all about? What are you doing? Is exactly what you said. We're getting behind individual missions and the people that are doing those things, helping bring the education and also the inspiration to do those things. And if they have a passion and they go, well, I'd like to do that, whatever it is, if it's fighting against, even child trafficking, we're working with people against that. There are so many individual missions across America, and they all have a part in this big picture. And I do believe it's divine. I really do. I see divine action, intervention, guidance, inspiration in people and in myself. I mean, literally, we're answering the call. So if you're called to action and something keeps bothering you and just keeps nagging at you like a hangnail or just scratching in your brain, and you've been looking for something you can do, and you're filled with emotion, angst, and what you see going on in the country, and you come to this place where it's, well, what are we going to do about it? Everybody gets to this place. Keep meditating on it, keep thinking on it, because that divine wisdom and that answer will come, and your calling will come, and then you just answer that call and you do your part, because that's what it's going to be. All of us, all hands on deck. Exactly.
Just to respond to that, you mentioned the child trafficking and stuff. I put in the bubble a space for Nate Kane on Tuesday because he's wanting to abolish CPS and increase the penalties for child trafficking when he goes to Washington. And then there's also in there one for Nick Cooper, who is running in Arizona as well. And so he's also against the mandates and the trafficking as well. So if anybody wants to check that out, yeah, do so. And support anybody who's wanting to do the will of people. All right, thank you guys. Gotta run.
Dale.
Hey, thank you, Dale. And I just want to let everybody know that there's a very small percentage of people out there so far that are offended by the term rhino. Although there are some people that are still offended by it, there's a small majority. And when it comes to the term MAGA, do you find it to be offensive? Yes or no? It's a resounding no at this moment. And again, it's a small group of people that are offended by the term MAGA. So, this is the science, guys. Got to follow the science.
By the way, Matt, I got a theory on that. I don't think anybody. No, nobody, nobody is really, um, nobody is really offended by "Make America Great," except for the small fringe of Marxists and communists on the left. And what's funny is that's the exact same group that don't like making America great, that also hate the red hat that has come to symbolize MAGA, the Make America Great hat, which says, it actually spells it out, but we all know that MAGA and that red hat go together. It is funny because really, how could you be against making a country great? Could you imagine asking any other country, do you have a problem with trying to make your country great? Could you imagine asking Brazilians or anybody in Russia or any other country, period, to ask Germans if they have a problem trying for their country to be great? Only in this backwards ass small fringe here in our country. So I do not think you should worry about it. God bless you for having that moniker there.
Yeah. Thank you, Johnny. Keisha.
Yeah, thanks, Maya. I'm gonna head out as well. Thank you for having us up in the space here and
Oh, you got it.
for what you guys talking about. But I just wanted to say, yeah, please come to the space where we're gonna have Nate Kane talking. He's doing some pretty great things and especially wants to deal with the trafficking in a very serious way in the border. Like I said, I'm going to be trying to work with Operation Restoration to try and secure the elections and make sure that everyone's vote is counted and that we hold all the people accountable and make sure that everybody has consequences. We're going to do things the legal and lawful way, and we're empowering people to know that we can protect our rights. Like someone said, you don't have to tell people in Russia or other countries to have, pride in, being Russian or, whatever other country. But, as Americans, we have to know where our strength and our power comes from, and it comes from each and every one of us individually. And, there's no light without dark, unfortunately, but in those darkest of moments, that's when God uses those opportunities for us to really shine. And we need everyone right now to shine. So if you guys are wanting to be a part of that, please reach out to me. If you have a network or any groups that you're a part of, please reach out to me. We'd love to work with you and really get on the ground.
Kayesh, we will definitely make Votify Now the tool available to your people so that we give them some technology to help with what they're doing. just reach out to me. And when is Nate Kane's space?
So we are having the space for, oh my gosh, I thought it was just in the nest. It's gone. We're having this space with him tomorrow. It's going to be 3 p.m. So if everyone can please join, I believe that's Eastern time. So I will, try and get it up in the nest right now so that people can
Well, make
go
sure
and
you put it,
remind it.
Keisha, put it down in the comments. That way it won't go away, and then we can retweet it and
Oh,
promote it. But Nate Kane is on MAGA mission, and the other thing I'm going to turn it back to you and say again, and to everyone in the room, if you are working with an organization, I would love to list that organization on magamission.org so that more people can be directed to it. So don't hold it tight. Don't hold the cards close to your chest. We have to make alignments with each other to get this out there so that more people, because there's thousands and thousands of people that have gone to magamission.org, and there's information tools and links to things. And the stuff that the stuff that Christian Lamar is talking about, I'd like to work with precinctstrategy.com. I'd like to work with any other organization that's doing this kind of work. So the door's open. My DMs are open. I'm very available, and you just tell me what it is you're doing, and I will get to work. That's what I
okay.
do.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to mention, sorry guys, I said Sunday, I lied. It's actually Tuesday. Sorry, it's Tuesday, but I will put it in the comments down below after I drop out, and so that you guys can have it up in the nest and also stay in the comments so you guys can see it. But please, like I said, get in touch with me. We want to do some great things, and it starts with each and every one of us. Thank you guys. Bye.
Well, I'm going to be there. Most likely, I'm going to be there because I support Nate, and there's, as far as West Virginia candidates, we got Nate Kane, Derek Evans, and I think it's Chris Rose, if I'm mistaken. Sorry, Chris. But anyways, West Virginia, we have a lot of people in West Virginia that are representing and doing the right thing. These are real candidates. If you've ever listened to them speak, man, these guys are ready to go, and we just need to get more Americans like them in office.
By the way, Matt, if I can add to that, yeah, West Virginia. Did I say that right? West Virginia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nate. Yeah, we're working or trying to work with the Secretary of State's office on their election integrity. So, yeah, I love Nate. He's a patriot. We'll definitely be there to support that space for sure.
Oh yeah.
Thank you guys for the support. And if you guys can get, anyone else that you know that could come in and be a voice and ask some questions, it doesn't matter if it's someone who agrees with the position or not. We do want to make sure that they get as much exposure and questions so that, from all angles so that people can really get a good idea of what's going on. Because obviously we don't want to parrot the same points, and we don't want to have just those groups of spaces where everyone comes together and they kind of pander to each other's feelings. We want to make sure that people are getting a real idea in real time of what's really going on and what their plan is. And we want them to answer the hard questions, because as it goes forward with everything that's been going on with the importance of the border, the election interference, and everything, and how that affects the trafficking in the children, we want to make sure that the people going in next are really going to put the American people first, and the values of the Americans, and the Constitution, and God most importantly. And that comes with the hard questions. So please invite anybody that anyone from other groups or anything, and just come out and support. I would really appreciate it. So thank you guys.
You got it. Yeah, you got it. There's a few contacts that come to mind that I will invite to the space, and they are big players and big names that are out there doing this work. So let me see if I can get them in on that. Make sure you post the if you're going to pre-schedule it, get it posted. I'll share it with them, and I'll encourage them to attend, because they definitely would be interested in speaking on this.
Yeah, I definitely put it in the comments in here already, and I don't think I could put it in the nest, but it's definitely.
Your dad threw it up to the nest. Yes.
Okay.
So
Okay,
we got
great.
it in both spots. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Plus,
Awesome.
we're going to
Thank you.
retweet it, and we'll retweet it and share it and all that, Jad. All right. Well, look, we're going to keep moving here. I do want to talk about something if I can get to it, but let's just keep rolling. Ashley, jump back in if you're there.
Yep, I'm here. I was about to say, I think I'm going to land my plane permanently for the night because I know that other people need to be involved in discourse, and I've been up here for a bit. But the last thing that I wanted to say is you kind of mentioned the word black pill, and that gets like associated with the whole prepper mentality and stuff like that. But I really do think that people, especially in the city, need to think of it more as an independent living. I'm really an advocate that educational systems inside the city should be investing in some form of horticulture classes so that children learn patience and growth and accomplishment. That also helps them want to adjust to better dietary and things of that nature. And I think that food deserts are an intentional way that the Democratic Party uses to say that people are being disavowed and, there's a disadvantage. And then they say they're going to fix it, but they never do because then they'd have nothing to talk about. So that's a big thing with me. I really think that we need to take the idea of like being more self-sufficient and thinking of as more independent living, and that kind of creates a conservative value aspect as well. So that's the last thing that I think I'm going to say for the night. Everybody have a great night. I'm going to jump down, listen for a little bit, and see what
But
other
wait,
people have to
wait,
say.
Ashley, you can't leave me with food deserts. I
I
did I did retail for a long, long time. You can't just leave me on that. We gotta
Okay.
talk. We gotta talk.
Yeah,
Okay, a little
yeah.
bit.
Unrest in the streets and no food and everything collapsing around us, and why and how do we get here? I mean, look, I'm about to just lay out something that, a lot of people might not think about because everybody's looking for that. What is that event that we're preparing for? And a lot of the people are being smart. They're storing up some water. They understand that food might be an issue. And so as we have certain things collapse and possibly be threatened, like the trucking and shipping industry, we could have certain things run out within 3 days. And imagine, I mean, just look at what happened with the toilet paper debacle. And even then you went into the stores, you couldn't get Tylenol, you couldn't get cough syrup, you couldn't get water. Well, you could get some water, but it was limited how much you could get. They limited how many bottles of water you could buy. Things started to look pretty bare on the shelves relatively quickly, and that was just at the hint of this. It wasn't even, I mean, it was just the beginning, and it gave us a real good look at, wow, we really should have some water. We should have so I don't want to associate the term black pill with home prep or prepping. That's not what I meant. I meant that I might make some statements that might be kind of black pill, and that there could be some stuff that could be coming that could really be disruptive. And I do encourage people to prepare for some of these things. But I haven't really laid out exactly what it was yet. But Vivian, you want to jump back in, and then maybe we'll go down that road?
Yes, thank you, MAGA. Well, you know what? This has been such a great space today. Thank you so much. And I just wanted to talk about, what happened in Iowa, and the fact that it seems to me that if they can caucus in one day, and it was all paper ballots, and people even braved sub-zero temperatures to vote in person, and the voting was all tabulated by the end of the day. And we've heard that Texas and Florida, even, they have laws in place where the votes get counted at the end of the day. They don't go into the next week or the next 2 weeks. So it seems to me that if we can do it the way Iowa does, or Florida or Texas does, and get rid of the mail-in ballots, and I don't know if we have enough time to really work on that, but I think we really need to get back to same-day voting. It's just ridiculous that that we can allow ballots to come in after the fact. So anyway,
If I can jump in on that, it's Johnny from
sure.
Codify Now. We you bring up some great points, so thank you for adding that. We all want us to go there, but I think what we're trying to focus on, and everybody could chime in, We're trying to focus on getting through the 2024 election without having that ideal situation that you're talking about. Same day voting, the things counted before the end of the night. All of us remember, I'm sure all of us are old enough to remember, 10, 12 years ago when they used to do that and the results would come in that night. This is a relatively new thing. I'm assuming, by the way, it's ever since the machines have probably not the. I'm assuming the machines have been introduced longer than that, but it's probably ever since they started kind of tampering with things more that now you're seeing these election results taking days, to come in weeks. I just don't know that we're going to be able to change that in 10 months. So my whole thing is let's get everything in place, all hands on deck, use all tools, including votifynow.org, use everything, use the resources that MAGA Mission posts on his website. Keep checking in these spaces. Let's all do what we can, assuming that we are going to have a battle of epic proportions on our hands during the elections. So I would rather hope for the best, plan for the worst. And I want to make one other adage, you guys. What do they say? This is maybe a little bit of a stretch, but they say it's better to be a gardener. I'm going to screw this up. It's better to be a warrior. Oh shit. It's better to be a warrior who is gardening than to be a
A gardener in war.
What is it? I'm screwing it up.
It's better to be a warrior in a garden than a gardener who gets called to war.
Yes, thank you. Exactly. Thank you. That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Sun Tzu, right? Of Art of War.
I think so. I think it was Sun Tzu, or maybe even who was the head of the mongrels?
Oh, Genghis.
Yeah, one of those, but probably Sun Tzu.
Yeah. Hey, hey, Matt. Real quick, I know Ashley
Hey,
wants
Sean.
to charge the batteries on her radio. She's losing comms.
Well, you were
But
holding her hostage. You
yes,
wouldn't
I
let her go.
know.
She tried to
I
leave, and you're like,
know. I
ah!
know. So I wanted to engage that real quick so I could let her go. And then obviously we just keep moving on and on and on. We're just having such a good time here. Ashley, so in retail, right, when we see food deserts, I know, haha, funny, but when we see food deserts, right, I will tell you from personal experience, retail stores will stay in those locations for 4 to 10, possibly 15 years until they just cannot do it anymore. There's a reason why they can't do it anymore, and it's because the people aren't buying anything from them. It has nothing to do with retail theft. It has nothing to do with anything else. Those are all contributing factors. It's because the people in those what we call food desert areas aren't using those retail services to buy goods. And those stores do hang out there. They do, and they try for a long, long time losing money. And this could not. Now, I'm not just talking about the big 100. I'm talking about even mom and pop stores. So I struggle with that argument because I've worked in those locations, and you could just see it, year over year over year. If you work in a location like that, you're just getting less and less foot traffic, less and less people buying things. So like the whole argument about it's a food desert, but why? There's got to be something else going on there, because it's not because you lost the retailer. The retailer was actually there, the grocery store, whatever it was, Jewel Osco, Hooks, Kroger, Walgreens, CVS, any of them. There's got to be something else going on there that's created them to not shop from a grocer. Is it they're maybe going to fast food? Is it maybe they're going somewhere else?
Put me in, coach.
There you go. Let's go.
Okay, so that's why I specifically didn't name or blame retailers when I was making that statement. And I actually focused more on the educational aspect and independent living because it's not the retailer's fault. And that's why I said this is a politician issue and we need to look at where the money is coming from. So, per example of that, inner city schools, Michelle Obama did an entire rollout about how she wanted healthier, safer schools. But all of the foods that ended up getting brought in from that were frozen product foods like Chicky or now what are about to be Cricky Nuggies from these mass distributors. So the quality of the food did not get better and it actually incentivized children towards fast food, which is predominantly what are carried in bodegas. You're talking hot chips, with Tabasco sauce, which is universally across the board. Children of every ethnic, they'll tell you about their hot chips. It's a city thing, not an ethnic thing at this point. So when you establish that sort of rhetoric with children who then grow up and this is what they're used to eating is quick, fast, frozen meals, they have no want to go and look for healthy food until they get sick. And by the time you get sick, someone's pushing a pill down your throat. But then you know that you should be eating healthy and they tell you to finally put greens in your food. And then you're like, well, I never learned about this. I never lived this way. And now when I go look for these foods because I'm sick, they're not available to me because nobody's purchasing them. So it's this vicious cycle that inevitably starts, in my opinion, with our educational system being turned over to, the frozen food sector plants that we all know exist and we get our frozen cricky nuggies from. And we have politicians who are incentivized by that, by both big food and big pharma, because we don't want dead people, but we want sick people. And we don't want fulfilled people. We want people who will get hungry after 2 to 3 hours from eating the junk food rather than being able to go the normal, what a human should do, which is between 5 and 8 hours between meals and then a rest until you eat breakfast again. So I totally understand and I agree with you. This is not a food service as in those companies wouldn't come in if people were buying it. People are not being incentivized to buy, but it is by design.
Me, and I'm so glad somebody agrees with me. It was so hard for me to explain this, and you nailed it. Thank you so much, Ashley. It was always hard for me to explain that. Being as a retailer who left areas and then having to go sit in council meetings, right? And listen to the arguments, and we'd be like, dude, we've been here for 15 years. Why didn't you come into the store? Why didn't you come in? All you had to do is come into the store.
No, it's
Well,
true. And I encourage people, please, legislation with this kind of stuff is huge. Go back and look at the Michelle Obama incentives, and I'm telling you, you will see everything that I'm telling you is true. The cattle industry was actually decimated. They're not making money like they used to because farm fresh items were no longer on the menu. They were importing beef, pork, and chicken from China. Like literally, it was cheaper for them to get that meat frozen and brought in on a boat than getting it from American farmers. So it's disgusting the situation that we're in with our food. But please do your research. Don't take my word for it.
well, a lot of what is going on in society is we've been trading one thing after another from actually physically going and doing to sitting back and pushing buttons on our phone and having it done for us. I mean, everything keeps getting automated to convenience, convenience. Wouldn't it be faster? Wouldn't it just be faster if you just did this versus get in your car, waste that expensive fuel that they're being overcharged for, going to a store, spending your time getting out of your house? And it just seems like society is going towards this streamlining of automation and convenience, and these are part of the human condition. That's why people don't get out and do the things we've been talking about all day, is because, well, that would just be too much work. It's just I got a video game to play, or I got a movie to watch, or I got bills to pay, I got something to do. I get it. Time, like when people come up with excuses for not doing things, the first is usually time or money. So those are the two first excuses that people put up there for why they don't do things. So society, knowing this, I mean, everybody wants to have convenience, but we've talked about things like this when it came to our exploration from the 1800s to the 1900s at 1917. You know, there was this campaign that America embarked on, and it was very well planned. It was 100 years of activation to implement, and it started with just simple trade, you know, in the 1800s, and then it went to you know, trade with islanders, say like in Hawaii, Guam, Samoa, a lot of places like that. And what happened was initially it was all, you know, just friendly trade and then getting people onto the US dollar eventually. And then eventually they, hold on one second. Eventually what happened was they became dependent on that trade with silver and gold. And then eventually the Federal Reserve came into play. And then the IRS came into play, and then the fiat system was introduced. And again, it's more convenient for you to carry a note rather than a chunk of gold or silver. You know, it's lighter, it's more convenient. And it's the same thing that has happened to us now. I mean, all of our money is in numbers and digits. It's not even in your hand. It's just a number on your phone or in an account. There's no physical backing to it. There's no gold backing it. It makes societies vulnerable to inflation. And this coinage indoctrination has kind of, it's like in everything. It's the same kind of trading convenience for actual tangible, something that you could work with in your hand. But once all of these systems were put into place, then they annexed all of these places with military force. They first started with trade to push out the Spanish dollar. They bring in the U.S. dollar as the predominant currency. Then they brought the military, and then they took the positions by, you know, with military might, and then they solidified it even farther by annexing. And this happened in California, New California, Samoa, Guam, Alaska, Hawaii. And if you look at it, it's like 100 years of time. Some fell quicker than others. Some took a little longer to trade over, to take over or annex. But these are the things that we're trading. We're trading our security, our national security, for with all these little tiny things that are convenient. So now you look at the immigration issue, right? And everybody is like, well, we just don't have the people to do. You'll hear the arguments. We just don't have enough people to do the jobs. We just this, that. You know, everybody has a right to pursue freedom and happiness. It's the American dream. Like, you know, and everybody's sympathetic to it because these people just want a better life. And not, you can say all these arguments, but the issue with the border is becoming so much bigger than anybody ever really thought about. And the one thing I hear people talk about is, well, we have these you know, well-abled young military aged men that are coming across the border without really anybody other than maybe possibly they're trafficking or doing something else that's terrible. But then there's a lot of these military able-bodied males coming here, and people wonder, what is this? What is going to happen? Well, you gotta look at the what happened just a little bit before we got here. Okay, we had the Summer of Love, or we had cities being burnt down. Before that, we had defund the police. Before that, we had reason to defund the police brought up. So everything is incrementally moving towards a future plan that takes years to implement. But Donald Trump stopped that plan. He stopped that plan from continuing to go along, and Biden is just basically picking up and getting things back on schedule. That's why everything is so hyper. That's why everything is happening so fast and infuriating to people because they see it. You can see it. It's obvious. Whereas before it was like a slow burn, mediocrity. You know, Obama kind of hurt some people during the housing crash. There were some problems there with Obama. A lot of people had their property values drop. But Trump kind of derailed the long-term mediocrity plan to keep everybody complacent, to keep everybody asleep. Well, you woke up now, and well, now that they got Biden in there, he has to double down and like pick up on all these loose ends. But when you're looking at what's happening across the world, the conflicts, the money being sent over to Ukraine, everything that's happening right now, it's coming to a head, and you can see people are going down to the border now. You have American citizens saying, I'm going to go down to the border and I'm going to stand there in opposition to this. So we got people going down to the border. We got all these illegal immigrants that have come in. New records are being hit. Biden did that. But my point is, what does it all add up to? And people are like, well, they're taking our vote, or they're taking our jobs. They're doing this, they're doing that. Most of these illegal immigrants that are coming here, okay, yes, they might be looking for a better life, most of them, but then there's some that actually bring the things that they've experienced in their country, complete unrest and revolution against their governments. These ideologies come here with a promise of things, and when they don't get what they want, I'm going to tell you right now, when they don't get what they want, all of those immigrants could begin to protest in cities across America. Now, if you rewind just a little bit, you watched the defunding of the police. The police now don't really enforce certain crimes. They let people just burn, loot, pillage. So what I foresee in the future is a possible spark, and that spark could be the legal immigrants beginning to protest for their voting rights or whatever it is, whatever they want, the civil liberties that people that came here legally had to wait years to get. And the ones that you were born with, they want those upon entry. Okay. So the protests begin. We already see the protests with Free Palestine. We already see it. We've seen BLM. We've seen Antifa. Imagine, if you could, a future where illegal immigrants, BLM, Antifa, Free Palestine, and then another two groups that maybe you didn't think about. The I'm going to get mine group, which is the people that see the chaos and say, well, this is a chance for me to get some electronic equipment or whatever it is. This is the time. It's so chaotic. Just do it. Just grab it. So you're going to have people that are here that are either citizens or not. They're going to be the get mines. And then you're going to have the sympathetic citizen, the citizen that also sympathizes with some of these ideologies, and that America in itself is it needs to be brought down, that they just don't love America. They hate what America stands for because they believe America represents the colonization of America and cultures and some of the things that have happened in the past. And so they just have this overall opinion that America needs to be taken down. So now you have, if you thought the Free Palestine movement was impressive, if you thought the fires that you saw when the cities were burning down was scary, imagine the combination of these five groups coming together all at the same time, converging because they all want to take America down. They came here. Maybe they wanted some things. Maybe they didn't like what they got. And maybe all these people come together and begin to protest all at once. Now you're looking at groups that are way bigger than the numbers you're seeing right now. If you think the freeways got shut down, if you think cities got burned down, if you think that stuff was pretty crazy, just imagine those groups coming together. Imagine how big that would be. So that's kind of when people talk about military age males and able-bodied males coming here by the millions, in every single city across America, you could have these groups converge, which would completely disrupt everything and make it a pretty dangerous place. People talk about civil war. Well, I don't think it's really going to be a civil war like you think. I think there's just we could have some kind of disruption that where you're just basically trying to fight for your space and try to get away from it, and it's going to be really hard to get away from it if you're in a big city. Ashley, why don't you jump in?
Thank you. So the border is a very sensitive subject for me because I have family that lives right on the border in Westlaco. Like you could throw a football and hit the wall. I have been to the border multiple times over the years. I visited Matamoros, where a few different Americans have actually been killed. Nuevo Progreso is actually a small town, border town that I love. I love going there. The Mexican people there are fantastic, and Reynosa. So going there and going across the border to the Mexican side before the mass migration started, and then compared to now, when it first started, the first time I went there, when it all started and began, on the Mexican side, it was against all of the fences. There were these tent cities and cardboard, and it was people coming from different places. And when you talked to the Mexicans that lived there, they did not trust them. They did not want them there. They were making their streets dirty. They were stealing their children. And when I mean stealing their children, I mean stealing them and raping them. Some of them were found dead. Some of them are found with missing organs because they sell them to the cartel, and the cartel takes these children and literally guts them and takes their organs and sells them on the black market. So I don't think people understand this isn't just an issue for Americans. It's an issue for good Mexican people too, that are essentially stuck somewhere between the Mexican government and the cartel. So the average Mexican citizen that's on the border that lives there, that they make their money from people like winter Texans or winter Arizonans, they don't want this either, but they're essentially stuck with it because they don't have a choice. If they speak up, they die. On the American side, we had the Biden camps. They're these huge white tents that they were bringing people into. And at first, when people were running, they were running because they didn't want to get put inside the tents because people were dying there because they were kept in such close quarters that too many people from too many different places were essentially sharing germs the same way that we're worried about now throughout the rest of the country. And they were dying very quickly. So they were purposely and intentionally trying to avoid the Biden camps. And I do have videos and pictures of all of this to back up what I'm saying. So I don't speak if I can't back my shit up. I'm just very passionate about it. But the reason that I'm saying this is because the people that are coming over there, that the Mexican people and now the American people should be worried about, are people who, number one, when they come over here and they see the average American, we are luxury to them. In their mind, we are the pinnacle of, and they want what we have, and they were promised that. And when they don't get that, they are resentful, and then they get resentful because they want it and we're telling them to leave. And they were given all of these thoughts and promises. So there is a level of resentment that I don't think people quite understand. And they also have no allegiance to this country because they don't have to take the same oaths to the Constitution. They don't have to do, other people who come here legally have to take tests, and they have to take an oath, and they have to pay taxes. And a lot of them have to forfeit any ability to take any sort of like link or assistance or anything to that effect. They only get insurance if they pay for it. So there's a lot of things that I think people need to understand why it's so concerning that we have so many illegal immigrants coming here that essentially resent us and want what we have as a normal lifestyle, which they consider luxury.
Wow. God, you're always incredible. Hey, Matt, seriously, can I please? I've got a clip of the president, Mr. Biden, talking about the border, C-SPAN from yesterday.
Yeah, let's
It's
do it.
it's interesting.
Law. And I want to talk about another top issue, the border. I love how he's turned on, and Biden's for a free and open border. Just tear down everything, let everybody come, no restrictions. Well, I used to be a bipartisan in this country, and it should be one again. I've been clear from the very beginning, the system is broken. My first day in office, I sent Congress a comprehensive plan on immigration reform. My friends on the other side have done nothing with that. Over and over, I've asked for resources to step up action at the border. In October, I asked Congress to fund for funding that would add another 22,000 additional border agents and officers, hundreds of new immigration judges to make the judgments on the spot, a new detection equipment to stop fentanyl from coming into the country. And by the way, I've worked with China and Mexico to slow the flow of fentanyl in the United States as I speak its way down. So let me be clear. My team has been at the table for weeks now with a bipartisan group of senators to negotiate a deal, including border, because I believe we need significant policy changes at the border, including changes in our asylum system to ensure that we have the authorities we need to control the border. And I'm ready to act. I think, God willing, and the creek not rising, as my grandpa would say. I think next week we ought to be able to work out something, at least in the Senate. And I'm hopeful it's going to be the bipartisan package the Senate is going to pass, God willing. Now, the question is for the Speaker and the House Republicans. Are they ready to act as well? They have to choose whether they want to solve a problem or keep weaponizing issues to score political points against the president. I'm ready to solve the problem. I really am. Massive changes. And I mean it sincerely.
So he actually said a lot there, right? And it might have sounded good to whoever clips that up, in 10-second bites and sends it to Instagram and TikTok. He said a lot there, though. He wants to fund the border invasion. If you really heard what he said, I want this proposal. I want 100% more money for this problem so we can process these people quicker, so that we can do the thing for them, right? Like he's telling you exactly what his plan is. And I'm gonna blame it on the Republicans or the Senate or Congress, and we'll see if Speaker Mike Johnson will jump in and play the game with us. It's all his fault. And I say, listen, I just played you a clip from him. He told you what he's doing. He told you what he wants. He wants more funding. He's saying, I want more border patrol agents. To what are they going to do with them? To use them to process people and grant them entry into the country. That's what's really, really, really disappointing with what's going on with this administration. I want to go to Jamie, and then I'll relinquish my DJ power for just a second.
Yeah, brother, good stuff, and that's on point. Last night, I was down here in Houston, and I took a lift over to the hospital, a lift ride. I went to one of my friends' house over there, and we sat around for a while, had some good communion, and you know what I mean. Partook of the wine a little bit. On the way back, they're like, "Oh, I'll take you over there." I said, "No, no, no, no. I'm gonna take a lift. I'll just sit down. I'm good." So I hired a lift to take me, I don't know, it may be 10 or 12 miles over here. Guy pulls up, get in. He's a foreigner from somewhere over in the Middle East. I'd been drinking, so I don't remember where he told me he was from. But we had a pretty good conversation. He wanted me to ride in the front with him. Told me I could ride in the front if I wanted to, so I did. And we got to talking, and he has not got citizenship yet, but he did come in the right way. He'd been here some years, about 3 years, I think he said. And we got to talking about it. Of course, I got my Trump hat on, you know what I mean? And he started schooling me, telling me, I see what's going on, and my people see what's going on, and we're voting Republican. When I get to where I can vote, I'm voting Republican. I'll never vote for Democrats. We had a long conversation, man, and he said he's encouraging all of his people and all of his friends to vote Republican. So dude, these people have overplayed their hand in so many ways and exposed themselves so deeply, man, that dude, that wow. But it blew my mind. Like I said, he was a young guy, maybe 24, 25 years old, but real good, seemed like a real level-headed youngster, man. And he was not even a citizen yet. But I wanted to share that with y'all. There's hope in these people that's coming in as well, because a lot of them see it.
Well, Jamie, you're right, for sure. There's definitely people that want to be here. It's all the ones that they got shipped here. And maybe it's even shipped, but they got an opportunity, right? Because it was incentivized. If you go here, we'll cover the journey. We'll do the thing. We'll get you into America. Once you get to America, you'll get a free hotel. You'll get the money. You'll get the SNAP card. You'll get the free medical care, right? It's that's the big concern, right? It's we know I have zero problem with anyone who wants to actually come here and be a part of the American culture. I have a problem with what Joe Biden is trying to import into our country.
I'm the same, Sean, and I'm not knocking that at all. You know me, brother. You know how angry I am about it. I'm going to the border. I'm going. I'm going to be there, boots on the ground, brother, and because I'm down there regularly. But it just struck me because I figured he would be completely different than what he was, and he was staunch conservative, brother.
That's incredible. That's absolutely incredible. And no, and it's good. I have met so many people in my life that are first generation immigrants, and they came here because they want the thing, right? And they want the thing, and they're pro American, right? So it's yeah, it's just man. Sometimes you just get a little you get in your feels, you get hurt when you see all the people coming across and you see the videos of they're coming out of this $500 a night hotel, flipping people the bird. Yeah, that's the stuff that just kind of boils the blood. Go ahead, Ashley.
I understand there's a lot of good people. I'm all for legal immigration. But when it comes to the people who are coming here illegally, one of the most sensitive aspects for this for me is the children, especially because when I've been down there talking with other Red Cross volunteers, they immediately check the children for signs of rape, and the girls are typically already on birth control and are given medications and antibiotics. If they don't have the ability to get the testing because they're moving people through so quickly. And that's because a lot of these children, both the boys and girls, they are sexually assaulted during their trip. So in my mind, knowing that there's so many children that are having to deal with that makes me believe that the adults that are coming, that are in the caravans with them, are not good people because they're either allowing it to happen or they're doing it. So to me, that's a huge problem of depravity, and that's not the kind of people that I would want coming into my country and being around the children that are already here. We already have issues with child trafficking. So there's a lot of concerns on the border that I think we're all aware of. I'm just saying, to me, if it's not legal and you're not following through with the process, then you should be deported. I think that's honestly at this point because there's so many. I don't think there's a way to differentiate. I don't think that some sort of dream or act is going to fix it anymore at this point. If we can get Republicans in, I think that we have to essentially do a mass deportation and then try to fix legal immigration to make it to where it's a comprehensive, good quality way of allowing immigrants to come in legally.
Yeah, but Ashley, when the left talks to me, right, they say, "Hey, Ronald Reagan Ronald Reagan did an amnesty, right? Well, so why are you so far off from that? Why are you so MAGA extreme with your Trump plan?" And I bring that up for a reason because that's something the left is when they talk to me in the background or DMs, they hear us in spaces, and my DMs are wide open. So I see a lot. I don't necessarily interact with all of it, but I see a lot of comments, right, based off spaces we do. Because they see they'll just try like maybe his DMs are open. They'll send something, right, and that's one of the things they say. Well, Ronald Reagan was totally he did an amnesty. Why can't Trump do it? I well, before I answer my own thoughts, let me get a Texas and then maybe back to Ashley.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a buddy of mine in here, Terry Snyder, Little T. I don't know if he's going to come in. He's brand new on Twitter, y'all. Brand new. I talked him into getting on last night and told him to come in. He's a paraplegic. He had a motorcycle accident 16 years ago, and we was all close. Him with Robbie, him. We fished together on the beach, but I'm trying to get him in here because I want him to tell y'all why he moved. He was living in a condo in downtown Houston. His old lady is a high level executive and living in a big beautiful condo. But they moved. But I want to see if he'll come in. I have invited him, but if he does, y'all want to be patient with him. When he had his wreck and he lost the use of his legs, they gave him a bunch of medicine and put him and was working on him. And he's got the use of his arms, but he had an adverse effect to some of the medication, and they had him in stirrups and straps, and he pulled so hard against the straps that it pulled all of his ligaments and tendons loose from his hands. So while he's got use of his arms, he really don't have much use of his hands. But I'm trying to get him in here, and we'll see. I just want to let you know if he does come in, it's Terry Snyder. He's a close friend of mine, and he's a really good guy, man. We go way back. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Texas. Jeez, wow, awful, awful. I hope he is doing well. Oh, man, you always hit me, Texas. You always hit me with these. You're okay, gonna bring this person, and I'm like, well, shit. What do I do now, right? So, like, God, you've got some of the coolest friends on the planet, and they love you to death. Which is really important. You really you travel well. You make a lot of good friends. So God bless you, Texas. And Ashley, so I mean, you also hit me hard on east of the border, right? And you got the trafficking. Like, I look. So the other one that came up. So I don't know if you know our friend Paul, but Paul's been digging into the NGOs. And a lot of the NGOs, of course, are just corrupt and dirty. They're making billions and billions of dollars off of this thing. And Paul, our rep from Texas, from MAGA Missions, been jumping into this and doing some digging through whatever capacity he can do that. And it's really amazing. He's finding out, Salvation Army, Red Cross, like the things that, like, when you think, oh, they got a bucket out, I should give $1, right? Paul's highlighting, no, you actually should give nothing to them because they're already funded by the federal government through the NGOs. Actually, the money trail starts with our federal tax dollars going to the United Nations, then coming back to the United States to go to places like the Salvation Army and the Red Cross and hundreds, maybe thousands of others, right? And it's really disgusting the way these NGOs are making a huge profit, even though they're non-profit organizations. Huge profit off of human trafficking. I don't know. Have you heard Paul at all talk about any of this? Or if not, I would love to connect you with him. I know you know who he is.
This is not something that we have discussed, but I would very much like to, because to give you guys some perspective, unless you go through very expensive courses, if you want to get certified as an instructor or to work in certain scopes, you have to get an instructor certification either through the Red Cross or the National Heart Association. So no matter what, if you want to be someone like me who helps in the community, and I do have a 501c3 that the Red Cross approved for me to work under, I had to get my instructor license through them. And I can volunteer through them. And many people who are really good people on the ground do, because it gives you access to places that need help that we can't just go to as volunteers without being under their umbrella for insurance purposes. So it's really hard for good people who just want to do good to get to places that need help unless you're working under umbrellas like the American Red Cross. But you're right, don't give them money. I'll be the first one to say, if you see the Salvation Army people out, a lot of the times they're doing community service because they're on probation or something, and that's just the honest to God truth. That's a statistic. Most of them are just trying to work off their time. Some people are just volunteers, but most of them are just working off time. But a majority of that money, and I think the last time we looked, it was about 75 cents on every dollar actually goes to just paying people in the organization, not back to the community. There's lists out there you can look for, but Paul is very right. Unless you need to do something like what I did and get licensed so that you can, work under your own nonprofit to be an instructor, or if you want to volunteer in certain places that have to be under those insurance umbrellas, don't work with them and don't give them money.
No, you're 100% right. And so 85 cents. I'll go find the article in a minute, but 85 cents of every dollar you drop in that red kettle just goes to serve the organization and not to actually help anybody. So they're giving 15 cents back. It's man, wow. It's really disappointing.
I would also advocate, if anybody wants to give food for the homeless, please, please, please either give it to churches or give it to community centers that are nonprofit organized, because I can tell you the Salvation Army, we had to take out barrels of canned goods that had expired because they did not and would not use them, and they would rather them go bad than actually give them to people. So please, churches are probably the best, but after that, actual community service centers that have a high turnover rate are the best places to give food, or other blankets, coats, anything to that nature, not nonprofits.
Yeah, I want to back you up there. So I have done return goods for retailers too, right? And we have a strict policy of vetting what would be a donatable item, and that could be a canned good, it could be clothing, anything, but it has to be something first. If it's a food item, it has to be first in date. It has to be sealed. It can't be dented. And it might not just be a can, but there's a lot of things that the retailers that do participate in these programs do to make sure that the product the people in need would get are actually good product. So clothing items, they can't have a rip or a stain or a tear. So this isn't Goodwill. Even Goodwill throws a lot of stuff out. I've seen some of their inner operations before. Just being around the industry of retail. But so when the retailers are doing this stuff, obviously it's not for them to make money. They're just trying to do the right thing for the community. And then when we get into, again, these NGOs, these not for profits, and that's a nasty term at this point, but a lot of us are participating in some of those for different reasons, for public reasons, for political reasons, maybe. Uh, there's a lot of people that are trying to do the right thing. You just gotta, man, if you just don't know, ask somebody. Maybe we could tell you, hey, this is a good one, this is a bad one. I don't know. Jamie, do you want to jump back in?
Well, bro, I'm just kind of idling, riding, sitting here, man, listening. I said pretty much everything I got to say, brother. I'm having some connection issues too. Thank you.
What's up, Jamie? Good to have you. I see Angry Pop in the house. Just so you know, current polls right now for is it offensive to use the term MAGA to people, only 4% find it to be offensive, surprisingly enough. We'll see in 24 hours what happens, but same thing with Rhino. I haven't checked the poll on if Rhino is offensive yet. It's 13%. So we still got some hanger-oners there. Please vote. There's a poll up top for fun. We're taking scores. We're taking notes. We want to see if there's some people that are just going Greta Thunberg on this about.
Right.
Right.
Hey, Matt.
How dare you?
How dare you? But Matt, hey, listen, I've got the Bible in 4 minutes. I could do that.
Is this a Babylon Bee or is this an actual?
Yeah, it's Babylon B.
It has to be if it's 4 minutes. Okay, let's do it.
If there's one thing I've noticed about the Bible, it's that it's long. Luckily, we here at the Babylon Bee combed through our Bibles for over 80 years in order to distill down each of the 66 books into a short, bite-sized snippet that even you can understand. Here we go. Are you ready? This is the TLDR version of the Bible. Genesis. God makes everything and it's perfect for about 3.2 seconds. Exodus. Yahweh versus Ra. Fight night. Only on pay-per-view. Sunday. Leviticus. Stop doing gross stuff. Numbers. Israel makes a wrong turn near Mount Sinai. Refuses to ask for directions. Deuteronomy. I said stop doing gross stuff. What is wrong with you people? Joshua. Hotly anticipated product launch of Moses 2.0. Judges. A riveting documentary on the doctrine of total depravity. Ruth. The Bachelorette. Hebrew edition. 1 Samuel. It's David and Goliath. 2 Samuel. David and Goliath, the direct-to-VHS sequel. Like Aladdin 2. 1 Kings. Solomon marries a ton of women, and that turns out to be a really bad idea. Who knew? 2 Kings. Israel and Judah go 0 for 2 in a death match against Babylon and Assyria. Should have declared Philippians 4:13 over that mess, guys. 1 Chronicles. A sweeping documentary of Israel's history. Like those sprawling 24 VHS sets covering World War II that your dad probably has. 2 Chronicles. A sweeping documentary of Israel's history. Like those sprawling 24 VHS sets covering World War II your dad probably has. Ezra. The temple gets an extreme home makeover. Nehemiah. Jerusalem gets an extreme home makeover. Esther. A brave Jewish woman saves her people. Full of more exciting drama and intrigue than any episode of Game of Thrones. Plus, there's way more clothes. Job. This is a Hebrew country music song. Psalms. An ancient Hillsong album with sheep metaphors instead of ones with ocean and fire. And 100% less heresy. Proverbs. God pities the fool who don't follow him. Ecclesiastes. Everything is meaningless. Except everything isn't really meaningless because God gives everything meaning. Whoa. Song of Solomon. You know what? Just go ask your parents. Isaiah. Make worship great again. Jeremiah. God has a great plan and a future for you. And definitely not any suffering, tribulations, or trials. Nope, none at all. Lamentation. Crying emoji. Ezekiel. A total of crafty and mind triple. Bones and eagles and flaming psychedelic wheels and stuff. Daniel. Daniel fights his own personal lions, who also happen to be actual lions that want to eat him. Hosea. This is a minor prophet who's not Jonah. Feel free to skip. Joel. This is a minor prophet who's not Jonah. Feel free to skip. Amos. This is a minor prophet who's not Jonah. Feel free to skip. Obadiah. This is a minor prophet who's not Jonah. Feel free to skip. Hey, Jonah! An anthropomorphic asparagus goes on an adventure with some pirates. Arr! Micah. This is a minor prophet who's not Jonah. Feel free to skip. Nahum. This is a minor prophet who's not Jonah. Feel free to skip. Habakkuk. This is a minor prophet who's not Jonah. Feel free to skip. Zephaniah. This is a minor prophet who's not Jonah. Feel free to skip. Haggai. This is a minor prophet who's not Jonah. Feel free to skip. Zechariah. This is a minor prophet. Didn't I say this one already? No? This is a minor prophet who's not Jonah. Feel free to skip. Malachi. This is a minor prophet who's not Jonah. Feel free to skip. Matthew. Peter does some dumb stuff, and Jesus is the Messiah. Mark. Peter does some dumb stuff, and Jesus is the suffering servant. Luke. Peter does some dumb stuff, Jesus is the Son of Man. John. Peter does some dumb stuff, and Jesus is the Son of God. Acts. Miracles, shipwrecks, lots of tongues. Basically, it's John MacArthur's worst nightmare. Romans. Man screws stuff up, but God justifies. 1 Corinthians. Stop screwing stuff up, Corinth. 2 Corinthians. Corinth! I mean it this time! Corinth! Galatians. This is Romans, but shorter. Ephesians. This is Romans, but shorter too. Electric Boogaloo. Philippians. You can win sports games through Jesus. Colossians. Jesus rules all of creation, even the weird stuff like the platypi. 1 Thessalonians. Jesus is coming around the mountain when he comes. 2 Thessalonians. A letter full of encouragement and inspiration, like an ancient Max Lucado book. 1 Timothy. Ladies, please stop talking. 2 Timothy. Paul gives his dying instructions to Timothy, much like Yoda to Luke in Return of the Jedi. Titus. Basically a first century vision casting conference for young pastors. Cool. Philemon. Paul's passive-aggressive anti-slavery manifesto. Hebrews. Moses gets put on blast for like 13 chapters. James. Act more gooder, people. 1 Peter. You're gonna suffer, fam. 2 Peter. Bro, Paul is really confusing. Please help. 1 John. God is love, okay? 2 John. Yep, he's still love. 3 John. How many times do I have to say it, people? Do I have to write a 4th John? Jews. Stop being heretics, please. Okay, thanks. Bye. Revelation. Kirk Cameron fights the Antichrist in order to save Christmas from the New World Order. Thanks, Kirk.
So they said Electric Boogaloo. I'm not really sure what that was. I can't
I
remember that
like
verse.
pity the fool. I like God pity the fool. That's good.
I feel like this is a perfect commercial to get like the newer generations to read the Bible. I feel like if we put this on social media, they'd be like, For real? Like this is those stories?" I think we would get some attention.
Better
Well,
than Game
you
of
know what?
Thrones?
I will send that link to you right now.
Return of the Jedi. Yoda. That was.
I feel like Gideon didn't get enough attention though. Like God made the ground shake for him. I mean, he took a whole army out just by, you know, shaking his fist and making the ground shake. I feel like we could have gone somewhere with that.
Well, he didn't hit Revelations hard enough too, like as everyone dies. I mean, he could have just come in like that. Everyone dies.
And there's
Revelation.
horses and dragons. That would have got the cosplay. Horses and dragons would have brought the cosplay.
Yeah, it puts the Dungeons and Dragons to shame. So Angry Pop, I put out the bat signal. You showed up. It's good to see you, Angry. What's going on with you? I'm sure you were busy doing something. But we've been going since 11 o'clock today. I don't know how much longer we're going to go. It's already been 6 hours strong, and we talked about a lot of stuff. But the Rage Against the Machines, it's a kind of a theory that we've been going down, just exploring, you know, all the different voting machines, the elections, election integrity, and automation, and all these things that are leading us to this. You know, we're trading our convenience and our safeties for freedom, or under the guise of freedom. And how about this? Under the guise of convenience and safety, we've been trading our freedoms, and giving away our rights and losing our rights incrementally over time. Well, what's up with you, Angry? What are you doing?
So basically, denying the advice that Benjamin Franklin and George Washington and everybody gave us way back at the beginning of things to come if we gave up our
Exactly.
liberty for safety and security. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I understand. But yeah, you know, I mean, there's always learning new things, you know.
Oh yeah, we
Uh,
talked about action though, again, to fight back instead of getting pissed off and yelling and screaming about it. We've been talking also about getting active in your local precincts, and also, you know, giving people the tools and education to take the power back.
well, I mean, you know, you got the structure of government. This, you know, comes directly from the Bible. You know, I mean, the longest book in the Bible. It's all about the structure of government. You know, how the masters have got to be diligent and watching over their servants and teaching them well. You know, and the masters happen to be us. They fooled us into believing that we were the servants, but that's not the case. You know, so it's up to us to put our servants and trustees back in the box that we put them in to start with, and getting the order corrected. The trained ignorance they passed off as education for decades. You know, yeah, just a few little minor adjustments need to be made, but I think we got this. I think we can do it. I mean, uh, y'all heard me talk about Dave Jose time and time again. Well, he's about to rock all these courts here coming up very soon. You know, all these charges they brought against Trump. Well, they just have no idea that he was acting on his authority and direction from we the people by questioning the outcome of the election. So they're not them bringing all them bull crap charges into court is all going to dissipate once the truth comes out about that. So he was acting on the authority of the people whenever he passed the executive order. What is it? I can't remember the number on it right now, but yeah, it's there's a whole lot that took place, and and it's about to be corrected. Uh, and nothing they can do about it once the evidence comes out that he was acting on the authority of the people. So, you know, they can say whatever they want to say, but the evidence will be clear, and it'll show that the evidence is clear, and starting from way back before the Arizona audit began, he was
Yeah,
given
back
direction.
to 2000, even before 2017.
Well, no, he was given
How much
direction,
farther
and
back is he going to go?
well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the 2017, that was the Democrats challenging the validity of the machines whenever they started their case in Georgia. And, well, they held the evidence back from reading that out until it couldn't be held back anymore, and it got released towards the end of last year. And the evidence showed in that case from 2017 that the machine should have never been used in the 2020 election
Okay,
because of
right
what they
there, Pop.
found. So,
Right there, Pop. We talked about, somebody brought up, all I hear is people talking about how the elections weren't legitimate, but nobody's brought forth the evidence. And that's precisely what we were talking about, was the evidence being brought forward and actually being seen. It's out there. It's just that there's been a refusal to actually review it and look at it. Right?
well, considering that the case had been heard and it had been determined in June of 2019, and the court held that evidence back from the public from being released on that ruling that was adjudicated and ruled on in June of 2019. That was a year before the election, and it should have been released. Had it been released, those machines would have been nullified for use in 2020
Right.
automatically.
Exactly. And if the machines aren't valid and the machines are void, then what does that mean for an election that was held, or that those machines were used during an election? What does that mean? Just see if you can
Well,
tell what that equals if something was done like that.
Well, it equals that there was not a legitimate election then or any time after, and we don't have a representative government. We've got an appointment by somebody that we have no knowledge of who appointed these people. So none of them are legitimate at this point, not one. So do they have the authority to govern under the Constitution? No, they do not, because they were not elected in a free and fair election as required by the Constitution. So, yeah, there's that, and then the evidence that just come out in the current Georgia case as well, that they didn't even use the verification machines. That you know that just came out in that court hearing over the last few days. So so they never even checked for signature verification on the envelopes, because it was too much trouble to feed them through one envelope at a time. Imagine that. The taxpayers spend millions of dollars on machines that they don't even use. So, so that's maladministration or complete neglect of responsibility. So nobody in the Georgia voting centers are even qualified to uh, watch over the votes, because they refuse to do their job according to the laws that were given to them to go by, even though the entirety of that system was already unconstitutional. But they've just elected, well, it's just too much work, so let's not do it, guys. Let's just give them a number fictitiously and say it's okay. We got this many votes and they're all good. We don't have to check anything. We don't have to follow the rules. So, they nullified the office of every representative in the state of Georgia by doing that. So, does the judge have authority to sit on the bench? Well, in my opinion, no. He's unqualified to be sitting there because nobody actually voted for him. I mean, so how can he say you don't have standing? Well, whenever he don't have authority. I mean, it's kind of a wash deal there, I mean, so, according to the Constitution, you throw off such despotic government and hold elections under the constitutional rule, paper ballots, and only in the presence with identification as written in the Constitution. So, it's time to go back to basics, guys.
Yeah, we talked about identification and how identification and voter registration and all that stuff is kind of being streamlined for, let's say an illegal immigrant comes across and needs to get a driver's license, and they're allowed to do so, and then they automatically through the DMV are asked if they'd like to register to vote, and they could just go, yeah, sure, I'll do that. What do you think about the somebody mentioned that we asked for voter ID, we got it, but at the same time, it's also getting an ID at the DMV and things like that are allowing possible nefarious activities or people to vote that shouldn't be voting.
Well, that's not what the Constitution says. The Constitution requires that you be a citizen.
Well, I get that. That's not the point.
Okay, I mean, like I said,
They're allowing people to do it, though.
Okay, so if they can dismiss the law that creates their seat, then why can't we dismiss every other law that they've created as having validity? If they want to nullify the law, they nullify their own power and authority. I mean, so, does any law that they created without authority have any authority? Of course not. It can't. So, if they want to dispel and toss off the law, okay, fine. That works for me. I mean, all we can do is go back, gather as the people, and say, for the good of the society, this government is no longer valid, and let's elect some new leaders according to the Constitution as it was originally written, and go back to basics and see if we can't do this thing right this time. And go ahead and do a few amendments.
It's always amazing, but I think I really want to ask this. So, if we give people driver's licenses, now hear me out on this. Now, if they have a driver's license, even if they're not here legally, maybe they're here on asylum, whatever, they get a driver's license, right? We're not checking them when they go to vote. We're just going like, so, you think about this, just slow down, think about this. I volunteer. I'm going to work the voter desk, and I'm going to just check people in. Hold on, Angry. I'm just going to check people in. And then you don't know any better. You're not trained. You don't get trained. Well, you get kind of, a 10-second training. So I'm going to sit at the desk, and I'm going to check people in. Will this person has a valid driver's license that appears to me to be valid? I don't know anything. I've never worked in the government. I'm just here doing my civic duty. And then I let them pass. Now they can vote. That's kind of where we're. So now they've already, even though it's still illegal for them to vote, they've already made it through that pass, right? They've crossed that river.
Well, no, they haven't. Simply because you have to register as a voter. And in order to register as a
No.
voter,
When you get your
hold
driver's
on. You see, that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
They just ask you if you're going to vote.
See, you're wanting to bypass the Constitution, is what I'm saying. That rule that they putting in there bypasses the Constitution. You can't do that. It's not in accordance with the Constitution. Therefore, it can't be a rule. It can't be a law. It has no validity.
Well,
It's
I'm aware,
unenforceable.
Angry. I'm aware, but I'm telling you, it happens every day. People walk into a driver's license, whatever you call it, DMV, BMV, whatever it is in your locality, right? And you get a license. It's one of the steps. It's just one of the things that they do as an employee. Okay, so I do the eye test. I do this. I do that. I verified you have a residence in the locality, right? I do all the things, and then they go, "Hey, so do you want to register to vote? And if so, do you want to declare a party?" So now they're all of a sudden registered to vote.
Well, and that's my point. Okay, them going around an end run around the Constitution in certain Democrat municipalities and counties across the nation uh, does not supersede the Constitution. Constitutional provisions are mandatory. I mean, they're mandatory. They can't do an end run around the Constitution, and that's the reality of it. A lot of those places are already in the middle of a court battle uh, over that very issue. So I mean, just like here in Alabama, we petitioned our government to uh, put an amendment in the state constitution that requires proof of citizenship to be able to register to vote here in Alabama. So, we ain't going to have that issue that they've got everywhere else in the country because we went ahead and blocked them whenever they started talking about that with a constitutional provision that makes it a requirement that you have to prove citizenship to vote in the state of Alabama. So, I mean, and because we seen what the Democrats were doing, so we petitioned our government to uh, put it in the doggone legislation for the people to vote for it, and it was like 84% of the people voted that yeah, you have to be a citizen. So, you know that, and that's now it's a constitutional provision in Alabama. So and that's we tried to warn other states to block the Democrats from attempting to do this crap, but nobody, they thought we were crazy. But then again, y'all know me. I'm pretty much a staunch constitutionalist, and I'm going to hold them to it. As long as God allows me to keep on fighting it, I'm going to keep on fighting them. So whenever I hear tell of a county that has or a city that has passed any such ordinance, well, uh, they say, well, it's within our state constitutional provisions that the state local elections can do what they want to do. Well, no, it's not. Constitution clearly states that you have to be a citizen to vote in the United States, and that does not give exclusions from municipalities. It just does not, because it's clearly read there
Well,
in the Constitution of the United
angry,
States.
because I know you're so good at this stuff. Could you explain maybe where precedent is on so it's always there's always something. There's always going to be a locality of that's got a thing, right? And from what I remember, it's always who has had the strongest rule or law. They that supersedes everybody. So, and by what I mean by that, like we, like just so I can try to give you an example. So, like if state law, when we were purchasing something, outruled, it was stronger, stricter, more stringent than a federal law, we followed the state law. But if the state law was less stringent, we followed the federal law. And I'm talking purely from a purchasing standpoint. It was the government. But because of that, using that, right? Now they're all trying to do a power play. Maybe could you get into that a little bit if you follow me, if you're following what I'm going at.
Well, yeah, I mean, I understand that. I mean, the big thing about precedent, okay? Precedent is a fiction of court to give historical uh, relevance to a legal argument. It has nothing to do with the creation of law, and that's the reason why you hear lawyers all the time talking about there's precedent in the law. There's precedent in the law. Well, precedent just means that you won a case based on a technicality or your argument because of the confusion of people in a jury of what the law stated, or uh, a judge agreed with the prosecutor over the defense, or the defense over the prosecutor. So they set a precedent. A precedent is a fictional term to replace archival historical law. Okay, but
Yeah,
at
no,
no
no, no,
time.
dude, you're so right. You're 100%. I think I asked the question wrong. So basically, I'm asking states' rights on voting over the federal government's power to take that away.
Well, see, the Constitution clearly states that the federal government can't tell the state the times, manners, and places and methodology that the state can vote in. But at no time can the state just pass a law that supersedes the federal Constitution. Federal Constitution requires you to be a citizen to vote. So you can't just say that that's not a rule of law, because it is the rule of law that created government. Government can't uh, make up its own rules that goes outside of the contract as it's written. The terms and conditions in the contract, they all swore to uphold and abide in, period. And that's from state constitutions to the United States Constitution. And every federal representative, they sworn an oath to the federal Constitution as well as the state from which they were elected in. So their first oath is to the state, not to violate the terms and conditions of that state contract whenever they won that seat. And then whenever they got to D.C., they had to take another oath that swears an oath to the United States Constitution, uphold and defend. Well, and it requires them under Article 4, Section 4, to guarantee a free government, Republican informed, to all states. So, it's kind of one of those things that there's no way out for them. They're doubly bound if they in the federal government, and then if they're in the state government, they're bound by the state constitution that requires them to not violate the federal constitution as well. So they're doubly bound any way they go. So the provisions of the Constitution are clear. They have to be a citizen to vote. Period. And that's that there is no way to get in run around it by writing a statute or writing a municipal rule that allows them to circumvent the Constitution. Because why? The constitutional provisions are mandatory, and that's just the law. If they want to dismiss the Constitution, then they dismiss the authority they were given under the Constitution to have the power of governance. So it's one way or the other.
If they succeed, the
The
damage is done.
law or it's not. It's
Angry, if they succeed, the damage is done. How do we reverse it if it's occurred? I mean, I get that it's wrong. How do we?
well.
We need to stop it, like you were saying, you guys did before. It's already too late. That's the thing. We're coming up on an election, and
No,
how are
it's
we going
not
to
too
stop
late.
it? How are we going to stop it?
You refer to the Constitution and you put together a notice to inform them they're in violation of the Constitution and thereby in violation of their oath. And if they continue down this path, then they have ceded their authority to govern that was given to them by their very oath. And they can decide either they maintain the office or they strike down this unconstitutional action. Period. And it's just that simple. It's worded that simple. I mean, it is the law of the land. The Constitution is the law of the land of each state, and then the federal Constitution is the law of the land overall. And you can't have one without the other. If you're a part of the union, then you got to abide by the United States Constitution, which requires you to be a citizen to vote. You can't separate out and say, well, we're going to make up a rule for our town that anybody can vote here. It doesn't matter who they are. The Constitution clearly says you have to be a citizen to vote in U.S. elections. Period. I mean, it's plain and
Hey,
simple.
yeah, no, no, you're dead on. But I got a question. You're dead on. But who's going to file that lawsuit? You're saying hold them to it, but who's going to file the lawsuit?
What
Right?
lawsuit?
That's
What
like
lawsuit? You're educating them on what the law states.
no, no, no,
They
no.
either
Yeah, but
accept the
the
authority
only
of
way to
law.
educate these lawmakers, right, is to actually file a lawsuit, I believe. So, like, and it's fascinating. Trust me, I find you brilliant, I really do. It's
O-
fascinating to me, but when
Okay,
I
Sean,
look
I'm going
at
to
it,
read it to you. I'm going to read
when
it
I
to
look,
you.
hold on. When I look at it though, what action is somebody going to take on that constitutional law that you're talking about? Who's going to take the action? So maybe it's not a lawsuit, but who's going to take the action on that? That's what I'm asking you.
The auditor of it, which would be the citizens.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's all I'm asking. I'm not attacking. I think your idea is
Okay.
great. I'm asking
Okay.
who's going to take the action upon this.
The people. We the people.
Okay, but
Cooper versus Aaron.
are you asking me to strike this up? Like who's going to take the lead on this?
You can. Anybody can. Everybody can. Everybody you know can. Okay.
Okay.
Cooper.
Petition, a form, an audit. What are we filling out? What are we getting together? A petition, a declaration? Are we submitting? Where are we submitting? What are we submitting? And
Straight to
do
your
you have
legislators.
do you have a blueprint that people can
Straight,
sign on to?
straight to your legislators. Right off the bat. Straight to the city council. Straight to your voting block commanders. Straight to your secretary of state. All of those people that are claim to have authority over the election, send it to every one of them. Send it also to your state Supreme Court. Send it also to your local circuit court.
Am I misspeaking by calling it an audit?
Yes, sir, you are. What you're
Okay,
doing
then
is
what the
what you're doing is giving them a declaration of fact in the law. Okay, and
I'm
now,
correct then in what I'm saying. It's an audit.
well, no, it's
What
a
give me the term.
it's it's an absolute correction in the law. They cannot pass any such ordinance or rule that changes and alters the Constitution without a constitutional amendment that's voted on by the people.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. Let me read this case to you right here, right quick, and this will be self-explanatory. Okay, Cooper versus Aaron. Any judge who does not comply with his oath to the Constitution of the United States wars against the Constitution and engages in acts in violation of the supreme law of the land. The judge is engaged in acts of treason. The U.S. Supreme Court has stated that no state legislator or executive or judicial officer can war against the Constitution without violating his undertaking to support it. In other words, if they don't abide by the law as it is written, they are committing treason against the Constitution and thereby ceding their authority of governance automatically. I will go on to read Schuer versus Rose. By law, a judge is a state officer. The judge then acts not as a judge, but as a private individual in his person when a judge acts as a trespasser of the law. When a judge does not follow the law, the judge loses subject matter jurisdiction, and the judge's orders are not voidable, but void and of no legal force or effect. The U.S. Supreme Court stated that when a state officer acts under a state law in a manner violative of the federal Constitution, he comes into conflict with the superior authority of that Constitution, and he is in that case stripped of his official or representative character and is subjected in his person to the consequences of his individual conduct. The state has no power to impart to him any immunity from responsibility to the supreme authority of the United States.
So, angry. Obviously, you're a really brilliant guy. And, listen, I appreciate, and I want to identify that I appreciate you. I really do. I'm asking this question. Then what? So we have that. We have the legislation. Now what? What's the next step?
Well, we have the
Who
right to
takes action?
grievance, and we've stated what the violation is, right? So we've cited the
Right.
violation. We can
So
cite
now,
precedents. We could cite the Constitution. We could do all these things. Yes. Go ahead, Sean. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. So now, but the next step though would be what? You're gonna have to go start doing some legal action, which is gonna start costing people some money, right?
No, sir. No, sir. You're
Well,
talking legal action. You're talking legal action. I'm talking lawful action. What it's going
okay,
to
well
cost
that's
you?
fine. No,
What?
please
Hold it.
explain
Hold
it
it.
to me.
Hold it. Let me explain the difference for you. Let me explain the difference. Legal is if you want to go through the authority of the court that does not have authority. Lawful authority is using the law as it is written already, that they have already sworn to abide in. All you have to do is prove to them that it is written in the law, which is the Constitution, and say, right here it states on this provision of this Constitution that a citizen, yeah, only a citizen can vote in the United States elections, period. And then you turn right around and say, and this has already been ruled on by the United States Supreme Court. In this case, where it states this, and in this case, where it states this. Now, you are either an officer of the court in violation of the law of the land, which is the Constitution, or you are not. You choose. Either way, this measure that you are attempting to pass violates the Constitution and thus violates your oath. Thus, it eliminates
Okay,
your
real
authority.
Right,
quick,
right. We
And
agree with that
real
therefore,
part.
quick,
We agree with that part. We're
Rudy.
asking for the format and the
Real quick.
term of the
Who do you
document
tell
that
that?
you're citing them with. What is the format?
Who do you tell that to?
it is a lawful notice,
Who do you tell
and you
that
can
Okay, a
do
to?
notice. What is the notice called besides notice?
it is a notice of corrective action is how you entitle this notice into
Yeah,
a
and who do you
potential
tell that to?
violation of your oath of office. And that's how you title it. And then you state in there who you are coming sui juris of your own right, and you are informing them that they are in danger of violating their oath.
Well, it's a cease and desist of the unlawful act.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm looking for the legal term of what you said remedy,
Well,
you said this violation, you said that, but I'm looking for the legal terminology, and you've been telling us the Constitution, you've been telling us about the violations. We're in agreement with all that. I was just asking for the actual
Absolutely.
okay.
terminology of what it is. Is it a strongly worded letter? Is that what I call it? Do I call it a notice? Do I call it an audit? Do I call it a cease and desist? What is the legal term of what I'm serving this person with in a formal manner?
It is a lawful term, not a legal term.
Okay, lawful term.
Lawful,
What is it?
a,
Please,
the
what is it? What is it
lawful
called?
term, the lawful term, it clearly states for itself simply by putting an excerpt from the Constitution,
Ah,
backed
okay.
up, backed up by the same verbiage that is written in the Constitution. Okay,
So
that
it's a
is the
letter of
law.
notice drafted by just a constituent
Right.
See,
and a citizen
you're
alone.
well. Yeah, that's just it. You see, you're neither a citizen nor are you a constituent. You are
Well,
one of
and
the
that was
people.
well, and that was
You
my
are
question.
one of the people.
You're writing a legal complaint to who though? To
You
who?
are writing an instruction and an advisement to them that they are in danger of violating their oath
How
of
is that
office
enforceable though?
by your submitting it to them and sending it certified return to see. You keep the original, send them a copy dated, and then if they do not answer in the allotted time you give them by their acquiescence in not answering, they have admitted that they have acknowledged it, much like they do with your credit card bill when it comes in. Okay, if you say that you don't answer your credit card bill, they change your rates, and your rates goes up automatically because you did not deny it or change the terms and conditions of the contract. It's the same thing. Acquiescence says I'm in agreement with what you have stated here as a fact of law.
Yeah,
And then you follow it up.
interestingly enough, this happens in emails to me all the time. Somebody will create a narrative. They'll send me an email, and if I don't qualify or correct them, it's almost like I've agreed to what they've said because I haven't raised any argument. I totally get what you're saying.
Absolutely.
We got a couple of hands in here, and I see Steve, and I know he's part of the crew, and we got Pilsner in here, and Susan. Susan has been really patient, guys. Could I just give her some love and let her talk, please? I love everything we're talking about, but I don't want to leave her out. Susan, are you there?
I am. I
I don't
am.
know what Friday.
Angry Pop is right on. The problem is the illegal aliens and non-citizens have been voting in this country for decades. Decades. My state of Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, Maine, and Maryland, California's been doing it for decades. I mean, California's probably a red state, for God's sakes. So, how do you fix the problem? Well, Angry Pop's got the right idea. The problem is, when was the last time a Democrat or a liberal honored the friggin' Constitution? Let me see. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Never. Never. Look what they're doing to President Trump. Look what they're doing to the January 6th. No due process. The 4th, the 5th, the 6th Amendment. All their due process rights have been just shit on. So, what's the answer? I guess you have to have private meetings. You have to set up meetings with the state legislatures, and you demand to meet with them because that's their duty, and you present exactly what Angry Pop just did. You are all committing treason, punishable by death, if you allow non-citizens, illegal aliens to vote. I don't care whether it's a local election. I don't care whether it's a state election, and especially a federal election. You're all treasonous. And if you don't want the citizens of this country to
Susan,
go to every... Yes.
Susan, obviously I know you well. So my question for you, for Angry, for Pilsner, who are you going to complain to? You're right. I'm telling you, you're right. You are correct in the law. Who are you going to complain to?
Well, like
Pilsner apparently wants to jump in. Pilsner, go ahead.
Go ahead, Pilsner.
Well, I don't want to jump on Steve. He had his hand up first. I can go after him.
That's great, Pilsner. Please, thank you for joining us today. And really, we're posing these questions for educational purposes. We're not trying to have an argument here. We're rolling around the same questions that every citizen might have on their mind if they're listening. Okay, so it's really a thought exercise, and just take it as that. Don't, Angry Pop, you know we love you. We know we love you. You know we love you. Come on. Yeah, he's a true constitutionalist, and everything he said was right on point. Steve, why don't you jump in, and then we'll go to Pilsner.
You hear me?
Yeah, we got you, buddy.
Okay. Well, first of all, I just want to say, when we come in here to any of these spaces and speak, we always speak in peace and the love of Christ. We don't argue with anybody. We're not trying to make anybody mad or uncomfortable or whatever. But Susan was asking, how do you stop the illegals? Well, the answer is we all have to step up and put our government on notice with the notices that we've been taught by Dave Ozay. And you have to go by your Constitution. I mean, I'm looking at my state constitution right now, and it's about 70 pages long. That's an hour read. It doesn't take long to read it, but it takes a long time to understand it and and know what it's saying. It's basically a love letter from your forefathers, and everything in it is still in effect today, and it's all true. So these notices, you're putting your local government on notice, and basically all you're doing is you're letting them know where they're doing wrong and educating them so that they and giving them a chance to do right. And they can't. When you put things in this notice, you're asking them where they have the authority or where they got the authority to do what they're doing, and you give them an opportunity to answer you through an affidavit that is legal and binding under penalty of perjury.
There it is, right there, Steve. You just said the word I was looking for. Not audit, but affidavit. Thank you.
And these notices will, if they turn into evidence, is what they do. I mean, because when you ask them that question in this notice, where they get the authority to do what they're doing, they cannot answer that because that backs them into a corner. They're pinned. So they're not going to answer you and tell you where they got the authority because they don't have the authority. It's just that simple.
You know, on that real quick, Steve, everything you said is awesome. Thank you so much. And what I wanted to ask is, what if they say, like, try to declare a state of national emergency or national disaster? Every state has the authority to do this or that if such a situation is declared. Now, a lot of these things go right against our constitutional rights and our personal rights too when they do those things. We saw the governor of New Mexico attempt to do that by declaring a state of emergency to remove people's arms from them, so she was infringing upon the Second Amendment.
You see how that worked out for the governor of New Mexico.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I'm sure somebody reminded her, hey, you can't do that. But in every state there is a state statute to do that. If you read it, there are state statutes that when an emergency is declared, certain things can be done, and some people might actually do these things. That's what I'm saying. Like, what if somebody that's been told, hey, you got to do this, just does it, and it starts violating people's rights? They just followed orders. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, the bottom line is that the people in these constitutions, you stand on your rights. You have God-given rights, and nobody can take them away. They cannot change them. They cannot make a law that goes against them in any way, shape, or form. And they cannot, when you put them on notice, they cannot answer that question. So you're basically turning this into evidence, because it says you put it in the notice that if they don't answer within a certain amount of days, then they by fault admit guilt. And I'm not as dressed as some of these guys in this group, but I know the two treaties of government, states that when they do stuff like this, that they basically annul themselves. So
Hey, so I it just, and again, now it's out of pure curiosity. I worked for a quasi state organization for 8 years. People pulled bonds on our executive all the time, and we just laughed. We giggled. And I was not on the team of giggling. I was not. I was a Republican stuck inside a government organization, right? But I'm asking you, here's an honest ask. Where do you want these complaints to go? Who answers them? Angry, please jump back in. Angry Pop.
Give me just a second. I'm going to read to you exactly what Steve was referring to from the two treatises of government. uh, so that you'll understand what
I
he
knew
was
you'd
just
have it.
talking about, and it'll give you the full conclusion. I believe it's in section 217. Let's see. Let's see. We'll read. Let's see. Is it 217? No, that's foreign power.
Well, no.
216.
Hold on, Angry. I'm telling you because I've been in a government agency. We literally, when you guys would send letters like this or emails, we would just send you back a middle finger in an email.
Well,
I'm
I
asking
understand.
to
I
so
understand that.
to
But what you
who?
don't understand is
No, you're 100%
you
right.
never received the lawful notice from people like myself.
Well,
Because
no, that might be
I
true.
assure
What
you
I'm
that
asking
it's
you.
not a letter that you're receiving. You are receiving an affidavit of
Yeah,
action
no,
by
yeah,
the
we
time
got
I'm
this.
done with my
We
chain
got
of
this.
letters.
We
And
get
I'll
this. I'm
guarantee you
asking
somebody
you,
loses their
what's
job
the
and their
action?
fortune when I'm done with them. Okay, because I don't play with them. Okay, I'm not one of those that you can just give me the middle finger. I go before judges and shut them down. I go before
Oh, I
the
totally believe
politicians
you.
all the time and shut them
100%.
down
Totally
because
believe you.
that's
I'm just telling you, the government, because I work there, literally will just send you the middle finger every time you send one of these emails or letters, even if an affidavit, even if it's signed. They'll literally just send that to you. They'll just send you the middle finger. They
okay.
don't go crap. So
They
my
haven't been
question,
sending us any middle fingers.
You didn't. Hold on. My question was, who's the arbiter? Who's the person that will fix this? Who's the one that will listen to our cases? Because right now I'm a little confused at who's
Well,
really
the
arbitrating that.
advocate, it's the, well, you have to seek advocacy from a judge. But Steve, could you mute your mic for a second? I need to talk to Pilsner. He's been waiting to jump in. Pilsner, what's up, brother? Thank you. And I want to thank all you guys for coming in and having this discussion. Please.
Yeah, this is a great discussion. So yeah, we're not sending letters. We're not sending angry letters that just stamp our feet and say we demand our rights, and then not explain exactly what they took an oath. We actually spell out. You took an oath to this. Here I am, sui juris, is one of the people found in the 50 state constitutions. And then you spell out exactly, and it's unemotional. It's completely unemotional. It's just saying, here's where, it says in the Constitution that you can't lock me, in my house. I have life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. It's like these are the things that you're not to do. And then we grant you powers in the form of government section. But the top section of every of the 50 states, it says here's the stuff that God has given us, the Almighty, the ruler of the universe, whatever it says in the preamble of your state.
The laws of nature and God.
Anything, because our rights do not come from that piece of paper; they come from something higher. And so, uh, it's a philosophy question, right? If you just have a consensus of the governed or whatever, you end up with Nazi Germany, and everybody agrees it's okay. Let's just get rid of all the Jews, and so then that becomes the moral standard. And so we know that is. And so when you talk to somebody who thinks that there is no higher power that gives us rights, you just show them that, and then they start to sneak in a few axioms of morality, and they don't realize they're doing it, and you can point them out to them, and then they try to slide. After they do that, they try to slide right back into the consensus thing. And I'll just say that when there's a wide diffusion of this knowledge, it makes it way more difficult for these public servants of ours to get away with this garbage. Some of them have the Holy Spirit indwelling in their heart, and when you tell them that they're violating God-given rights, they repent. They do a 180 and they start doing the right thing. And so that's the low-hanging fruit on the first or second notice. And so it says in the Bible that you confront your brother, who's doing you wrong, in private first, and then you go with, some buddies in front of, and in front of the elders second time. And then if they ignore that, then you treat them as a heathen and a publican. not a Republican, a publican. It's, you know, somebody who's just not going to listen. So that there is consequences for that. So when you get to that third stage and you create an affidavit, you are actually creating a court through a jurat affidavit. You don't have to step foot in any, you know, government building or anything to do that. You're testifying under penalty of perjury that you gave them notice and they have continued to do their bad action, locking you in your house, not letting you go to church, you know, demanding that you get injected with an experimental gene therapy, whatever it is, right? And then that goes on record so that when there is a court case in front of, let's say, I don't know, citizens grand jury, for example, that who knows what it could be. Anyway, that those people will be held accountable, and they'll have about 5 minutes to come up with an answer to all of the, you know, the notices and the affidavits that you sent that are sitting right there in front of any court in the land that has to accept that as true because it was unanswered, and you're testifying under penalty of perjury that it is true. So they have to rebut that, and they've got a few minutes to do it. And since they've ignored it, it's going to be a real bad day for them.
Pilsner, thank you so much. I really, no, honestly, thank you so much. So it should go to, you know, grand jury or something like that. Like is that how we get through all of this stuff?
You go through the process of writing an affidavit.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, he was dead
right?
on. He was dead on.
And it does have steps, and you lay out the violation, the constitutional violation. You lay it all out, and you just basically say, kind of like you said, it's not emotional. It's just factual. It's like, did you, you know, this is what you're doing, or this is what the Constitution states. This is what you're doing. It goes directly against it. You know, you're putting them on notice, saying, look, you made them aware. If they weren't aware because of ignorance or whatever, now they are.
I just, for example, I put a notice up in the nest, you know, the jumbotron. There's two notices in that one that's on the far left, and then the next one is an abortion one that's got a single notice in it. If you click on those jot form links, you can read through it. They're about a page or a page and a half, maybe, and they are exactly what Angry Pop and I and Steve are talking about on how to instruct them. And that's the first notice. That's the kind one. Right, it gets a little bit more in depth on the second one, and then the affidavit's pretty straightforward.
Well, again, I guess my ask is, so we do all that stuff. We do the right thing, right? Now what? What are you gonna do if they don't comply with you?
Well, some do. That's the thing, is that there's the low hanging fruit is on the first and second notice. Before you even get to the affidavit, they start going, "Oh crap!" And they show it to an attorney. The attorney says, "Ignore them." And if you hand deliver them, which some people do, and they talk to them, you know, they say, "Here's the notice, and let me explain it to you," and they start listening, and then then an attorney, you know, sneaks into their office and whispers in their ear, and then they come back at you. You go, "Well, let me explain to you how your attorney, one who took an oath not to violate the Constitution, they don't know what they're talking about. And when you know enough about the law, you can shut down any attorney because they're standing on statutes and codes. They have no. I'll leave it there.
Sorry, Pilsner. Yeah, so in the second one on the far left, it's the abortion one. Cite everybody for that doesn't know, because I see it, but why don't you let people know which amendment that they're citing there that's being violated in the second one, the abortion one.
Life.
Yeah, but there's also, it mentions without a jury or without some kind of review and judgment of what's going on with. So does it fall into the 14th?
Well, no, it falls under,
or does it fall into the
due process. If the state is, you know, or kill them, because let's say they, you know, that they're a serial killer, and a jury of 12 of your peers decides that you no longer have you don't get to live anymore, then the state can execute you. And so
because children are considered technically property, and to have that property taken and removed from somebody without it being reviewed by a judge and jury, that's a violation of an amendment, isn't it?
Well, it's like one of the oldest, most fundamental, it's life and it's property. Like it's
Okay.
as a parent is that we our children under our protection, and we are the ones who are to protect and guide them until they're of age. So um, so the mother would have to basically testify against her own unborn child, I suppose, in a due process to have the child murdered.
Well, the language that's in that second to the left is also the same language that kind of comes into play when it comes to the gender affirming care being considered by a judge in a court case or a custody case, and or maybe a child being removed without the parent's knowledge from, like, say, through a school program that then determines that the child is confused, wants to change their gender, doesn't feel safe at home, is then taken into care, then shipped across or taken from their home state to an adjoining state or somewhere remote, and not letting the parents know where they are. There's some language in there that's similar, even though that's an abortion argument, but it's very similar.
That's correct. I mean, not having due process is a problem with most of all of our problems with courts, because they're not courts. They're administrative tribunals or they're legislative tribunals, and they're not judicial tribunals. And a judicial tribunal has to have, if it's over $20, the dispute, you gotta have a jury a, a trial by jury. There's a difference between
There you go.
trial by jury, and we are guaranteed a trial by jury for matters over $20.
Mic drop. Thanks, buddy. That's exactly, I mean, you landed it. I don't know, guys. I don't think Andrew has jumped in. Andrew, did you want to jump in? Your hand was up. You want to say something?
Well, it's hard to follow Pilsner and Angry Pop.
I know it's a hard act to follow.
The only thing I think I would add to that from Pilsner, he pretty much covered everything, but I would just say if you look at the Seventh Amendment, everybody sees the first part, the right to common law, but they quickly lose their attention span when it says you have a right to the rules of the common law. And that's where you get your maxims. And the maxims, they kind of fill the blanks. It would really fill the blanks for you if you have it written. The right to life starts at conception, and that's a maxim. So that's where we get our information. And until you read those maxims, it's hard to understand where we're going. But other than that, I can't add much to it.
Yeah, I encourage everybody to talk about that, or also look into it and read that. But the other day when Sean and I were running a space, we had a discussion kind of teetering on this abortion, and then what was it, Sean? It was called the pop machine theory? What was it? It was where, basically, are you there, Sean? You remember what we were talking about? It was the donor of the child is there's joint ownership there.
What came up? It was joint ownership by deposit. Oh, literally by deposit. So I've contributed to this thing. Now all of a sudden we have a kid. You want to charge me child support, but you won't allow me access. This was the conversation.
Well, what about, I thought it was also revolving around maybe somebody wants to abort that child and the other person is in opposition.
So hold on. I'm there. So now they abort them, and we're trying to evaluate the value of a child, right? As opposed to maybe child support on the other direction with the courts. We're trying to evaluate what's that value. You say a kid's worth. It costs $1 million to raise a kid. Well, then there's some legal actions happening where men are coming back and say, well, then you owe me half of that. You owe me $500,000 because you aborted my child. It's fascinating, and that's something new. We're kind of just looking at, but oh, come on.
The argument was raised though, right? There are people raising this argument.
Oh,
Oh,
absolutely.
okay. Right. So we weren't just making this up. This is actually people are bringing this forward to pursue this.
Yes, absolutely. And that it was interesting. It was actually brought to us, so in a space. But yeah, no, that's yeah, men trying to take their rights back as being paternals, right? Like, yeah, oh, if you're gonna take away my baby, well, then I'm gonna civilly sue you for whatever the cost of that would have been over the lifespan of the child up to 18. It's a really interesting argument.
I think marriage might have something to do with it, though. Some states, uh, the biological father, you know, he may have to support and give child support if it's genetically proven that he is the biological father. But technically, if she wanted to have an abortion, he probably wouldn't have a leg to stand on. And a lot of states are like that. I think it has to do with marriage. On marriage, the father would definitely have a right to say, no.
So what we
That's
were
just a
looking at,
guess.
Vivian, though, you're right. You're 100% right. But what we were looking at, Vivian, was challenges to that legal ruling.
It's definitely an
Boy, you're
interesting
really,
concept.
are you putting me on the spot, Sean?
That's
Yeah, no,
nice.
so
I've
yes,
just been
please.
listening and learning, but I don't know. I think you know what? Listen, I'm listening to all this and I'm like, all right, somewhere along the line, our original constitution got totally screwed up. All these states and all these rogue politicians, legislatures, just came in and changed the rules. And somehow or another, we need to go back to the original constitution where it says if you're not a legal citizen, you cannot vote. Period. Should be no question about that. But we've allowed the states to kind of like do their own thing, right?
Well, the Constitution is there, just people aren't. They're not following it.
Yeah, exactly.
The laws are there, but they're not being enforced sometimes. I mean, we got a lot of things that it's there. It's just the system's not being. It's not. They're not operating within the matrix of the system of the operating system that's there.
And this is where the real problem is because we, the people, are not acting on our authority and demanding that the law be followed and holding those in government responsible to follow what they already swore an oath to do because we, the people, have dropped the damn ball and quit leading our government like we were supposed to have been doing all along and just acquiesce to the authority they gave themselves because we, the people, got lazy and complacent and didn't learn our authority to govern our government. Thereby, our government took advantage of the ignorance that they passed off as education of the people to be ignorant of their authority over them. So there is the problem because everybody wants to debate instead of act on the authority they have, like I am trying to instruct you guys how to do. But you want to continue to jump over and say, and what about, instead of taking the simple
Oh, I
education that I'm
now
trying to
listen,
give you.
angry, and listen. I want to be very clear, and I'm sorry if you feel insulted. I
Yeah,
no
I think you
no
misinterpret what's
no.
going on here, Angry. You're
Yes,
Okay,
misinterpreting
yes.
what's.
No,
This isn't
you asked the
angry.
question.
Okay, I'm gonna have to mute now. Okay, we can't have a
Angry.
conversation.
I was
You're
not.
misinterpreting what's happening here. We're having an
I was
educational discussion, and I said it before you got angry, Pop. I said we're gonna have a discussion. We're gonna educate people on these things. We're not fighting against it. We're trying to educate people on it. So please, there's people in here that need to know the information. Don't think we're trying to go, what about, what about? We're talking about issues that actually have come up. I just hope you don't have that interpretation. That's not a fair interpretation of what we've done here. I strongly disagree with that opinion.
Hey, Matt,
Hey,
can I
Matt,
just
can I?
I'm sorry. Susan, is
Susan?
Go
that
ahead.
you?
Yes, no, I just wanted to ask Vivian or Steve or Angry Pop, has a case been brought to the Supreme Court about illegals or non-citizens voting? Have they ruled on that? Anyone?
Pilsner, aren't they going to hear one here soon?
Well, okay, so I'm not sure about that. I mean, there has to be somebody bringing a lawsuit up the chain, and making it to the Supreme Court. But there are cases that are coming about these tribunals in the executive branch and the legislative branch, and that is being torn up. It's going to be torn up real soon. You can see them signaling. Even the left-wing judges are going, well, this Chevron doctrine thing looks like it's falling apart. How you gonna save it? Because they want to keep it going, but they can see the writing on the wall that that's going to be taken down. Now, the election stuff. There's stuff in New Hampshire going on about them not holding the elections properly, and I put Chris Noyes and his son Andrew Noyes a video of them instructing their servants in New Hampshire on, hey, we don't care how you do it, but you can't have a machine testify that it did things properly. It says in the constitutions we need to have 3 witnesses, tallying the votes. And so I don't care that it's you're going to have to hire more people. It doesn't really matter. That's not my concern. My concern is that you follow what you took an oath not to violate. So there's that. I don't know about the illegal immigrant stuff because that's a problem we see coming down the pike, and we have to cut that off at the pass with a separate type of notice.
Oh,
Right.
it's
And
already here, Phil. It's already here.
That's where your maxims of law come in, because there's maximums of law that state that there, where a form is to be followed, the non-observance of that form creates a nullity. So in other words, if they don't follow the laws of the election and they change laws and do stupid stuff that they're not supposed to be doing, if they don't follow those laws and those forms, then it becomes a nullity. It never happened.
So, listen, obviously,
And by the
nobody
way,
heard me
there is
correctly. Hold on. I'm all maybe, and I said things the wrong way. Whatever happened, I'm sorry first. I really am. I'm asking you if you're going to make this complaint. Is the complainant, who do you make it to? Maybe I can help there. I'm just trying to understand where to make the complaint to.
yeah, use the opportunity, gentlemen, to educate when somebody's asking a question. Don't see it as us trying to derail it. We're trying to bring everybody to a higher place of understanding.
Hey, Pilsner, can I jump in?
Go ahead.
That's a really hard thing, I think, for a lot of the students to kind of catch. I think Pilsner and Angry Pop and Steve will agree with me that understanding what a court of record is and understanding how that evidence will apply in a case is it's kind of foreign to our thinking, because we haven't been brought through that that system of law. We've been brought through the system of statutes and case law and precedents and attorneys and all these champions doing things for us. We're supposed to be doing this work, not attorneys. And I think Pilsner or Angry Pop would probably do a better job at maybe doing a description of a court of record than I. So I'll leave it with that.
Well, you're exactly right. It is our job, and we have been lacking on it. And I understand exactly what you're saying. We've all basically been raised on statutes and think that the government is over us, and it's not true. Statutes are for corporations. And the United States of America, or the United States, which is the 10 square miles of D.C., is a corporation. So the government the statutes were written and put in place to keep corporations in line, not the citizens, not the people. The people are under common law, and the people are under their God-given rights. Basically, the way it's supposed to be, and the way I see it, if you're not infringing on your neighbors and you're not stealing and taking their rights, then basically you're not doing anything wrong ever, no matter what. As long as you're not murdering and raping and killing people, you live how you feel like living it. Am I correct?
Can I chime in, you guys?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, Steve is spot on, because that is the main crux of the issue. The only reason that Congress and all these state legislatures have been able to get away with, you know, making their own laws, especially when it comes to voting and, and taxation, for instance, is because the Act of 1871 created the DC Corporation in so many words. So that's when Congress kind of made laws for themselves, gave them excessive amount of powers, and they this is where it started. So I really think that we need to fight for that. We need to fight for the 1776 version of our Constitution, because that is plain and simple, tells us exactly what our God-given rights are, inalienable rights. And like people have said, we've been complacent. We've allowed so many laws to happen. And I got to tell you, being an immigrant myself, a legal one, nobody believes me because I have an American accent. Everybody, they don't believe me when I tell them I immigrated here. But never, pointing aside, I'm just saying that I've been a product of whatever, constitutional laws that changed, that allowed my family and I to immigrate here and to apply for citizenship, prove ourselves, and make sure that we are going to be contributing members of America. That's what we were thinking. We didn't, know, who knows if there were other economic circumstances, why they wanted more foreign, talented skill here, whatever their intentions were. They used a lot of people, and they used even the Ellis Island immigrants. I think they used a lot of people to create the money-driven economy that it was. So, I just think that's the problem. And here's the thing: my state of Washington, and I only lived here for 5 years, and it's so, the way it's very liberal, but the way they create laws and taxation, it's just unbelievable. Because the Democrats, once you give them power, what is Democrats all about? They're about tax and spend, right? That's their mantra. So I moved to this state because of my work. I didn't really, want to come here. I mean, I wanted to come here, but I came here because of my job. And the thing is, they had no state income tax. And there's also laws in the state constitution that says you cannot tax without voter approval. But what the state does is, because the Democrats have all the power, is that they institute taxes on us. They institute all kinds of rules on us, like, removing your 12-year-old child from your house if the parents are against the child transitioning or whatever. I mean, there are a lot of crazy things like that going on here, and it's happening in Oregon and California too. But what I'm saying is, they go ahead and pass these laws without voter approval, and then we come back as voters, or whoever the advocates are or the activists are. They create initiatives. We the voters have to fight after the fact to um, to eradicate those laws that the legislature passes without voter approval. You know what I'm saying? It's really a twisted
No.
system.
So Vivian, so no. You're 100%. You're dead on. So this isn't the stuff even people voted for. This is just regulations. It could be U.S. code if you're talking federal, or you could look into Washington code. It's probably WC 9947, right? You can look at all that. Yeah, these people. Yeah, I'm gonna call them these people. Just write a bunch of bullshit, and they're not even legislatures. They're not. So they just allow a lot of people to do this stuff. Uh, if that makes it more clear to you, Vivian. Man,
Yeah.
so we gotta get rid of that. We gotta get rid of that group, the unelected government.
But you know what, Sean? Listen, they steal elections. They commandeer elections because you have people in government that are in bed with each other, in bed with lobbyists because they get paid off to get what they want.
Or they're
And so
compromised.
yeah, they're compromised. So you steal elections in order for you to pass the bills without even voters knowing what they're doing. What I'm saying is, here in Washington, they pass bills without the voters' approval, and then after the fact, we Republicans or the GOP here has to file lawsuits and go to the Supreme Court even in the state and try to take those back because they're illegal in the first place. So, but they get away with it for a year or two, collect all the money they want from us, and then the voters' initiatives, try to take them back, right? So that's not what we voters should do. That's not written in the state constitution. They have violated our voters' rights. You know what I'm saying? So,
Oh
anyway.
no, I do know you were saying. Let me bring up a clip real quick. So, Democrat Joe Rogan and Democrat Giannis Pappas talking about the border crisis in New York City.
In 1,954 miles. But how much wall do we have up? 20 miles. We have such a bullshit wall. The wall's such bullshit.
Dude, the left was so against the wall, and now I think a lot of the left is going like, yeah, just build that wall. Just don't tell anybody I told you.
Especially the people that are living in New York where Governor Abbott is bussing Ecuadorians in by the fucking truckload.
Oh, dude, you see them. You see them now. I've seen them. I've seen migrants.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody's into it. Yeah, nobody's into it. The most left people, nobody's into it.
Well, that's reality.
They're in 4-star hotels. They don't know what to do with. I know a guy who works on it. I know, he's a top level guy who is in the military and also NYPD, and he's working on that. And he goes, the scariest part is there's no plan. There's no plan. So they put them in hotels. Some of them are in the lobbies. They give them these food stipends. They go across the street to Arby's. They eat. But there's no plan. They're just holding them.
And they keep coming in.
They just keep coming in. Some of them are going back now because they're going like, we're not fucking getting
Also, it's cold as fuck.
It's cold as fuck.
You go to Chicago?
Yeah, in the winter.
Whoops.
But, and he goes, here's the taxpayers are paying for them. And he goes, oh, and the taxpayers are also paying for me doing overtime. Like I was assigned to this in addition to my usual assignments. I was assigned to this. A lot of people who are doing this on an ad hoc basis. It's an emergency situation. And so the taxpayers are paying us all this overtime money. So the taxpayers are getting looted.
And it's happened so fast.
Yeah. And he's not a quacky guy. I mean,
that's not a quacky thing to say.
He's not a quack. He's a very reasonable, smart guy. And
what is the solution? And this is how fast it's happened. We did movie night the other night. We watched Made in Manhattan. You ever watch that? No. It's Jennifer Lopez, a hot maid. Yeah. And Ralph Fiennes is a handsome, like, politician. And she pretends that she's some socialite accidentally. It's like something. Anyway, it happens in the Roosevelt Hotel. The Roosevelt Hotel is where they have these immigrants. That's right. So that hotel's not a hotel anymore. No. It's a ritzy hotel in this film where, like, it's a nice hotel. And they have all these 4-star hotel. Yeah. Beautiful hotel. Yeah. Well, now this hotel is flooded with immigrants. Yeah. Imagine you own that hotel. It's crazy. I mean, how does that work? Does the government just give you a contract? You say, I'll take it? No, this mayor. They give you money? Not great either. Oh, he's terrible. He's terrible. He's better than the last guy, which is even wilder. Yeah, I mean, who knows? De Blasio is out of his fucking mind.
Well, so angry. I thought I saw you. Listen, he's not even a Republican. I don't even know if he gives a crap. He just calls balls and strikes. This is Joe Rogan, right? He's calling all this stuff out. But I thought I totally saw you throw your hand up. Please join us.
Well, considering that a Pakistani diplomat bought that hotel a few years ago, and he's the one with the contract from the government to house all these people, yeah, I would take the contract too if I owned the hotel. Wouldn't you? I mean, it's just profit. So,
yeah, good point. Good
yeah.
point.
So, I mean, if y'all don't mind, I'd like to read this section from 216, John Locke's Treatise of the Government, for you guys, that will explain exactly what Steve was talking about. When the electors or ways of election are altered without the consent and contrary to the common interest of the people, there also the legislative is altered. For if others than those whom the society hath authorized thereunto do choose, or in another way than what the society hath prescribed, those chosen are not the legislative appointed by the people. In other words, they have no authority to govern if we did not elect them in a free and fair election as prescribed in the Constitution. This is the point that I was trying to make a while ago. Because we did not elect them in a free and fair election, they are not our representative government. They are a bunch of unruly, unlawful dictators trying to claim authority that does not belong to them. And if we, the people, stand together, united, we can remove every one of them, top to bottom, and put in a new electorate body that we, the people, elect by honest, open, free, and fair elections as designated in our constitutions. And I will stop there.
Yeah, thanks, Angry. You know, you're dead on. Awesome. I really appreciate that. Oh, dude, let me. Edward, you came up. Let me go to Edward.
No, that was an absolute wow. That wasn't just yeah, okay, that was an absolute wow, Angry Pop. No, how many people researched that and got to the full understanding of what you just read there? Not me, but I was going to say something like about half an hour ago, something Angry Pop said, but I'd long forgotten. Sorry, but I want to say hi, Sean and Mega and Pilsner there.
Yeah, hey, good to see you. Hey, listen, and this one's a long one, but I got a clip. This is a New England fisherman. You gotta, seriously, you guys gotta hear this thing.
New England fishermen, especially, are the most regulated fishermen in the world. But you, the U.S. consumer, are buying product from nations that do not abide by those regulations. And at the same time, we're getting killed for the sake of going green, but nobody else is. I grew up in a commercial fishing home on an island in Maine, Harpswell. It's a chain of islands. My father was a ground fisherman, lobsterman. My grandfather was a lobsterman. My uncle's a ground fisherman. My brother is a ground fisherman, lobsterman. Seining, sword fishing, urchin diving, shrimping, scalloping. We've done it all. We're in front of the Supreme Court right now. We're here talking about monitors and the financing, the burden that's been pushed to the fisheries to pay for monitoring aboard our vessels.
When we first started in the industry, we had to have a monitor, which was an electronic monitor on the boat to just know where we are. So like a black box. Started with the black box, and then we started getting fisheries observers.
When I was ground fishing, monitors were government agents that were brought aboard the boat to measure discards, kept catch, just overall watchers. These the guys are the ones that, fresh out of college, they got a couple of weeks of training online, and then they were brought out to sea with me, where I was responsible for keeping their safety, feeding them, keeping them out of harm's way. We were in a storm off the Cape. It was probably blowing a good 60 westerly. I'd been up for 19 hours, and it was probably 2 o'clock in the morning, so I laid down, put my mate up at watch for a couple of hours. Well, we were hit by a rogue wave. Literally slammed us like a freight train, picked the entire 98-foot vessel up, laid her on her side, almost upside down. You know, that lights, everything in the boat just shifted. Even the crews were laying on the walls and partially on the ceiling. It's times like those, if we had to abandon ship, and now I have to go down into the vessel to go after a child who's having a panic attack.
Monitoring at our expense, $700 and something a day. Well, heck, on a small boat, sometimes your profit is only that. So you might have a zero profit day because you didn't even cover your observer.
Well, with us, it was like $780 a day for a monitor. You know, when you have a monitor aboard your vessel, the crews aboard the boat have to buy the food. We don't get reimbursed for that food as well. That's $780 a day. Well, I can't even afford sometimes to pay my crew $780 a day, but we're paying monitors.
Observers are across the country at all fisheries. We used to get them at like a small rate, 10%, 20%. It kept going up and up and up, and now it's about 100% observer monitor coverage. The government has been threatening that we're going to have to pay for observers for many, many years. Every time they find the funding and they pay for the observers, well, they're really hammering down the threat that we're going to have to pay. It'll be too much money and not enough profit for the boats to stay and leave the dock.
The town I live in Rye, New Hampshire, is one of the first places where European settlers came and started. Everybody knows this myth about Plymouth Plantation, a little bit about Jamestown, but actually at the Isles of Shoals, there were Europeans that came across just to fish. They set up little fishing camps, dried their fish, and then they went back to Europe. We have to ask permission to go to work, and it's not so simple as I'm choosing to go today because the weather is good. I have to ask Big Brother if we can actually go to work. You have to log on to a computer. You have to hope you have a signal. And you're also paying for these services. So that is problematic in so many ways.
It's ridiculous that an Icelandic fisherman can be off the coast of Iceland catching fish, and then it goes on an airplane, lands in Boston, becomes the fish and chip special at your local restaurant, when there's perfectly good fish from the United States, caught locally, much smaller carbon footprint. A lot of the fishermen have been displaced because it's just so egregious how to go make your living these days.
They got regulatory, policy, regulation. I know it's a full-time job, just staying on top of that, and not to being one of the more dangerous jobs in the world is commercial fishing. I mean, there's no guarantee you're coming home. So when you kiss your family goodbye in the morning, that could be the last kiss or the last hug. And what do? Well, the men and women in the fleet, we love what we do.
We're conservationists. The last thing a fisherman wants to do is run out of fish. We want fish forever. For our kids, for us, we want to make our living, make our payments, feed our families.
I mean, if we didn't care about the fish stocks or whatever species we're targeting, we wouldn't be in business.
This is something that every harvester that I've ever known here in New England, we do care about. I mean, nobody wants to kill the last fish. We want to get up. Well, what was given to us should be given to the next generation. There was a promise given. I mean, what's in the water belongs to every U.S. citizen.
So what's really interesting here, though, we work a lot with the NOAA, a National Owner Operators Association. They're getting heavily deregulated, and for a not a good reason. But all the fishermen off the coasts of our country are getting heavily regulated. It's wow. It's incredible to watch all of this stuff doing. It Jesus Pilsner, please.
Yeah, I was just about to post the Supreme Court arguments, hearing arguments, Loper Bright. So that case was last week, Wednesday, and it's regarding Chevron deference. That's where um, the government has been ruling in favor of the largest plaintiff, which is always the federal government, saying, well, they get to make the rules, and then, since they're big, they get to determine, whether people break in the little statutes that they write in the codes. And so, yeah, they just get to write stuff and be all three executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch all in one. And that's being taken apart because of what Dave Jose did in November, sending notice to the Supreme Court. Now they're hearing it, and watch what happens. I'll put a link to the oral argument that was on Wednesday. You can listen to it, and it's long, but if you're interested in understanding what's happening in the Supreme Court, and look, let's say a month from now, you're like, what the heck happened? Well, why is all of this stuff falling apart? Go back to this link, bookmark it, and you'll listen to the language that, and then if you want to hear Dave Jose predict the future back in November, I'll give you links to that too. So this stuff is going to be taken out. Thank God for Trump nominating 3 Supreme Court justices who know how to follow what's written in their constitutions and have been listening to us. It is a huge help. It's not the only thing. It's not the only ace in the hole we've got, but it is when things go down that route, we get wins. And is it instant? Well, I'll tell you, it's a lot quicker than waiting every 4 years, thinking that's the only way you have remedy, hoping you don't get a uniparty candidate that's got an R next to their name that's just going to keep doing the same thing. It doesn't matter whether these political people have an R or a D next to their name, they all get held accountable. It just, sometimes it's easier when you got one that's got an R, that they actually they are listening to God, and they do have a heart to do what's right, and the law is written on their heart. And when you confront them with the law that they took an oath to in front of God, you get instant remedy. And that is a beautiful thing. So that the thing about holding those bad actors to account, well, even if you have one in legislature in a state, you can flip, because the highest authority is coming to them in a notice, we the people, and instructing them against treason. They have to do what we say, and so then they can go say, look, hey, Democrats and uniparty people, we have to put up articles of impeachment here, because the people are ordering me to, and it's a violation of the Constitution to not impeach this person who is in an unlawful organization for election committees. We're supposed to be running elections the way the Constitution says, or whatever it is that you've instructed them to do. But that audio that you just played is directly related to what happened on Wednesday this last week, and that's awesome. I'll leave it there.
Yeah, you're cool. Let's go to Steve.
Amen there, Pilsner. I think that's awesome. That's the first I heard that they had talked about that yet. So, what I got to bounce here in a little bit. So, real quick, I want to just ask a question. How many constitutions is there? Does anybody know?
51.
51 constitutions. We have 50 state constitutions and 1 federal constitution. The people wrote the state constitutions. The state constitutions were first, then the federal constitution. The people wrote the state constitutions, so therefore, we are the masters. We have all political power. It says so right in the Constitution, and that means something. The other thing I was going to say is that Pilsner has dropped, I believe, in this purple pill thing, PDF of the maxims of law and Ballotpedia. Ballotpedia is your is your source. You can read any constitution on Ballotpedia, and you flip through all of them, and you'll see that every one of them say basically the same thing. Some of them are worded a little different. Your Bill of Rights is your main thing. That's where your rights. That's where you get all your rights there in the Bill of Rights, and people are going to have to understand that we really do have all political power, and these government are servants and trustees, and it is our job to instruct them and educate them and keep them in line, because they're just running roughshod over us, and they have been basically all of my life. I'm 56 years old, and I don't ever remember anything. They quit teaching that stuff in school back in the 70s or 80s. So they've dumbed us down for years, and we got to get sharp on this again if we're going to take this nation back and live under God's rules, God's laws. That's what this is. So that's what I wanted to say. Pops and Pilsner and you guys, I got to bounce out of here. It's been fun, and hopefully we can get another one going here for long. Thanks.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Steve.
thank you.
Bottom line, fraud vitiates everything.
Hey guys, it's been great. I got a scoop, but another little tidbit. Your immunities and privilege clause. That means you get to enjoy the constitutions no matter what state you're in, and no matter what other state has a right or a privilege or something that you like in their constitution. No matter where you live, you can use another state's constitution to benefit you. Don't forget that. That's important.
I'm going to jump back in there. Thanks, Pilsner. I want to thank everybody. Actually,
How about Matt?
we've
Matt,
been
you got
running.
you got a copy?
Can you hear me, Pilsner?
That wasn't me.
Yeah, but I guess Sean can hear me.
Yeah.
I got you.
Oh, he got me right when I moved him down. Sean, we're going to bring you back up. I just wanted to say real quick, Pilsner, thank you so much, and Angry Pop, and coming in and having the discussion. The goal is to bring education and awareness to the people. So I'm very familiar with David Jose. I've been listening to him for a long time. I encourage people to you maybe spend some time listening to what he has to share. Do some research and look into it, because he's trying to share some valuable information. How it's applied, people need to learn how to take the information and then implement it into actual action. So, Pilsner, jump back in, brother.
Yeah, I'll just say that Maxim 51Q I put up on the top, and this is let me just break it down, because this is in several state constitutions. Arizona's got it, and if at least I could at least find 6 more, but it says a frequent recurrence to fundamental principles. Now there's so much in that first phrase. Let me break it down. So how can you bring a frequent recurrence to something if you don't know it, right? So you got to know the fundamental principles so you can bring a frequent recurrence. And a frequent recurrence, is that for the first 50 years after they wrote the constitutions? No. First 100 years? No, it's forever. And it's to later on, it describes why you need it. And so progressives in the early 20th century, they figured out let's remove the knowledge of the fundamental principles, and then we won't have to worry about this frequent recurrence because people won't know it. They won't bring a frequent recurrence to fundamental principles to their servants anymore, and that's essentially kind of what's happened. So if you do what this maxim says, which is in the state constitutions, it says, and a firm adherence to justice, virtue, and original law. That is the common law. That is maxims, American, common law maxims. If you look up that link that has the 1600 maxims, just focus on CLMs. Those are called common law maxims and American maxims. That's where a lot of our fire comes from when we write these notices. It says, okay, and indispensably necessary to preserve the blessings of liberty and good government. And that's an American maxim. And so, and these maxims, the American maxims, you can trace them back to the Bible. That's what's so awesome about this. This is, our founders understood the wisdom of Jesus and what he said, and you'll find connections, and that's what Dave Jose does. He connects the Bible to these maxims, which is they're the building blocks of our constitutions, our state constitutions, where the real fire is, not the U.S. Constitution. It's great that it's there, but people think that's the only thing, and so I wanted to bring that up. I'll end it there.
No, listen. I think this is all great. Hey, man. Obviously, you had another hand, but I've got that thing for Michael Moore. We could do that, maybe. I'm crashing out. Sorry to do it that way, but
No, I'm good. I was in the background. We've been running since 11 o'clock, and we got more people coming in. And I just want to say how much I thank everybody for showing up. A lot of people were watching other things. There was a game, there was Trump, there was this. There's always something on Saturdays that we're fighting against. So the flow, sometimes it's a lot of people, sometimes it's intermittent, and now we're picking up people coming in. So I just want to thank you for coming in and hanging out with us. Sean, if you want to bow out, go ahead and bow out. It's 11. Yeah, it's getting there. We've been running for a while, and I want to put this in. I want to put a bow on it, and then basically what we'll do is we'll take this recorded space and we'll see if we can get it back out into the internet on other platforms, so that everything that Angry Pop said, Pilsner, all the great speakers today, everything we talked about, hopefully some other people will take the time to listen. It's going to be a big recording, but man, if you're doing a road trip, you could just turn it on or and space out. Edward, jump back in, and then if you want, Sean, maybe hang out. We'll give some final words. If you want to do a play out, we could do.
Absolutely. I can hang out. I've got that Michael Moore thing, so we can play it out with that.
Yeah. Edward.
Yeah, mine's just short anyway. It's just a kind of a footnote to what Pilsner was saying, or maybe it was even Angry Pop. I can't remember now about writing these declarations through sworn affidavits and whatnot to the representatives, and not that I'm covering for all the representatives, but sometimes these representatives get sucked in by others around them and their own agendas and whatnot, and sometimes they just need friendly reminders through these affidavits to bring them back into reality. So I'm not saying that a lot of them are slimy, but the fact of the matter is a lot of good intentioned people out there just kind of get sucked in going down the wrong road, and need a little friendly nudge there to get back in the right track. So and I think they're very necessary writing, and I don't think they're a waste of time at all from what one of the speaker was saying. So yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. It's a must do. That's all I wanted to say, really. And don't get me on the conservation of the fishing industry. Don't get me on that one.
Edward, actually, it's good to see you. It's really good to see you.
Yeah, Edward, where have you been all my Twitter life? Why aren't you following me? What's up, Edward? You're killing me. You're hurting my feelings over here.
I've been following you for quite.
I'm just kidding. You've been following me for a while. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm looking. Maybe I got to go to the homepage. Oh, there you are. You are following me. Okay, we are following each other. I was like, what the
Oh
hell?
yeah,
When I just
we
looked at
know
your
Edward.
profile, it wasn't showing me.
We know Edward.
Switch my picture.
Yeah. Oh, you change. Is it council?
Say that again.
Did you change your name in your
No,
picture? Or, God, he
no, no,
sounds like
no,
council,
no,
doesn't he?
no, no. It's
No,
just Edward.
I just changed my picture.
Oh,
That's all.
okay. Yeah, it throws me off. I get used to, I get used to people's pictures, and then it throws Vivian. I think she's changed a couple times. Other people have. Just throws my game off. Anyways, great to have you, Edward. Thank you so much. And
Thank
yeah,
you.
man. Um,
Yeah, how does Kimmy change her picture? Like, I know what she does, but how does she get away with keeping her blue check? She changes her picture, Edward, almost 2 or 3 times a week.
I don't know. I just don't know.
you got to do it really fast. Like make it to where it doesn't even. You just like as fast as you can do it.
That's it. Nope.
I tried it. It didn't work. I tried changing my handle or doing something really like thought, oh, if I do it really fast, it won't notice. No, you can't get around it. Well, Sean, you wanna end
Yeah,
this
I'm
rage
gonna do
against the
that Michael Moore
machines?
thing. I'm gonna do that Michael Moore thing, and of course, it's dramatized and it's got some music behind it. But I'm gonna do the Michael Moore thing, and then let's close this thing out.
Yeah.
Because I know a
Don't
lot of
forget the
people in
drama.
Michigan that are planning to vote for Trump, and they're not. They don't necessarily like him that much, and they don't necessarily agree with him. They're not racist and rednecks, or they're actually pretty decent people. And so I wanted to sort of, after talking to a number of them, I wanted to write this. And Donald Trump came to the Detroit Economic Club and stood there in front of the Ford Motor executives and said, if you close these factories as you're planning to do in Detroit and build them in Mexico, I'm going to put a 35% tariff on those cars when you send them back, and nobody's going to buy them. It was an amazing thing to see. No politician, Republican or Democrat, had ever said anything like that to these executives. And it was music to the ears of people in Michigan and Ohio and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, the Brexit states. You live here in Ohio, you know what I'm talking about. Whether Trump means it or not is kind of irrelevant, because he's saying the things to people who are hurting. And it's why every beaten down, nameless, forgotten working stiff who used to be part of what was called the middle class loves Trump. He is the human Molotov cocktail that they've been waiting for. The human hand grenade that they can legally throw into the system that stole their lives from them. And on November 8th, Election Day, although they lost their jobs, although they've been foreclosed on by the bank, next came the divorce, and now the wife and kids are gone. The car's been repoed. They haven't had a real vacation in years. They're stuck with the shitty Obamacare bronze plan where you can't even get a fucking Percocet. They've essentially lost everything they had, except one thing. The one thing that doesn't cost them a cent and is guaranteed to them by the American Constitution: the right to vote. They might be penniless, they might be homeless, they might be fucked over and fucked up. It doesn't matter, because it's equalized on that day. A millionaire has the same number of votes as the person without a job. One. And there's more of the former middle class than there are in the millionaire class. So on November 8th, the dispossessed will walk into the voting booth, be handed a ballot, close the curtain, and take that lever, or felt pen or touchscreen, and put a big fucking X in the box by the name of the man who has threatened to upend and overturn the very system that has ruined their lives. Donald J.
J. Trump. They see that the elites who ruined their lives hate Trump. Corporate America hates Trump. Wall Street hates Trump. The career politicians hate Trump. The media hates Trump after they loved him and created him and now hate him. Thank you, media. The enemy of my enemy is who I'm voting for on November 8th. Yes, on November 8th, you, Joe Blow, Steve Blow, Bob Blow, Billy Bob Blow, all the blows get to go and blow up the whole goddamn system because it's your right. Trump's election is going to be the biggest fuck you ever recorded in human history. And it will feel good.
So this is from 2015, but it's recycling, right? Very, very important to understand it's recycling because it's important. You got this guy, right? Clearly a guy who hates the right wing. Just telling you the truth, though. He's just dropping bombs. Incredible, incredible stuff. Thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you. Look, MAGA Mission was created to get these messages out, whether it's David Jose's message or maybe it's an organization. We're trying to bring the candidates to the constituents, have these conversations, bring this education, bring tools to the table so you can register to vote, you can become a poll watcher, poll worker, all those things. And every single mission is part of the big picture. So I just want you guys to if you take anything from the space today, realize that all of us are fighting these battles and doing these things, but we're all doing it like separately and not in a unified way. And I'm trying to bring people from that place of holding the information and keeping it, in their camp, actually putting the links together of the organizations and sharing the information freely and letting it flow as much as we can. That's how we're going to bring change, and that's how I'm trying to bring change. So I'm doing this, to try and help save America. That's the whole premise behind everything that I do. Every day I get up, I work with candidates, I work with groups, I have phone calls. We talk about things, and then we also do spaces here, but then we take the information and we get it out on the internet. So really, I invite everybody to please, if you would go to magamission.org, I would love to have you join as an official password protected member. If you don't want to do that, you can also look at the site. If you don't like cookies, decline the cookies. By law, I have to put up a notice stating that the site has cookies. Your information is secure. Your password's protected. I'm not using the information for anything other than just to look at the website and see how it's performing. Not going to share your information. And then we do put out blogs, we do put out emails, we do put out invitations. And also, what I want to do is make sure that I'm promoting something that somebody's doing and putting that out to make people aware or something that's going on. And if Twitter shuts down, if the internet shuts down, who knows what's going to happen. So as long as we keep coming in here, it's all fine and dandy. But what if we get cut off from Twitter, and we can't communicate? So I encourage you to look at magamission.org. There's tools, there's organizations, like I said, in education. And hopefully, if it isn't there, we're building it. I started last year, right before April, and we've been building it. And it's a work in progress. It's an organic website. It's growing and it's just doing its thing. And I appreciate anybody that brings the information or the help or an organization and makes me aware of it, because I want to work with them. So the door's open, and just want to say God bless everybody, and I'm bidding you farewell, and Godspeed, everybody. We truly do love you, and we love America. We hope you'll join us in helping save it. God bless y'all.